Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In this session, we will be learning the complete software testing. But before we begin, I would like to take a quick confirmation from the viewers if I'm clearly audible and the screen is visible. If yes, kindly type yes in the chat section, and if there are any problems that we could rectify, please do let us know in the chat section. Alright, I see a lot of positive responses from our viewers. Thank you. Now I think it's clear to get started. So before we get started with software testing, I would like to tell you guys that we have daily updates on multiple technologies. So if you are one of those tech geeks in a continuous hunt for latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Now without further ado, let's get started with the agenda for today's session. So at first, we will get started with Selenium. And in Selenium section, we will learn the advent of Selenium. Then, followed by that, we will understand what exactly is Selenium and the technicalities of Selenium. Followed by that, we will understand the Selenium tool suite. Then, we will learn how to install Selenium in our local systems. Then, we will learn the Selenium IDE tutorial. Followed by that, we will get started with Selenium WebDriver tutorial. So once we are done with the Selenium WebDriver tutorial, we will get started with XPath in Selenium WebDriver. Followed by that, we will learn Selenium Chrome Driver tutorial. Once we are done with the Selenium Chrome Driver tutorial, we will get started with TestNG annotations. Then we will have a head-on-head comparison with Selenium and QTP. Followed by that, we will go through Selenium jobs and salary trends in the current IT industry. And finally, to make things interesting, we carried out a survey on the major testing software companies and collected some most frequently asked interview questions based on Selenium. Now, this will be helpful for your software testing career. So followed by Selenium, we have another tool that is JMeter. So we will get started with JMeter installation. Then we will learn performance testing. Followed by that, we will learn JMeter load testing. And advancing ahead, we will learn about JMeter API testing. And finally, in JMeter part, we will learn the JMeter script recording. So once we are done with the JMeter script recording and JMeter tool, we will get ahead and learn the Jenkins. So in Jenkins part, we will have a brief tutorial about what exactly is DevOps, where we will understand the fundamentals of DevOps so that we have a clear idea what we are dealing with and why we are using Jenkins in software testing. Followed by that, we will learn the critical part of CI/CD pipeline. Then we will get started with what is Jenkins, and then we will learn how to install Jenkins in our local systems. Once we are done with the installation part, we will go through continuous integrations in collaboration with Jenkins. And finally, to make things interesting, we are including some most frequently asked critical Jenkins-based interview questions. So with that, we are done with the agenda, and I hope I made myself clear with the agenda. Now, without further ado, let's get started with the first part, that is Selenium. Now, over to our training experts.
Hey there, welcome into the world of Selenium. If you're going to embark on a journey of automation, I promise you this is the right place to start. So let me take you on the first lap of this journey. This is a video tutorial, What is Selenium from Simplilearn. What is in it for you? Before you start understanding any automation tool, it's good to look back into what manual testing is all about, what are its challenges, and how an automation tool overcomes these challenges. Challenges are always overcome by inventing something new. So let's see how Selenium came into existence and how did it evolve to become one of the most popular web application automation tools. Selenium suite of tools. Selenium is not a single tool. It has multiple components and we will be looking into each of them. As you know, every automation tool has its own advantages and limitations. So we will be understanding the advantages and limitations of Selenium and how do we work around it. Selenium jobs and salary. Very important, isn't it? You are here to learn Selenium. You definitely want to know what's the market demand on this skill, what worth you will be once you are skilled on this automation tool. So what we will do, we'll just discuss some stats on the job market related to test automation and Selenium in particular. Alright, so let's get started. Manual testing and its challenges. What is manual testing? Manual testing mainly involves physical execution of test cases against various applications and to do what? To detect bugs and errors. So as a definition, if you can say, it is one of the primitive methods of testing a software. Execution of test cases without using any automation tools. It does not require the knowledge of any automation tools and can practically test any application. This could be as simple a definition can be. Let's do one thing. Let's take an example, right? Before we start understanding what are the challenges of manual testing and why we have to really look into any automation tools. Let's take a simple example. Say we have a simple use case. As a user, I want to log into my web application using username and password. A very common use case, isn't it? And this is a common use case for any kind of web application under test. Now let's say, for example, I have a web application here. Say I have this community.simplilearn.com. For me to actually enter into this application, what I need to do is first log in into this application. So this is a simple login page which accepts a user ID or an email ID, a password, and you click on the login. Now as a tester, you would write multiple test cases to test this use case. For example, you will have multiple data test cases like valid credentials, invalid credentials, null value, and so on. You will also test multiple links on this page, probably the forget password link, the sign up now. So whatever links are made available, you're going to test that. Then you will say test this checkbox. So you will check the remember me functionality, and when you log in back again, you want to validate if all your previous data are filled up. You will also check for error messages on an invalid login. You will do accessibility testing. You will also do a performance on this page. Like say for example, response time after you click on login button and so on. So while you're doing a manual testing, literally you can do any kind of test you want. So this is what you do in the first place. And then you start executing these test cases one by one. You will find bugs, your developers are going to fix them, and you will need to rerun all these test cases again and again until all your bugs are fixed and your application is ready to ship. Now this is a very simple use case. Now let's look at a little complex use case now. Say you have an account creation form like this. So I have this online PAN application form, right? This is still a simpler form, I would say. Now look at the amount of data you need to fill here. Each and every field you need to test, and you need to test this with hundreds of transactions because you're going to have those kind of data sets with you, and then you're going to repeat them again and again until you are satisfied that your application is working as per it is designed. So now if you go back to our presentation, now this brings us to the first demerit of the manual testing, and what it is, this is very time consuming process, and hence it's going to get very boring for any manual tester. Also, it is more error prone. The risk of error is pretty high. Why? Because it is done manually and human mistakes are bound to happen. It requires presence of tester all the time. Since it's manual execution, tester's presence is required all the time. One needs to keep doing manual steps over and over again, and hence he needs to be sitting in front of his PC. Manual creation of logs and repositories. Creating manual reports. Grouping them. Formatting them so that they are like a good looking reports. Sending those reports manually to all the stakeholders. Say collecting logs from the various machines after you execute the test cases. Consolidating all those results and logs, right? Creating repositories, maintaining them. Wow. This is a huge long list of mundane tasks one needs to do. And this you need to do again and again until your testing is completed, right? So this is going to be a manual process and it's going to be very tedious. And as I said, it is also error prone. Limited scope. The scope of manual testing is very limited. For example, say regression testing. Ideally, you would want to run all the test cases which you have written. But since it's a manual process, you would not have the luxury of time to execute all of them. And hence what you do, you will choose your test cases and then execute. That way you are kind of limiting the scope of testing. Also, say working with large amount of data, which is manually pretty impractical. What about performance testing? So you want to say collect certain metrics on various performance measures as a part of your performance testing. You want to simulate certain multiple loads on your application which is under test. Hence, performing this manually is definitely not feasible. And to top it all this, say you're working in an agile model where your code is being churned out by developers, say every week. Testers are building their test and they're executing them as and when the builds are made available to them for testing. Now this happens iteratively, and hence you will need to run all the test cases which you have created multiple times during your development process. And doing this manually is going to become definitely very tedious and boring. And is this really an effective way of doing it? Not at all. So what do? We automate it. So this tells us why we want to automate. One is for the faster execution. Two, to be less error prone. And the most importantly, to help you run your test cases frequently, as many times as you want. So there were many tools available in the market today for automation. So one such tool is Selenium. Advent of Selenium. Much before Selenium, there were various tools in the market like RFT, QTP, just to name a few popular ones. Selenium was introduced by a gentleman called Jason Huggins way back in 2004. He was an engineer at ThoughtWorks. He was working on a web application which needed frequent testing, and he realized the inefficiency manual testing his application repeatedly. So what he did was he wrote a JavaScript program that automatically controlled the browser actions, and he named it as JavaScript Test Runner. He also made this open source, which later was renamed as Selenium Core. And this is how Selenium came into existence. Since then, Selenium has become one of the most powerful tools to test web applications. So what is Selenium? Selenium is the most popular and widely used automation tool for automating your web application. It enables us to test web application on all kind of browsers like IE, Chrome, Firefox, Safari, Edge, Opera, and even the headless browser. Selenium is an open source and it's platform independent. The biggest reason why people are preferring this tool is because it is free of cost, whereas the QTP and RFT, which I mentioned earlier, are the chargeable tools. Selenium is also a set of tools and libraries to facilitate automation of web application. It is not a single tool. It has multiple components in it, which we will be seeing in detail in some time. And all these tools together, they help us test the web application. You can run Selenium scripts on any platform. It is platform independent. And why it is platform independent? Because it is developed in JavaScript. It's very common for manual testers not to have in-depth programming knowledge. So the Selenium has a record and replay back capability, and this tool is called as Selenium IDE, which can be used to create a set of actions as a script, and then you just have to replay that script. So mainly this is used for demo purposes because Selenium itself is such a powerful tool and it offers so rich functionality. You would want to be in a position to take the advantage of all its features. However, if you have testers who do not have enough of programming knowledge to start with, there is still this IDE, which is a record replay tool, which you can use to create your test scripts. It also provides support for different programming languages like Java, Python, C#, Ruby, and so on. So you can literally write your test scripts in any language you like or which you know of. So one need not again know a complete in-depth or an advanced knowledge of any of these languages. Selenium supports different operating systems and browsers. It supports Windows, Macs, Linux, and say if you want to run your test on Ubuntu machines, yes, that is also possible. It's on any platform of your choice, Selenium, you can run the test cases. Selenium suite of tools. So now let's go a little more deeper into the Selenium. So as I said, it is a suite of tools. And these are the major components of the Selenium. Selenium IDE, Selenium Remote Control, which is in short called as RC, Selenium WebDriver, and Selenium Grid. From Selenium 3.0 version onwards, you will not find the remote control anymore because it has been deprecated. But you still have your IDE, WebDriver, and Grid components. Now let's take a deeper look into each of these components and understand how they function in this suite of tools. Selenium Integrated Development Environment, which is called as Selenium IDE. So it is the most simplest tool in the suite of Selenium. It's an integrated development environment. It has a record and playback functionality, and it's a very simple and easy to use tool. However, it is mainly used as a prototyping and not used for creating the actual automation for your real-time projects. Why? Because of its own limitations, since it's just a record and replay tool. So this IDE is available as a Firefox plugin and a Chrome extension. So either you can use Firefox or the Chrome browser to record your test scripts. The commands created in the scripts where you are going to record these commands are called Selenium commands, and these are the commands which interact with your browser. You can also write some of these commands manually while you're recording your scripts, and we'll see how to do that when we talk about the IDE in detail. And it is again a platform independent, so you can deploy IDE on any platform of your choice. So you can have it on your Windows, Linux, and macOS. However, the only requirement is you should have either Chrome or Firefox browser support. support on that particular platform. Earlier, Selenium IDE was only a Firefox extension. It died with the Firefox version 54 or 55, I guess. So IDE was not supported from the 55 version onwards. And this was sometime during 2017. However, very recently, all new brand Selenium IDE has been launched by Apply Tools, and they have made it cross-browser. That is, it is available both on Chrome and Firefox now. So you can install this extension as a Chrome extension or as an add-on on your Firefox browser. It's a completely revamped version which was done by Apply Tools. They literally rewrote the complete code, and now they have made it available on the GitHub under the Apache 2.0 license. And it also comes with many new features now, like reusability of test cases. It has a better debugging technology now, and most importantly, it supports parallel test execution. It has introduced an utility called Selenium Side Runner that allows your test cases to run on any browser. So you can create your automation using your IDE on Chrome or Firefox. However, through this Side Runner, from your command prompt, you can execute any of your test cases on any browser of your choice, and thus by achieving your cross-browser testing. You can also run parallel testing using Grid without writing any specific code to do this. Again, this can be done using the Selenium Side Runner and having the Grid installation done. So let's look at how IDE looks like and what are its components are and how do we work with IDE. Let's go to the Firefox browser now and launch the IDE and see how the IDE looks. So let me go to my Firefox. Now on this browser, if you can see here, there is an icon here which says Selenium IDE, and this appears after you go and install the Selenium IDE plugin. So now I'll just go click on this, and then I already have a project created. So this is the IDE window which gets opened for me. I have a pre-recorded script here, and what the script does is I just open Amazon.in website and I am searching for the product iPhone. Also, I have an assertion statement here which asserts for the web page title, and then I'm closing the browser. So let's first execute the script and see how it works, and then we will get into the details of what are the different components available on this IDE. So for me to execute, what I will do is IDE has a very beautiful feature here to control the speed of the execution. So what I'll do is I'll reduce the speed a little bit so that you should be able to see the complete execution step by step. Now to execute the script, I'll just go here and say run current test. So this opens the Firefox window and the Amazon.in website. It should search for iPhone product now. Then it is going to do the title assertion and close the browser. So if you look here, all the statements look in green now. So that means every step has been executed successfully and there are no errors. So now let's look at the components of this IDE. So the first component which you need to understand is how do you record the test. So there is a start recording button made available to you, clicking on which you can launch any website of the application under test and you can start recording your steps. And once you have recorded, you can use this play button, which is nothing but your run current test button, to execute your test. So if you want to execute multiple tests, then you have an option to do so here, which says run all tests. This particular window, what you're seeing here, right? So this is the window where you have all your commands, which gets recorded when you record your script. And these are pretty simple commands and they're very self-explanatory. Like say for example, open. So it says open and the target is Amazon.in. That means it is giving instruction to your browser to open this particular website. Setting the window size. Clicking on a button. So this is the search button which we have. And then typing what is the product which you're searching for. And then you have multiple assert statements made available to you in this IDE. So these are all called as the Selenium command and as simple as a close browser command. And now if you look here in this window, there's this log window. So every step which gets executed here, there is a log generated showing you the status of the execution of that step. So if at all there is a failure, you would see a red failed mark against that particular step. And the test case will not say completed successfully, it will say the failure occurred. Okay, so it is very simple and very user-friendly kind of an IDE. So let's go back to our presentation. So we saw the play button here and we saw how to record it. I also showed you the commands, the command window what we have. So these are the Selenium commands. And then we saw the log which indicated the execution of each of this command. Now saving the script. So let me go back to the IDE again. So once you have created your test scripts, you have run it successfully, you need to save your project. So for you to save the project, when you click on the save project, every IDE project, it is saved with an extension .sid, which is nothing but Selenium IDE. So you just go ahead and click on save. Since I've already saved this project, I'm going to just say cancel. So that's the file extension it uses to save your project. For more details on how to use IDE, you can watch our video on Selenium IDE on Simplilearn.com. Selenium RC. This is Selenium Remote Control. So this was developed by Paul Hammond, and he refactored the code and was also credited with Jason as a co-creator of Selenium. RC is used to write web application tests in different programming language. The server itself is written in Java language. It supports multiple programming languages like Java, C#, Perl, Python and PHP. It interacts with the browser with the help of RC server. It uses a simple HTTP GET and POST request for communication. This RC server is also a Selenium 1.0 version, but it got deprecated in Selenium 2.0 and was completely removed in 3.0, and it got replaced by Selenium WebDriver. We will see why this happened when we talk about the Selenium WebDriver. This is the architecture of Selenium Remote Control. So when Jason Huggins introduced Selenium, the tool was JavaScript program, and he called it as JavaScript Test Runner, and it is also called as Selenium Core. So every HTML has these JavaScript statements which are executed by this web browser. There is a JavaScript engine which helps in executing this command. Now this had a major issue of something called as same origin policy. Now what is the same origin policy? Same origin policy prohibits your JavaScript from accessing elements or interacting with the scripts from the domain different from where it is launched. And this was for the security measure. For example, every web page in say google.com domain, like say your search, email, Google Drive, can be accessible, but nothing outside this domain, like say if you want to access Yahoo or an Amazon, that was not possible due to security reasons, obviously. So the testers had to install the Selenium core and the web server, which contained your web application, which you are basically testing on the same system. And this was not feasible and effective all the time. Now to overcome this, to overcome the same origin policy, what Paul Hammond did was he created something called as this remote server, which is Selenium Remote Control Server, and it acted like a proxy to trick the browser in believing that your core, which is your Selenium core, and your web application under test are on the same domain. Thus by eliminating your same origin policy. And this was called as your Selenium Remote Control, which was a version 1 of Selenium. Now, if you look at the simple architecture of this, what are the things it has? So one is your script, right? First, you need to write your scripts using any supported language, like say PHP, Java, Python, and Ruby, as I mentioned. Now, before we start the testing, what is the requirement of the Selenium 1 version is you need to install the RC server. Now, this RC server is a separate application. So once you install this Selenium server is responsible for receiving the Selenese commands. Now these are the Selenese commands which you have written in your scripts. It interprets them and it executes it on your browser, and the results are sent back to your test scripts. And this browser interaction happens only through this RC server. Again, as I said, using a simple HTTP GET and POST request to communicate. Now upon receiving these instructions, like from the Selenium core, the response is sent back to this RC server from your browser and back to your test scripts. So the cycle starts from your test scripts. The Selenese commands are interpreted by your RC server. Those are sent to the browser, and it's a simple JavaScript which executed on your browser, and the results after the execution are sent back to your test scripts through your RC server. This is a simple cycle. Now this cycle is repeated for every command written in your test script until your complete test case is executed. Okay, so this is how the RC worked. Now, this RC had few shortcomings. And what are those? One is the architecture of this RC itself was complicated. Why? Because of this intermediate RC server, which we have between the browser and your test script. And this RC server had to be installed before running any test scripts. So that means this became an additional setup, and it acts as a mediator between your Selenium commands and your browser. Also, the execution of commands takes a very long time. It is pretty slow. Why? Because every command, it needs to make a full trip from your test script to your RC server, to the core and to the browser, execute the script, and then again back in the same line, which makes your overall test execution very slow. And now because of this shortfalls, WebDriver was introduced. So Selenium WebDriver. Selenium WebDrivers were introduced by a gentleman called Simon Stewart, and it was developed in the year 2006. It is the first cross-platform testing framework. It is a programming interface to create and run test cases. It makes provision to act on web elements. So basically there are multiple locating techniques which Selenium WebDriver provides us for finding those elements and to perform operations on those web elements. WebDriver does not require a core engine like RC, and it interacts natively with the browser application. So there is a direct interaction with your browser application, and it eliminates the need of having that intermediate RC server. And that makes the architecture pretty simple. This WebDriver, again, it supports multiple languages, which we already talked about, and also it has integration with multiple frameworks. So once you understand how the WebDriver works, what are its functionalities and what are its drawbacks, you will appreciate the fact that, so how does Selenium WebDriver overcomes this? Even in WebDriver, we have test scripts, we also have a web browser here, and then we have a WebDriver. However, what we do not have this additional server which RC required, and this makes the architecture of the WebDriver simpler. The browser is controlled directly from the operating system level. Now, due to this direct communication, the speed of test execution is much faster than RC. Now, how does this WebDriver work? So we have something called as client libraries or the language bindings. So we know now that Selenium supports multiple languages and you're free to use any supported language to create your automation script. And where are these libraries available? So if you go to seleniumhq.org, so let me go to the browser and show you that. So in the seleniumhq.org, if you go to the downloads, so here you will see something called as Selenium Client and WebDriver Language Binding. And depending on the language which you want to work with or which you want to create test scripts with, you can download these client libraries. So if you're working with Java, download the client library for Java. So if you're working with Python, you have a corresponding link through which you can download your client libraries. And then Selenium provides a lot of APIs for us to interact with the browser. And these are called as the REST APIs. So then we have the browser drivers through which we interact with the browser. Now, what are these browser drivers? So there are drivers specific to each browser. So let me show you that on our seleniumhq.org. So here, if you just scroll down, you have something called as third-party drivers, bindings, and plugins. For every supported browser of Selenium, you have a corresponding driver file available. Now, say for example, if you want to work with Firefox, Mozilla Gecko driver is what you need to download. And these driver files, so if you go and click here, you will get an executable driver file for any of the platforms which you're working. So if you're working on Windows, Mac OS or Linux, you can just download the corresponding driver files here. So these drivers, see, these driver files are the ones which interact with the actual browser. And how does this happen? This driver establishes the connection with the real browser without revealing the internal logic of the browser functionality. Now, what does that mean? Say we want to execute a test script. And how does this test script gets executed? First is it sends an HTTP request which is generated and sent to this browser driver which we just saw for each of the command in your scripts. And then this driver receives the request through your HTTP server. And this HTTP server does all the execution directly on the browser. And then the execution status, the complete status is sent back to your test script. So let me show you a simple use case how it works with the WebDriver. So for that, let's go to my Eclipse here. So I already have a test script written here in WebDriver, and what this basically does is it launches amazon.com, amazon.in website. It uses the Firefox browser, and then I'm also fetching the page title and printing it on the console. And then I'm closing the browser. This is a simple functionality which I'm doing here. So if you look here, so the Eclipse is the IDE which I'm using. I've already installed Selenium here and I've written a simple Java class. And this Java class, we have multiple methods. One is to launch browser, one is to fetch the title of the page, and one is to close the browser. Now, while launching the browser, I said every browser has its own driver files. So somewhere in this Java class, I need to tell Selenium as which browser to use. And how is that done? That is done by these first two statements here, where I'm doing a system.set property and where I'm indicating that this is my driver file, which is the Gecko driver, to be used. And using this, I want the Selenium to launch the Firefox browser. And after this, all the operations, any operations which you want to perform on your web application under test, you can do it here. Now let's go ahead and execute this and see how it works. So simply what I need to do is I'll just say execute this as a Java program. So the Firefox browser is getting launched. So you can see amazon.in being launched here. And since we are not doing any operations here, what I'm simply doing is printing the title of the page and closing the browser. That is it. So if you see here, you can see the page title is online shopping site so and so. And this is what I'm printing through this method, which is fetch page title. A very simple way of writing a automation script using WebDriver. So now you saw how we write a small test script using the WebDriver function. Now say if I want to run the script on multiple browsers and on multiple operating systems, and I do not have just one test case. I say I've got hundreds of test cases. Now with this approach, what you can achieve to your best is you can sequentially execute on every browser available and all your 100 or 200 test cases, whatever you have. Now this is going to take quite a long time to execute, and hence to reduce the time taken for the execution, Selenium has something called as grid. Selenium grid. The main objective of the grid is to minimize your test execution time. This grid is designed to distribute commands to different machines simultaneously. In real-time environment, you always have the need to run test cases in a distributed environment. For example, a web application for which say you have automated thousands of test cases and you want to run them as a regression suite across multiple browsers and OS. What you need to do is you need to run them parallelly and not really sequentially. So grid allows this parallel execution of tests on different browsers and operating systems. You also want an integration with reporting tools so that you can get a consolidated report after the tests have been executed on multiple machines. So grid can be integrated with such many other tools. How does the grid work? So grid has this hub and node concept which helps in achieving the parallel execution. Let's take an example. Say again, your application supports all browsers and it also supports different OS like the one which you're seeing here, like Windows, Mac and Linux. And your requirement is to run tests on all the supported browsers and operating systems like this one. So what you do here is you configure a master machine, that is this, which is also called as hub, by running something called as Selenium standalone server. And this Selenium standalone server can be downloaded from your Selenium HQ website. So let me show you that. Let's go to my browser, and in the downloads here, if you see Selenium standalone server version 3.1.4.59, and this is what you need to download. So using the server, you create a hub configuration like this. Once you do this, you also need to create nodes specific to your requirement, like a Windows 10, like a Mac machine with Firefox, with a Windows 8 with a Chrome, and Mac say with Safari browser. And the node configuration is also done using the same server, which is the Selenium standalone server. So you create a node configuration on this node machines. So once you have the setup created through your master, that is your hub, you can control on which nodes you want to execute which test. Say for example here, say you want to run some test on your Mac machine with Safari browser only. So you have a kind of smoke test which you need to run. Now through the master, you can control this complete execution. So what master does it selects this particular node depending on the configuration which you have set on the master machine. Also you could have multiple possible combinations, like say I want to just run smoke test on all my nodes. I want to run specific component test on say only Windows 10 with an Edge browser. Or I can say I want to just run my complete regression suite but only on Mac machine, and so on. And all this is controlled through your master. So what happens on the node? Once it gets the command from the master, the node actually runs the specified test on the browser. So you can check out our detailed video on Selenium Grid for you to understand how the grid works and how do we do this configuration and execute the test. To summarize the Selenium versions, Selenium version 1 comprised of an IDE, RC and grid. As we discussed earlier, RC was on its path of deprecation and WebDriver was taking birth. So Selenium 2 had an earlier version of WebDriver and also RC existed. From 3.0 onwards, RC was completely removed and WebDriver took its place. Also, there's a 4. Version around the corner. It has more features and enhancements. So some of the features which is expected are like W3C WebDriver standardization. They have an improved IDE, and also I believe there are some improvements done to the grid. Advantages of Selenium: speed and accuracy. Since there is no manual execution, your test can run faster, and with grid, it helps in parallel execution. So you can actually execute large volume of test cases within a short frame. For example, let's say before your release of product, during your last lap of testing, you find a bug and it has to be fixed. So the developer fixes the bug, and what you want to do is you want to run all the test cases pertaining to that area. Can you imagine the amount of time which will be required if you have to do this manually? But by automation, you can achieve this in a short duration of time. And you can also enable releasing your product in time and with less or no human error. The second advantage is it's an open source, so it's available free of cost and anyone can download and start using it. Supports a wide spectrum of programming languages. It is not restricted to any particular programming language. Whatever language you are comfortable with, you have an option to use that and to write your Selenium scripts. Selenium has support for almost all browsers and operating systems, including a headless browser. So this helps you to create test cases once and run them across all browsers and operating systems, and thus saving your time from manual execution. It also helps in achieving a broad test coverage. It's a pretty easy to use tool. You can check out all our videos and you can just master the skill of writing automation scripts. Reusability and add-ons. Of course, like any programming languages, it provides you a mechanism to reuse your code and avoid redundancy. Limitations. So like any other tool, Selenium also has certain limitations. So let's look at what they are and see if there are any workarounds also. Since Selenium is an open source, you do not have much technical support available. However, there are loads of documentation, materials, forums available which you can refer to. This tool is for automating web application. It cannot handle mobile application or desktop application automation. However, what Selenium provides is a support for integrating tools like APM tool for mobile testing. Selenium is not very good with image testing, since especially it is designed for web application automation. But then we again have many other tools which can be integrated with Selenium, like AutoIt and securely. Selenium again has a limited reporting capability. It can help create basic reports, but we definitely need more. So it provides supports for tools like TestNG, ReportNG, Extent reports, which you can integrate and generate beautiful reports. Powerful, isn't it? Of course, it does not have a test management capability. A tool need not have all these capabilities. But again, you can integrate with the test management tool used in your organization. Since Selenium supports multiple programming language, the developer of the automation script need to have some basic knowledge of any programming language to write effective automation scripts. Of course, a deep advanced knowledge is not required. A basic knowledge is more than sufficient. So if you look at all this, Selenium still provides a complete solution for your automation need. And that's the beauty of Selenium. And that is what makes it the most popular tool today for automation. In this video, we will look at how to install Selenium on Windows system. Selenium installation is a 3-step process, so it has certain prereqs. The first prereq is you need to have Java on your system. So we will be installing Java first, and then we will be working with Eclipse IDE. So we will be installing Eclipse, and then we will install Selenium. For Java, we will install the version Java 8. And for Eclipse, we have a version 4.10. This was the last stable version which was released in December last year. So I'll be using that version. And Selenium, we will download the latest 3.14 version. Okay, so let's get started with our first step, which is the Java installation. So to install Java, let's go to the browser and simply just search for Java 8 download. So now you will see that there is an Oracle site which is listed there, and that is where you would be downloading all your Java package. So go ahead and click on that. And for you to download any JDK package from the Oracle site, you need to create an account. So if you already have one, you just need to log in using that account, and then you can download any of the JDKs. And if you do not have one, please go ahead, create a new account on the Oracle, log into that account, and then you can just download the Java 8. So since I already have an account and I have already downloaded the package, but I'll show you how and where to download it from. So in this page, if you scroll down, so you will see this Java Development Kit 8211. So this is the version we'll be downloading it. So click on the Accept License Agreement, and then since we are working on the Windows system today, so we will be downloading this, the Windows package. So just click on that and it will get downloaded in your downloaded folder. And as I said, I've already downloaded the packages. So here it is. What I've done is I've just created a directory called installers, and I'm going to be keeping all my installables here. So here I have a folder called Java installer, and this is where my installable is. So now that we have this file, so we will just go ahead, double click on it and launch this installer. The installer is launched and just click on run. So this will take a few minutes to install Java. The installer is launched. Now just click on the next button here. So here for the installation directory, you can change the directory to the choice of whatever drive and the folder structure you want to. I would like to leave it as default here, and we'll just go and click on next, and then the Java installation is in progress. So let's wait until this is completed. It really shouldn't take too much time, maybe just a few more minutes here. Okay, accept the license term, just click on next. We'll leave the destination folder as it is. So JDK 8 is successfully installed on your system. So close the installer now. And let's go ahead and check whether the installation is done properly. So for that, what I'll do is I'll go to my command prompt and I'll just say Java minus version. So it says Java version 1.8 and this tells us that the Java is installed successfully. Now, after this installation, there are a couple of configurations which we need to do. And what are those configurations? One is you need to set the path variable, and then we are also going to set a Java home directory. So for that, first let's go ahead and check where is the Java installed actually. Let's figure out the directory first. So if you remember, the directory structure where the Java got installed was in program files, Java. There are certain previous versions which I had installed and then uninstalled it. So that is why you see some residuals here sitting here. Let's not worry too much about that. Instead, let me go to the latest one what I have installed, which is this. Okay, and there is a bin folder here. And this is the path which we need to set in our path variable. So what I will do is I'll just copy this path and then go to your control panel. Here, go to your, where is my system? Yeah, so click on the system, go to advanced system setting. And here in the environment variables, find the path variable, okay, and then say edit. Now, what are we doing here in the path variable is we are going to add the Java bin directory to the path. Be very careful whenever you are editing your path variable. Do not overwrite anything. Always go into the edit mode, go towards the end here, and then just say Ctrl V, paste the path which you have just copied from the Explorer window. That's it. Now just say OK, done. So your path setting is done. So what's the next one we need to do? We need to add a new environment variable called the Java home. Now what I'll do for that is I'll just say new. I'll just type Java home here. And what is the value of this we need to set? We need to set the same path but without the bin directory. So we just need to set the path till your Java directory. That is this. So we'll just copy the path again and paste it here. That is all. Just say OK, click on OK here, and we are done. So again, let's go to our command prompt and just say Java minus version. So everything seems to be fine. So now successfully we have installed Java on the system. So what is our next installation step what we have? Now we need to install the Eclipse. So let's go back to the browser again. So to download Eclipse, we will be downloading the package from the eclipse.org. So when you go here to eclipse.org, you can see the latest version which is available. And the latest version available when this video was made was 2019-06. So especially with Eclipse, since it's an open source, I prefer to work with the last stable version, and so does most of the developers too. And hence that is the reason why I have picked up the version which is like last year's version, which is 4.10, which was released in last December. So you can always choose to go with the latest version, but then if there are any issues and if you're like first time working with the Eclipse, you're going to get confused as where these issues are coming from, right? So I would still recommend that you use the last stable version which is available with your Eclipse. So now to get the last stable version, what you need to do is go and click on this download packages. And here, if you scroll down this page, you can see here more downloads. So there is a list of all the previous releases of Eclipse which is available, and this is what we need to download. So just click on that 4.10 version and then click on the OS on which you want to install Eclipse. For us it is Windows, so I'll just click here on the 64-bit Windows and then click on the download and you will be downloading the complete package. So once you download, this is what it will look like. So let's go back to our directory of installers. So this is the installer for the Eclipse which I got. Now what's the next step I need to do? Just launch this installer and install Eclipse. So I'll just say double click on this. I'll say run. So here you'll see multiple options here for Eclipse installation. So depending on your requirement, you can go ahead and install any of these packages. So for us, we just need an Eclipse ID for Java developers. So I'll select this and I'll say install. So again, you'll have a choice of directory where you want to install. So I have chosen D drive here. This is the default directory name it takes, which is okay. We can leave it as it is. And then also you have an option to create a start menu entry and desktop shortcut. So just leave the default selection as it is and go ahead and click on install. So this will take a while to install the Eclipse. This says select all. You can close this window. This says select all and accept it. Okay, so the installation has been completed successfully. So let's go and click on this launch and let's see the first window what opens. When you launch the Eclipse, you need to specify a workspace directory here. Now, what is this workspace directory? So this is a directory or a folder wherein all the Java files or any programs or any artifacts which you're going to create through Eclipse will be stored in this particular folder. So this could be any location on your system. So this is, you can go ahead, browse the location and change it. So for in our case, what we will do is I'll go to the D drive and I already have a directory. So here I'll just select this folder and then create a folder called workspace. I'll say my workspace and then I'll say launch. So every time I open the Eclipse, right? So this is going to take as my default workspace, and all my programs, all my Java scripts or my automation scripts are going to be stored in this particular location. So we'll say launch. So this is a welcome window which opens. We can just close this. And there we go. The Eclipse is open with a certain perspective. So there are certain windows here which we do not need. Let's just close them. So now the first thing what you do after launching the Eclipse is go ahead and create a new project. So I'll say file, new, and since I'm going to be using Java with Selenium, I'll say create Java project. So give a project name. Let's say my first project. Now you have an option here to select the JRE which you want to use. So we just installed this JDK 1.8. Okay, so I'm going to click on use default JRE. Otherwise, you also have an option to use a project specific JRE. For example, I could have two different projects where one project I'm going to be working with JRE 1.8 and there is another project which I want to work with the latest Java, maybe Java 12. And I can have more than one Java installed on the machine. So this gives me an option to select whichever Java I want to work with. So if you have another Java installed here, it will show up in this list. So, and you can just go ahead and select that. Now, since we have only one Java installed on our machine, which is Java 1.8, I will say use default JRE, which is 1.8, and I will click on finish. Now, if you observe this folder structure, the project which is created, see all the reference libraries to this particular Java have been created here. Now we are ready to create any kind of Java programs in this project. So now we have successfully done the second step of our installation, which is the Eclipse installation. After this, we need to install the Selenium. So again, let's go back to the browser and see what files we need to download to install Selenium. So let me go to my browser, and here I will be going to the seleniumhq.org. So if you're working with Selenium, this particular website, the seleniumhq.org, is going to be a Bible. Everything and anything related to Selenium is available in this website. Whether you want to download the files, whether you want to refer to the documentation, anything regarding to Selenium is available here. So what we want now is the installables for Selenium. So here, go to the download tab. Now, for you to install Selenium and start working with Selenium, there are three things which are required for you to download. One is a standalone Selenium server. So this is not required immediately when you get started with Selenium. However, when you start working with remote Selenium WebDriver, you would be requiring this. When you have a grid setup, you will be requiring the standalone server. So for that, what you can do is you can just download the latest version available here. So when you click on that, it will download the file into your download folder. So this is one particular file which you need to keep. Next, Selenium client and WebDriver language bindings. Now in today's demo, we will be looking at Selenium with Java. So that means my client package of Java is what I need to download. So whatever programming language Selenium supports, we have respective downloadables available with that. Say if you're working with Python, then you need to download your client library for Python. And since we are working with Java, you need to download this package. So simply what you need to do, click on this link and it will download the Java package for you, which are basically the jar files. So we have client libraries now, and then there is another component what we need. Now with Selenium, you're going to be automating your web browser applications, correct? And you also want your applications to run on multiple browsers. So that means your scripts, the automation scripts which you create, should be able to run on any browser. Selenium works with multiple browsers like Edge, Safari, Chrome, Firefox, and other browsers. Even it has a support for headless browser. Now every browser which it supports comes with its own driver files. Now say for example, we want to say work with Firefox driver. So that means for us to start working with Firefox browser, we need to download something called as a Gecko driver here. And if you want to work with Chrome browser, you need to install the Chrome driver. So depending on what browsers you'll be testing with, go ahead, click on each of this link and download the latest driver files. Now, since we are going to be working with Firefox in this demo, what I need to do is I just need to click here on the latest link. So when I click on the latest link, it is going to take me to this driver files. So driver files are specific to each of the operating system. So if you go down here, you will see there is a separate driver file available for Linux, for Mac, and for Windows. So depending on which operating system where you'll be running your test, download that particular driver file. And this is the driver file I need because we are working on Windows machine. So these are the 3 different packages which we need to download from the seleniumhq.org for us to install Selenium. So let me show you the folder where I have already downloaded all this. So if you see here, Selenium Java 3.141.59. Okay, this is nothing but our client library, which we saw here. Let's go back to the main page here. That is this. So once I download this, this is a zip file. After I unzip the file, this is the folder structure I see. And let's see what is there in this folder structure. So there are 2 jar files here. And then in the libs, there are multiple jar files. And we will need all this to work with Selenium. And then we also downloaded the driver files. So what I did was, after downloading those driver files for the browser, I created a directory here called drivers. And I've kept all my browser drivers here. So I have a driver file downloaded for Chrome. I want to work with Firefox, so I have a Gecko driver here, and then for Internet Explorer. That's it. So this is all we need. So once we have all this, what you need to do is go to your Eclipse. In the Eclipse, right click on the project which you have created, and then go to the build path and say configure build path. Go to the libraries tab here. Now, do you see this JRE libraries here? This is what got installed first. And now similarly, we are going to add the Selenium jars to this library. And how do we add that? On your right, you can see this add external jars. Click on add external jars. Go to your folder where you have downloaded your Selenium, which is this. Select all the jar files which is available. So I have 2 jar files here. I'll just say click open. Again, I will click on add external jars. Now from the libs folder, I will select all this 5. So select all the 5 jars and click on open. So you should see all the 7 jar files here. So once you have this, just say apply and close. Now, if you look into your project directory here, you will see a folder called referenced library. And this is where you will see all the Selenium jars here. This is a very simple installation. In Eclipse, when you want to install Selenium, you just need to export all the jars of the Selenium into Eclipse. And now your system is ready to start working with Selenium scripts. Alright, so now let's just test our installation by writing a small Selenium test script. So for that, what I will do is, I'll go to the source folder, right click, new, and I'll say Java class. So let's name this as, say, first Selenium test. And I will select this public static void main and I will click on finish. Alright, so now let's create a use case. Say we want to launch a Firefox browser and then we want to launch the Amazon site. So these will be just 2 simple things which we will be doing in this test scripts. So for me to do that, what I usually do is I create a method for any functionality which I want to create here. So now I want to do a launch browser. So I'll create a method here called launch browser. Now, whenever you start writing your Selenium scripts, the first line what you need to do is you need to declare an object of WebDriver class. So here I'll say WebDriver driver. So now if you hover over this error, what it is showing, it says import WebDriver from org.openqa.selenium. So if you remember, when we installed the Selenium, we imported all these jars, right? So that means whenever we want to use a WebDriver, we need to import this class from these packages. So just go ahead and click on this import state. Done. Now next step. Now for us to launch a Firefox browser, it is a 2-step process which is involved here. One is you need to set the system property and then you need to launch the driver. So let's do that. I'll say system.setProperty. So use this method setProperty. So this takes 2 arguments, the key and the value pair. Now what is the key I'm going to mention here? I'm going to be mentioning the Gecko driver and the path for the Gecko driver. Okay, because since I'm working with the Firefox. So in double quotes, I'll say webdriver.gecko.driver. This is my key. And the value is going to be, the fully qualified path for your driver files. And you know where we have kept our driver files. Let's go to that. Driver files in D:, I have Selenium tutorial. In installers, I have driver folder. Okay, so I'm just going to copy the complete path from here. Control C and I paste it here. Control V. Along with this, I need to provide the file name for the Gecko driver, which is geckodriver.exe. And let's complete this step. Next. So once I've set the property, I need to provide a command for launching my Firefox driver. And how do I do that? I simply use this driver object which I've created, driver equal to new Firefox driver. Again, similarly, the way we imported packages for WebDriver, we also need to import the package for Firefox driver. So just hover the mouse over that and select import Firefox driver. With these two statements, we will be able to launch the Firefox browser. And as I said, in our use case, what is the next thing we want to do? We want to launch, say, Amazon.in website. For that, there is a command in Selenium which says driver.get, and you pass the URL here. So for me to write the URL, what I usually do is I go to my browser, I open the website which I want to work with. In our case, it's Amazon.in, and I just simply copy this fully formed URL, go to my Eclipse, and just paste it here. Now this ensures that I don't make any mistakes in typing out the URL. Let's complete this statement and we are done. And now in the main function, I'll just create an object of this and we will call this method. So I'll copy this class. First Selenium test, say obj equal to new first Selenium test. And now I'll say obj dot, this is our function, launch browser. So let's save this and execute this. Control C, right click, run as Java application. Okay, so the Mozilla Firefox has been launched. Now it should launch your Amazon.in. Bingo. So there goes our first test script which ran successfully. In this session, we will be looking at how to install Selenium on your Mac machines. Selenium installation on Mac is a three-step installation. One, we need to install Java, which is a prereq, and then we need an IDE to work with. So we will be installing Eclipse, and then we will install Selenium. And these are the versions of the installers which we are going to use. So we will be using Java 8, Eclipse version 4.10, which was released in 2018 December, and then Selenium version 3.14. So let's get started with our first step, which is the Java installation. So for us to install Java, let us go to our browser. And simply what I'll do is I'll just Google for Java 8 download. Okay, so we would select the Oracle site for downloading the SDE. Okay, so once you go here, you can see that we have something called as Java Software Development Kit 8U211. So this is the version we'll be working with. So in order for you to download, you need to have an Oracle account. So since I already have one, I have directly been logged into that. So if you do not have an Oracle account, please go ahead, create an account for yourself so that you can download any of the Java installers. Now let's go for and download our package. So I'll be downloading this package. For that, I need to click on accept license agreement. And then since we are going to be working on Mac, this is the package which I'm going to download. So let's go ahead and click on that. And now the download is going to start. However, we will not wait for the complete download to happen since I have already downloaded the package and I have kept it in one of my folders. So let me show you where that is. So let me go to my Finder. So what I have done is I have created a folder called installers, and all the software which we are going to require today for us to work with Selenium is what I have downloaded it and kept it here. So we'll go step by step so that you understand what each of these packages are. So as you see here, I have the JDK 8 which I've already downloaded. So let's go ahead and install JDK. So how do we install JDK? So you have the DMG file here. You just go ahead and double click on that. Okay, and then I'll double click on this package and then we will say continue and install. So it's going to ask me for my password. Okay, I've given my password and I'll say install the software. Probably it will just take a couple of minutes to install Java. Okay, there you go. So now the Java has been installed. So let me close this window. Let me close this window too. And then now I'll go to my terminal window. So let's open my terminal and here let's say Java minus version. Bingo. So there we have Java 1.8 installed on our system. Now there are a couple of other things which you need to do. Apart from installation of your JDK, you also need to set some system variables, right? So in Mac, how do you set the system variables or the environment variables? You do that in your bash profile. So let's see how we do that. All right. So what I will do is I'll use an editor, which is my VI. Okay. And then I'll open my bash profile. So what is bash profile? It's a config file for your bash shell. This is mainly used to export variables in your shell. Like in Windows, we are going to do the system variable setting from the advanced setting, right? So similarly, we are going to do that here. So I'll say vi.bash_profile. So this is the file where I will be adding Java home path. Okay. Now I have other paths here already written because I'm working with other multiple software on this machines. And now I'll go to the end of this file and I'll say export Java home equal to. Now what is the path we need to give for Java home? We need to give the path where the Java has been installed on your system. Okay, first let's go and find out that path. So let's go back to our finder. And then I have a folder called library here. So here there is a Java and then there is something called as Java virtual machines. So if you have a single Java or multiple Java versions installed, so all those versions you're going to see under this directory, which is Java virtual machines. And Java 1.0 is what we installed just now. So let me go and open that folder. There is something called as content and then home. And in this you have your JRE and bin folder. So that means I need to give my Java home path until here, till this home directory. So simply what I'm going to do is, I'll just go here, say get info, because I want to just copy the path. And what you can do is, you copy this path, okay, and then go back to your shell. And here I'm going to paste this path, plus I want it till the home directory. So I'm just going to type out HOME home. That is it. So you have now set your Java home environment variable. So simply you do save the file, escape:\wq and come out of it. And now what you need to do for this bash profile to be activated, you just exit out of this terminal. Okay, close this terminal window and I'll go ahead and open another terminal. So let me close this info text. So here, let me again give Java -version. Okay, so everything seems to be working fine. So this completes our Java installation. Now your system is ready and you have your Java up and running. Other thing which you also can do is go to your system preferences. Okay, here you will see this Java control panel. Okay, this is another way of finding out that your Java has been installed successfully on the machine. So you can just open this Java control panel, and if there is any settings which you want to do here, you can do it through your control panel also. Alright, let's close this. Let's minimize this window and this folder windows. So we have successfully done our step 1. So what's our step 2? We need to go ahead and install the Eclipse. Now same thing what I will do, I'll go to my browser, okay, and now I'll open another tab here and I'll say Eclipse download and we'll go to this eclipse.org. Now here, whenever you're going to do this installation, you will see the latest version appears here. My recommendation to you is, if you're working first time, instead of working on the latest version available, I would suggest that you work with the last stable version. And that's exactly what we are going to do today. So for me to go to the previous versions, I just need to go here on this download packages, click on it. Okay, so once you click on that, on this page, if you scroll down, you will see something called as more downloads. Right? In this, you will see all the builds of Eclipse which is available, all your previous versions. So since today I'll be working with 4.10 version, I will go ahead and click on this 4.10. This 4.10 was released last year, this is 2018 December. Okay, and now when you look at this installer, you have multiple packages available here. So depending on your need, you can choose which package you want to work with. So today for our demo, what I would be using is Eclipse IDE for Java developers. So since we are going to be working on Mac, I will go ahead and click on this downloadable. And then I'll click on this download, which is going to download this particular file for me. I've already downloaded this file and kept it in my folder. Let's go to my folder. Okay, it's not opening. So let me click from here. And then let's go to our Selenium demo folder and in that installers. Okay, so now do you see this? Eclipse Java 2018-12 R blah 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 .dmg. So this is the file which we are going to be using to install Eclipse. Now as simple as what we did for JDK, I'm going to double click on this and install the Eclipse. So let's see how the Eclipse gets installed. Alright, so now I'll just move this folder into applications. Done. So my Eclipse is ready now. So simply let's go ahead and launch. So what I'll do, I'll just simply search for that on my system. Eclipse. There you go. And I'll just double click this. There's an application downloaded from the internet. Are you sure you want to open it? Yes, please go ahead and open it. Okay, it is launching it. So did you see how simple the Eclipse installation is? It's just downloading the package and just installing it on your Mac machine. Alright, when you start the Eclipse for the first time, you need to set your workspace. So workspace is place where you're going to keep all your folders, all your Java code or whatever you're going to do in Eclipse, all under that particular directory. So right now it gives me a default directory. Rather, what I will do is, since I have created a separate folder for our demos, I will go ahead and select that folder, which is my Simply demo. And then in this, I will add a folder called workspace. Okay. So that means in this particular location, whatever files I'm going to create, whatever code I'm going to write in Selenium is going to be stored at this location. And then I'll go ahead and say launch. So it will take a minute to load your workbench. Yeah, there it goes. So when you launch your Eclipse, right? So let me just make this window bigger. The first screen, what you're going to see is the welcome screen. Okay. Just go ahead and close the welcome screen. And this is the first view of your Eclipse, what you're going to get. So let's close out all the windows which we are not going to be working today. And I just need this main screen here. Now, what is the first step you're going to do once you have the Eclipse? I would go ahead and create a project first. So I'll simply say open file new Java project. Let's give a nice name to this since this is our first project which is going to be created. So I'll say Selenium first project. Now, if you observe here, so we have a JDK already installed and Eclipse needs a JDK to work with. And what it has done while I create my new project, it has already given me an option to use the execution JRE which you already have in the system. Okay? That's why it has already chosen Java 1.8. In case you have multiple Javas installed, in that case, what you can do is you can always go here, select this and select the Java of your choice. So say if you have got the latest Java, which is Java 12 installed on your system, it will give you an option here along with Java Software 8, it will give you Java 12 here. So you can go ahead and select that for this particular project. That option is also available. Now since we have only one JDK installed here, I will go ahead and create this project. So I'll just click on finish and it's going to create a project for me. So there are a few default things which it gets created. One is definitely the JRE system libraries, right? This is what we told Eclipse when we created project that my Java is 1.8. So what it has done is it has imported all those jar file which it requires for our Java programs to work in our Eclipse IDE. And then it creates a SRC, which is your source directory, wherein we'll be creating all our Java code or our Selenium test scripts. Okay, good so far. So this is a simple way of installing your Eclipse and getting your Eclipse ready to work with your Selenium. Alright, so now let's go back. So we have done the installation of Java, we have done the installation of Eclipse. Now what's left? Just the Selenium. Right. So what is that we need for Selenium? Let's go back to our browser. Okay. And this time we will go to seleniumhq.org. So this is going to be a Bible for you if you're going to be working with Selenium. So in this website, what I do is I go to downloads. And there are two things which we need to download for us to work with Selenium. One is the Selenium standalone server. Right? So when you're going to be working with remote Selenium WebDriver is when you would require this. However, I would suggest that we download whatever is required for us, even though we might not use it immediately. So what I just need to do is I need to click on this and it's going to download this server for me. Okay? So I have already downloaded it and I'll show you that. And then what we need is the Selenium client and WebDriver language bindings. Okay, we need a client. So what is the client which you are going to work in? We are going to working with Java client with this Selenium. And for that, I need to go ahead and download this. If you're working on say C# or Ruby or Python, then you have the respective packages which you can go and download. Now, since we are going to be working with Java here, I would go ahead and click on this and this is going to download the Java client for me. Now, as I said, since I've already downloaded it, so let's go ahead and look at what are those downloadables, what we have. So let's close out this window. Now, if you see here, one is the Selenium server standalone, which we just downloaded. And then when you download the client libraries, what it does it creates a zip file. It downloads a zip file and it unzips it. And what is contained in that particular folder. So if you look here, Selenium Java 3. In this folder, you have multiple jar files, with which is what we'll be working with Selenium. Okay. So here you have 2 jar files here, and then under the folder libs, you have other jar files. Now these are the files which we will need. And now let's see how do we utilize this file in our Eclipse. So for that, let's go back to our Eclipse. Okay. So let me maximize this window. So in Eclipse, first thing what you need to do is click on your project. Okay. Right click on that. And then you have something called as build path. Go to the build path and say configure build path. Now here in this configure build path, what you need to do is go to your libraries. Okay. Go to add external jars. Now when you click on that, this is where you need to select all your jar files from what you have downloaded from the Selenium site. So that is present in our Selenium Java 3. So what I'll do, I'll simply select these 2 first. Okay. Then again you click on the external jar files. So what we have is in libs. So select all the jar files in the lib. Say open. Okay. You have all the jar files what we need identified here. Go ahead and click on apply and close. Once you do that, how do you know whether all those jars have been imported correctly? Go to the reference libraries. Here you should be able to see all the Selenium jars which we have downloaded to be listed out here. And so it lists here. So that means we have successfully imported Selenium. To test our installation, let's go ahead and write a small test script. So for that, I'll go to my source folder, right click, new, and we'll create a Java class. So let's name it Selenium first test. And I will also use a public static void main here. And I'll click on finish. Let's remove all these comments here which we do not need. So before even we write a first line of code, first what we need to do is create an object of WebDriver. So I will say WebDriver driver. Okay. So now if you see this error, it asks us to import this particular WebDriver class from a package. And that package is org.openqa.selenium. Okay, so now you can see this import statement. Now let's go ahead and write our test case. Now for this test case, what we will do is we will simply launch a browser, say Firefox browser, and we will also launch a website. Now I'll create a method for that. I'll say public void launch browser. So if you have looked at our previous videos on Selenium WebDriver basics, I have explained there that every browser which you want to work with in Selenium comes with its own driver. And this driver is what we need to download from the website of Selenium. And I'll show you how to do that. So if we go to that seleniumhq.org, under the downloads tab, if you go down, you will see something called as third-party drivers, bindings and plugins. So all the browsers supported by Selenium are listed here and their corresponding driver files are available. So now since we are going to be working with Firefox in this demo, I will go ahead and click on this latest release of Mozilla Gecko driver. So Gecko driver is the one which we'll be using for launching our Firefox. So just click on this and this will take you to the latest version of the Gecko driver available. So just scroll down and depending on the OS which you're working with, in our case it is a Mac OS. So just click on this file and download this file. Similarly, say if you are working with the Chrome driver, what you need to do is go to this Chrome driver, go to the latest, click on that and select the release which you want to work with and just download it. Now I've already downloaded this file and I'll just show you where they are. Alright, so in this directory, which is my installers directory, I have another directory created called as drivers. And what I do is usually I keep all my driver files under this folder. Okay, so I have a Chrome driver and Gecko driver already downloaded and kept here. Now let's go back to our code and see what is that we need to do to launch our browser. So there are 2 steps which we need to do for launching any browser which you want to work with. Right? First is you need to set a system property. So for that what I do is system.setProperty and this accepts a key and value pair. Now key for this is Gecko driver is what I need to provide here. And now that is in the quotes because it's a string argument. I say WebDriver dot Gecko dot driver. And the value is nothing but the path to your Gecko driver which you have just downloaded. Okay, let's go to my Finder. So that's here. So what I do is I simply right click on this file, get info, and I copy this complete path. Go to my Eclipse, paste this path here, and then the file name, which is Gecko driver. Done. So this sets a path to my Gecko driver. Now next step is actually launching the web browser. And how do I do that? I say driver equal to new Firefox driver. Now we need to do the same thing again. We need to import this class. So I say import Firefox driver. Alright. So now with these two steps, what we do is we simply launch the Firefox browser. And then let's go ahead and also launch a website, say amazon.in. So for that I have a command called driver.get, which accepts a URL. Now this URL needs to be a fully formed URL. So for that, what I do first is I go to my any browser, I launch the amazon.in website, okay, and then I copy this complete URL, go to my Eclipse and just paste it here. That's it. We are ready to launch the browser and launch amazon.in. So let's quickly create a class here, or object here of this class. So Selenium first test, obj equal to new Selenium first test. Done. And then I need to call the method, which is launch browser. Okay, so now I save this file. I do a right click on this and I say run as Java application. Now this should launch our browser, okay, which it just did, and then it should take us to amazon.in. Bingo. There goes our first script. So we have successfully executed our first script. So that means your Selenium is up and running successfully.
Let's talk about automation frameworks. Okay. So guys, to be precise with you, I'll be talking about the automation framework when we will start automation, but as that's a part of the automation basics, so I'll just give you a basic knowledge of it, that what automation framework is, and then we'll be seeing how we'll be going to create a framework. So first of all, what is automation framework? So it's a set of protocols, rules such as coding standards, object repository, and data handling. And beneficial in terms of code reuse, portability, maintenance. The framework provides the basis of test automation, simplifies the automation effort. So what happens actually when we need this automation? Suppose you are automating only one functionality, you have written only one test script. Of course, you don't require to write an automation framework for this, because there's only one script. If there is any change comes, you can go ahead and make that change and done. But when this one test script, one automation script becomes 100, then it becomes very difficult to manage them. Suppose in 100 test scripts, there is a username, there is a password. So there is a username and password in more than 10 test scripts. If that happens, then, and if there is any change comes in the password or in the username, you may have to go to the 10 test scripts separately and make the change, which will be very cumbersome process. And it may be possible that you made an error. Okay, it may be possible that somewhere you have written something different, somewhere you have written something different, or spelling error or space error may happen. Also, if I talk about what you have done, you have created your scripts, but that is keeping in mind for Windows. But what if you have to run it on Linux? Then you'll go back on all your scripts and make that change. What if you have written your script for Firefox browser and you may have to run it for Chrome browser? Then it will be difficult to make multiple changes. So it's always suggested that you create a framework for that, because framework is the one which will help you out and solve all these problems. Instead of writing one thing again and again, we will write it only at one place and reuse that again and again. It will be very easy for us to maintain it because that's in terms of framework, that's in the framework where you can make changes very easily. Portability, so of course you have written out of Windows and you can run it on any other operating system. The framework provides the basis of test automation and simplifies the automation effort. It is actually helpful when you have multiple scripts or multiple test cases. So framework is very important, and that's the reason if you go and say that you have done the automation or you have a knowledge of automation, they will always ask you about the framework. They will not go in the basics. They will always go with the automation. So it's very important. So what are the automation frameworks do we have? We have linear framework, we have structured framework, data-driven framework, keyword-driven, hybrid-driven. There are multiple types of frameworks we have. What is the methodology for automation? First of all, methodology means how you decide whether you need to automate or not. So first of all, you take a decision whether this project needs to be automated or not, because that is becoming very complex. You have time methodology, you have less resources, all those things. You have less budget. Because of that, you thought to automate that. When you have thought of automating it, what tool do you want to use? You think on that. So you pick 3 to 4 tools. It certainly depends. You pick 3 to 4 tools, create a proof of concept. Guys, are you all aware what is proof of concept? POC? Abhay is aware of that. Anyone who is not aware of that can just say. Anjane has heard of it. Kushal is aware of that. Okay, great. Not created on my own. Yes, that's perfectly fine, of course. Okay, Rasika says no. So guys, what is proof of concept is whenever you are, suppose you are shortlisting some tools. There are multiple automation tools in the market, correct? So how do you decide whether which tool is best for you? Of course, you can go ahead and, take a list of tools. You can see pros and cons of those tools, but those pros and cons of the tools depending on the blogger, depending on the editor who is writing about that particular tool. It may not be applicable, it may not be possible that those advantages or disadvantages are actually correct for your project. So always what we do, we shortlist few tools, like 3 to 4 tools. We develop or create a POC. Create a POC means you actually use those tools to automate one simple script. Use all 3 tools what you have shortlisted to automate a simple script, and then figure out the pros and cons of that tool based on your experience and based on what other people say. And then you create a PPT and show it to the management that this is the tools we have taken up, this is the POC, this is how it works, this is the advantage, this is the disadvantage, and then you shortlist one tool out of it. And that's what we call test tool acquisition. And it does not like you are talking and we are learning Selenium and you will go ahead and say Selenium and that's it, they will accept it. No. You have to tell them that this is the POC and this is the benefits of opting Selenium tool. And then if they are happy with that, then they will go ahead with that. They will say go ahead. Else they may ask you to come back or with more details and all that stuff. Okay. And it becomes very difficult to to impress your management when there is an existing tool running, like QTP is running, and you wanted to suggest them Selenium tool. Then it becomes very difficult because they may say that all the other projects are working perfectly fine with the QTP. Why should we go ahead with Selenium? What is the best part? So that's what you need to highlight and need to say that these are the things which automate with QTP. With Selenium, you can do that. So that's where test tool acquisition comes. Then you do the test planning, that what all test cases should be automated, and start developing your test cases or test scripts. Then you execute them and manage them. Then you show the result of all those test cases and send it to all the stakeholders. Then this is the result.
So in this video, we will be looking in detail about how the Selenium IDE works. So what is Selenium IDE? Selenium IDE was developed way back in 2006. It was created to facilitate a simple record and replay of the test automation. So record and replay tools were pretty much in vogue during this time. And the main advantage of using such tool was an automation engineer was not really required to know any knowledge of programming. He could just use this record replay tool and create the automation. And this IDE was available as a Firefox extension. So for one to use it, you need to just go ahead and install the extension on Firefox and then use its recording and record the steps of your test execution. It is a very simple interface which helps in building the automation scripts. And how this works? You just need to start the recording on IDE, perform your test steps on the browser, and these steps gets recorded in the script. And then what you could do is you could export the script into say a WebDriver or a JUnit, Ruby or any JavaScripts, and then you can use it. Now, however, the record and replay tool is not a very powerful automation tool, and hence this IDE is mainly used for prototyping or you could say demo purpose. Now, since Selenium WebDriver itself offers such powerful capability of creating robust test scripts, IDE more or less remains as a prototyping tool only. So in short, as I said, IDE is a part of overall Selenium set of tools and mainly developed to speed up the creation of test cases. And what is the other advantage of that? One need not really have any programming knowledge to use this tool. And mainly it is used for writing some quick tests for demo purposes. Advancements with the new Selenium IDE. Back in 2017, Selenium IDE development was completely stopped. The last supported Firefox version where this IDE was available as a plugin was Firefox 54. And from 55 onwards, the complete integration point was removed or it was completely broken. However, recently, Applied Tools helped revamp much of the Selenium IDE code. They basically rewrote the whole IDE code and then now they have released a new version under the Apache 2.0 license and it is completely managed by the Selenium community. Now let's look at some of the features of this. Now traditionally the Selenium IDE was only a Firefox plugin. However, the new IDE supports both the browsers, the Chrome and the Firefox, and thus making it cross-browser. So before even we start looking at the other features of the Selenium IDE, I would like to show you how do we install this Firefox plugin or the Chrome extension. So for that, let me go to my Chrome browser. So in the Chrome browser, what I'll simply do is I'll search for Selenium IDE for Chrome. So then let's go to this chrome.google.com and here you will see it as an extension Selenium IDE. So go ahead, click on Add to Chrome. So this will add this extension to your Chrome browser. So now it says Selenium IDE has been added to the Chrome. So how do you make out if it is added? So you can see this particular icon here which says Selenium IDE. So this is the way you can go ahead and install it on the Chrome. Now on the Firefox, I have already installed it since we want to use the Firefox as a browser for all the demos in this video. So here again you can see the Selenium IDE. So if I click on this IDE, it is going to open a window for me, and the first window when it opens, it says either open a new project or open an existing project, or simply you can start recording a new test case, in which case it creates a default project for you first. So what I will do is I'll say open an existing project, and I've already got a project created. So let me go to my folder where I have this project. So I have this project created and I've opened it. I also have a simple test case written. Now what this test case does is, let me show you here. It simply goes to google.com and then here what I'm doing is I'm searching for Selenium HQ documentation, and then I click on this site which says seleniumhq.org and docs. So which should take us to this particular website where the documentation is available. So this is a simple script which I have tried to write it in this IDE. So let's keep both these windows open and let's go back to our presentation to see the first feature of this Selenium IDE. The first feature, what it says is improved locator functionality. What are locators? So these are nothing but the techniques used for locating your web elements on your website. Now for example, in our example here, now the type here, the type which says name equal to Q. So name equal to Q is a locator. Now this is a locator of what? Initially if you saw, I went to google.com and this is the search button which I used, right? The search text and then I said enter. So this is nothing but your web element for which the locator is name equal to Q. Now what happens in IDE is when you record it, it has taken the attribute name and it has recognized this particular web element using this attribute. However, it also has a feature wherein it also records its multiple locators available for that particular web element. For example, it also has a CSS locator, it has an XPath locator. Now, how does it help here? Say for example, tomorrow this particular attribute name, right, for the search box, if it changes, then what ID does is when you execute this test script, it falls back on your other locators mentioned here in this dropdown. And then if none of these locators work, only then the test case is going to go and fail, not otherwise. So how does this help? This helps to make the test cases more robust. Otherwise, having just one locator, there is high possibility the test case might break or become pretty brittle as and when the web elements change their attributes. So this is what the locating techniques are. And that is how they have improved the locator techniques in the functionality in the new ID. Now what's the next one? Parallel execution is possible with this new ID. So the first ID, the traditional one, the parallel execution was not possible. However, this is a new feature which has been added. So we will be looking in detail how to work with this parallel execution later in this video. Next is you can add control statements in your scripts. Now what are these control statements? Like if else, while loops, for each loops, and even the switch case. The earlier ID also had this provision, but you had to install a plugin to enable the use of this control statements. And now with this new ID, it is available out of box. Automatically waits for page to load. In any automation, synchronization between your application under test and your automation scripts is very important. Your script should not run faster than your application. Otherwise, your scripts are going to start failing. So it is necessary to have enough load times on the operations of your web elements and also enough load times on your page. Now this load time ensures that all the elements of your web pages and the page itself is loaded completely before even a single line of script is run. This new ID takes care of providing that enough wait time. And also you have a global set speed option which you can use to control your execution of your scripts. So that is something which I will show you now. So if I go back to this, so can you see this clock icon here? So it says test execution speed. So what you can do is, right now it is set to the fastest, so I can actually control the execution speed here. So right now I've just kept it a little slower. So let's see how our test scripts run. So you'll be able to see a remarkable difference when I slow down the complete speed of this. So now do you see how slow it is? Initially when I ran it, you were unable to see what I entered in the search field of the Google, right? So now it's really taking time on each of the steps which we have mentioned there. So now it is executed successfully. So next it supports embedded code. You can run a simple JavaScript from your test script, right? And how do you run that? By using a simple command called as execute. Now let's see how do we do that. So let's take the same example here. Now, after clicking this, okay, so this is our ID. So what I will do is I'll first execute this test case, and then in the end, where I will show you how do we add a simple JavaScript and do some function. So let me get the speed back to a little normal because we do not want to waste too much time. So I'll just play the script once. So now we are in the Selenium documentation. Now if you look at this page, this is a pretty long one. So now I'm going to write a simple JavaScript wherein I scroll down towards the end of this page. That's all I'm going to do. Now for me to do that, what I can do is in my script itself, I can just add another line here. Okay, here I will say add a new command. Here I'll say execute script, which is my command. And what is the script which I want to execute? It's a Java script which I'm going to write here. I'll say window dot scroll by, and I'm just going to mention some coordinates here. Start from 0 and I'll say 1500. Okay, this is all my code is. And now I'll simply run this test again. Let's see what happens. So it's going to the documentation now. It's clicked on the link. Okay, it's moved down. Do you see this? Initially, it was right here on the top of the page. And once the JavaScript was executed, it brought me somewhere to the middle of this page. Okay, that is how you can insert snippets of JavaScript, and it has to be in context with your currently selected window. Okay, and that's how you run it. Alright, let's go back to our PPT again. What's the next feature? So every IDE has a debugger which allows step execution, adding of breakpoints. Now, apart from just having a breakpoints or adding the step execution, there is another feature which it provides called, I will show you that, which is called as pause on exception. So let's close this window and let's just keep this IDE window open here. Right? So can you see here pause button? It says pause on exception. So what it does is, if you enable this button, okay, and when you're running the script, so if at all there happens to be an exception in your script, it stops the execution at that particular exception for you. And we will see this in detail when we look at complete debugger for the IDE. can be integrated in CI. Since you can execute scripts from command line, right? We also talked about the parallel execution, and you can also export the scripts to any of the programming language you want. So since you can do that, these scripts can be run from command line, and hence they can also be integrated with your Maven project, and through Jenkins you can run it. And that's how you achieve your CI. Working principle of Selenium IDE. Selenium IDE works on a very simple principle. One is the recording. It records user interactions with the browser, and which forms basically your IDE script. And using this IDE script, which is a recorded script, you execute the script and verify and monitor for its stability and success rate. And thirdly, what you can do is you can simply save your recorded script for your future runs or regression testing. And these scripts can be saved either in the form of an IDE project itself, or you can also export these test scripts into the form of a JavaScript or your Ruby scripts or even the WebDriver scripts. Now let's look at the components of this IDE interface itself. The first one is the menu bar. So let's go back to our IDE window. So here in the menu bar, what you can see is a project name. So either you can edit the project name here, or you can simply create a new project, open an existing project and save the current project. Okay, so these are all the options available. And since we have already created a project here, I will not be showing how to create a new project, so that we can do it little later. Now next one is the toolbar. So this is the toolbar what we have here for the IDE. Now there are multiple components in the toolbar. So let's see one by one. So it says run all test. Now if you have multiple test cases written, okay, so this is an option where all the tests can be run one after the other. This is to run your current test which the focus is on. So currently our focus is on search test. So if I click on this button, it is going to execute the search test for me. IDE has this debugger option where you can do a step execution, right? You can do step-by-step execution using this option. We'll see how to do that. So for example, let's say we start from here, okay, and I click on this. So what it does is basically it has just executed the first step for me. So let's keep this side by side so that we can observe the complete execution. Now, if I go and press on this again, step over current command. So that is the next command it is going to execute. Now it says type into this. Alright, so now you can see this Selenium HQ documentation. Okay, then again I say step, send keys, which it said enter. And then it is going to click on that documentation, which it did. And now we have a script written which scrolls down on this particular page. So let's execute that, and that is what it is. So this is how the step execution happens. So let's close this window and let's come back to our IDE window. Then we have buttons here where you can say record or you can stop recording. Okay, then you can pause the execution, and then there are other options available for disabling breakpoints. So basically you can add breakpoints anywhere here. So for example, if I want to add a breakpoint on the click here, so what I have to just do is I have to just click here. So this adds a breakpoint. And if you want to remove all those breakpoints, you just say disable those breakpoints. So when you run the script, even though you have a breakpoint available here, for that particular run, your breakpoint will be disabled and your execution will not stop at this point. And let's enable them for now. And what we will do is we'll just run the script until there. So now it has stopped here at this click. Now from here, either you can execute the rest of the test case by just clicking on this run button, or you can stop the execution. Okay, so for now what we'll do is we'll just stop the execution. So once you stop the execution, you will see that this is in red, which means that this particular line was not executed or it failed, either of the things, because you have aborted at this particular line. And the rest of the things what you see in green, it shows that all these test steps have been executed successfully. So what is our next component? Let's come back here. So we saw the menu bar here, we saw the toolbar, we saw start and stop of recording, address bar. Now what is this address bar? So this address bar is where you actually write your URL from where you want to start your recording. And as and when you start writing more and more test cases, it keeps a complete history of all the websites which you are working on. Next, then we have a test script editor box, which is this. So let me just minimize this little bit. Okay, this is nothing but your test script editor box, and this is where all your script steps are, all your interactions are recorded. Now there are 4 attributes in this. Okay, can you see a command? Now command is nothing but the actual operation or the action performed on your web element. So there are multiple actions you can perform. Like in this case, we have something called as open, we have got type, we have got send keys, and we have got click. So these are all the Selenium commands which are available. And then we have something called as target. Now this target is nothing but the web element on which you want to perform the action. And now this target, as I said earlier also, it is identified by multiple locating techniques. And if you click on any of this, like we looked at the name here, now similarly, the website which we are clicking on, if you look at it, there are multiple locating techniques which are available here. So the one right now which is being used is the CSS identifier. You can also have XPath here, which is a relative XPath. So these are all the locating techniques, and this is which is applied on the target. Value. So value is an optional field. So you can send any value to your web element. For example, in this case, where we are sending the value, which is our text, which is Selenium HQ.documentation. So this is the value which I want to send it to as a search text to my google.com. And then comment or the description. So here you can mention any description about that particular line which you have recorded. For example, I can say here, sending search text to the Google search input box, and this gets recorded here against your instruction. Now let's look at the test case pane. Now test case pane, that is here. So if you look here, now it contains all the test cases which you have recorded. Now there are multiple things here. One is your tests. Say I can always go ahead and create another, say test case 2. Okay, I can add a few more test case here, test case 3. So all these test cases are here. Now I can also have a test suite. Now there is already a test suite which I have created, which is called the Google Suite. And now if I want to add test cases under this, what I can do is I can just say add tests. And now I can add any of these tests which I just created under this test suite. So say I've selected the first 3 and I've added it. So we have test suite, we have tests here, and then executing. So executing is basically, it shows the particular test case which is currently in the execution mode. So whichever test case we run, you will see all the test cases listed here which have been executed at that point of time. That is your test case pane. And then we have test log and reference. This is a very important window which you need to be aware of. Now here, this is a running log. So as and when you are going to run your test cases, the every instruction, the every test step, as and when it runs, it is going to log here, whether it has passed, whether it has failed, whether the command was executed properly or not. And this is how it records it. It's a running log. Also, there is something called as reference tab. Now, for example, just go ahead and let's select one of this command which you have written here, which is send keys. Now, this reference, it will show you the complete description of the command and how to use that command. So say for click, it says reference is click locator, clicks on the target element. It gives you a complete detail of what exactly the command does. Let's create a test script now for say Amazon.in. So let's go back to our IDE. What we will do is we'll create a completely new project. So I'll click on the create new project. Are you sure you would like to without saving it? Yes, proceed further. And let's give the name as Amazon project. Now in this new project, what I will do is I'll say I'll add a test, and my test name is search iPhone. Now basically what is the use case which I'm going to automate is I will launch Amazon.in and I will search for iPhones. And once I get the iPhones, let's verify the title of that particular page. Now just the simple steps, we'll go ahead and do that. So for that, first what I need to do is I need to enter the URL. Now this URL needs to be a fully formed URL. So for that, what I will do, I'll first launch Amazon.in on any browser. I'll just copy this URL and I can close this browser window. And in this URL address space, I would say Amazon.in and I'll say enter. And now I would click on this recording button which says start recording. So once I do this, what it does is it launches the web page with Amazon.in, and from there I can start recording my script. So let's do that. I'll say record it. So let me just keep this window side by side so that you can see what is happening on the IDE window here. Now here, what I will do is I'll click on the search and I'll say iPhone and I will click on the search button. And here I will also click on this bestseller. Once I'm in this window, I'll say right click. Now, when your Selenium IDE is in the recording mode, you will get this option here which says Selenium IDE, and there are a lot of options here which you can select. Now for this particular moment, what I want to do is I want to assert the title. So I'll just put an assertion point here for assert title, and then I will close my browser window. Now let's see what are all the commands which it has recorded. Let's go one by one. Right? So it is done. It is opening the Amazon.in. It is setting the window size. Fine. It clicked on the to search window button, and then iPhone is what we are searching, and then it said submit it. It's basically clicking on that button, and then we said we also want to open the bestseller link, and here is our assert title. Right? So it's a very simple test. So let's go ahead and execute this. Now, since I also have a close command here, this script is going to execute so fast that you will not be able to make out all the steps what we have written. So for that, what I will do is I will comment out this line. Now, how do you comment out any command here? Just select the command, and can you see here enable and disable command? Just click on it. So now your command is disabled. Also, what I will do is I will reduce the execution speed so that you should be able to see exactly what is happening. So let's go ahead and execute this test first. So I'll say run current test. Okay, I have not stopped the recording. So that is the first thing. After closing the window, I also need to click on the stop recording. Now your script is ready to be executed. So let's go and run the current script. Again, I'll just bring this side by side so that you can see each of these commands being executed here. Okay, it has searched for the iPhone. It's clicked on the bestsellers, and it has done the title assertion. Now, if you look at the log here, as I said, see every step, as in when it was executed, it has been logged here. Can you see here? And it puts an OK, and it color coded in green, which says that this particular command was executed successfully. Now let's go ahead. Now this is what we did by simply recording all the steps from the browser. Now one more thing what we will do is say I want to continue recording here, right? I've not completed my test case. So what you can still do here is you can come towards the end of the script and press on record button again, and then you can continue recording from here. Now say for example, after the bestsellers what we have got, say I want to click on say hot releases, hot new releases. So I do that. Okay, it says it has recorded the click, and then I want to stop the recording. Just the another step is what I wanted to add. Now it has stopped the recording. So can you see this new line which has got added? So that means you really need not restart recording all the steps again if you want to add something in the middle of your script. You can always go towards the end of the script or anywhere in between, and you can add more commands there, or you can record anywhere in between the script. And that is how this does. So let's go ahead and again execute this. Then I will show you another feature of this. Okay, it's done the title assertion now, and it has also clicked on hot new releases. Done. Now let's say for example, I need to add another command here. Now instead of going ahead and using this recording, what I will do is I'll manually add certain command here. Say for example, let's go to this Amazon website and say you want to click on this cart. So let me add a command manually here. So what is my command? My command is click. And then what is that I want to click? I need to identify that web element. For that, I can use this here which says select the target in the page. So I click on that and I simply select this target, which is my cart. And that is all I need to do. So my command is written there. So I'll just simply go ahead and execute this again. Let's see what happens. So let me close this window here. Okay, let's run this test cases. Bring this window to the side. So now you can see one by one the instructions being executed. Okay, the iPhone has been searched. The bestseller has been clicked, assert title. So it says your shopping cart is empty. So that means it is successfully able to click on the cart. So now with using ID, there are multiple things you can do. You can simply record your script while you are running your test case. You can add a command all by yourself. You can stop recording anywhere and again restart from the same point. Now we have our complete test script ready. Now let's go ahead and save this. So how do you save this? Simply go here and save your complete project. So all the projects from the ID are saved as .side file. So let's name this as Amazon project and I will save it. So if I show you in my Finder how it looks like, this is the project we created. So it always stores with the file extension .sid, right? That is Selenium ID. Now, also I said you can export test cases into multiple format. So search iPhone is my test case. So what I can do is I can just say right click and I can say export. Now right now you can see only 3 options. It says Java JUnit, JavaScripts and Python. However, the older IDE had multiple options of export which had even the WebDriver scripts and also the JavaScripts. This is still in works and they would be adding more support for other programming languages here. So but for now, the only options what is available to us is Java JUnit, JavaScript and the Python. So let's go ahead and export this into Java JUnit. So it's just going to simply save it as .java file. So let me go here in the IDE test. I'll save this file. So if you go back to my Finder, you can find our search iPhone test.java. So you can open that Java file. You can see here. It's a simple JUnit test. It is exported into. So if you have an Eclipse IDE, you can use this test and execute it from your Eclipse IDE. Selenium commands. Selenium commands can be broadly classified into three: action commands, accessors, and assertions. What are action commands? Action commands are the commands which interact directly with the web elements on your application. So let's look at what these commands are. So if we go back to our previous example where we had written a test script for Amazon.in. So if you look at all these things like open, set window size, click, type. So these are all nothing but called as action commands. And if you go here, you can see, let me do one thing. So let me just come to a blank line. And now let's look at the list of commands. So you have a whole list of commands here listed in the alphabetical order. Like add selection, there are multiple assert commands which is made available to you, and then there are set of commands where you say click or click at a particular location, closing the browser, using a debugger command, double click, drag and drop, echo. I'll just explain how to use an echo command. So this is a command which is not used on your web element but something which you want to say display on your console. And then there are if-else statements which are used as commands here. Then you have something called as execute script for you to execute any, say, JavaScript or any different script which you want to execute from your test script here. And then you have few mouse commands here. Open, which is what we use for opening an URL, pause, and so on. So there are multiple commands which you can look at and try to use these commands in your script. So these are all called as the action commands. So let's go ahead and use this echo command and see what it does. So now in the same script, what I will do is towards the end of the script, I'll just add this command. I'll say echo and say I want to just display a message saying that this is the end of the script execution. That is all I want to do. Now I'll just go ahead and run this, and what we want to observe here is how this particular message what we have given here is displayed on the console in the log. So now if you observe here, so go to this last statement what we have. So it says after clicking on the card, it said echo, this is the end of the script. So this is what we displayed using the command echo. Okay, so this is how you can use the echo command. Another feature here, what you can do here is, now say for example, I just added a simple echo statement here. Now for me to execute that, what I did was I executed the complete script. You really need not do that always. Instead of that, what I can do is I can just come to this particular line. I can just say right click and I can say play from here. So what it does is from this point, it is going to play the script for me and not right from the beginning of the script. So I'll show you how. Now with this command, if you look here, see it started running the script here. It says running search iPhone. And then it executed only one command which says echo, this is the end of the script. So this is also possible to do with the IDE. Accessors. Accessors are the Selenium commands that examine the state of an application and store the results in a variable. So these are those commands which allow the user to store, say, certain values into your user-defined variables. And these stored values can be later on used either to create assertions or you can have some verification points created. So let's see some of the store commands in action. So I have few store commands here which I'll be demoing. So first one is a store. So simply using a store command, you can store any kind of user-defined messages in a variable. And then after that, you can either use it for displaying it on your console or you can do some assertions with that. Similarly, store title. So you can store the title of any of the web page under test, then store text. So store text is basically used to capture the text attribute of any web element on your web page and store it in a variable, use it as an assertion point. Store value. So store value again is used to store the value attribute of any web element. Like, so you have a lot of web elements on the web page and say one of the attributes is what you want to do an assertion on. So what you can do is you can use the store value command here, get the value attribute of your web element and store it in a variable. So let's see all these commands in action. So let's go back to the same example. So we have this Amazon test script example. So what I'll do is say instead of using Amazon, let's do one thing. So let's create another test case itself. So I'll go here, I'll say add new test and I will name this test as accessor test. And we will use the same Amazon site here. I'll say click on start recording, keep this window side by side. So first we will look at store title. So simply what I need to do is go to this Amazon site which we have launched, right click on this go to the Selenium ID and you have multiple options here. So go ahead and select store title. So once I click on that, it is going to ask me the variable name where I want to store the title of this page. So let's create a variable here. I'll say var title and I'll say okay, done. Now come back to your IDE. Alright, so I will stop the execution here. Now I have this store title command. I created a variable called var title and I'm storing the actual title into this variable. So let's also display this on our console. So I'll add a command here, echo, and in target, how do I use the variable now? This is the way to use it. I'll say $, and in flower braces, I will give the variable name which I have defined earlier. So it is var title. Okay, so this is all my script is where I'm storing the title of the web page and I'm displaying it in my console or the log. So now there are some extra commands which gets added here. Now because we are doing the recording on that, so whatever the mouse movements happen, it is going to record. We do not need this, so I will go ahead and delete this particular command. So let's close this window and execute this test first. So the script has executed successfully, but let's go and see whether did we get the title displayed on the console. Yes. So it did open the Amazon site. It has set the window size. It captured the title here in this line. And then after assigning it to the variable, we said echo and that variable name, and it is displayed as the title of the page. So now similarly, let's go ahead and let's see how do we use the store text command. Now for store text, I need an use case here. Say for example, what about this cart? Let's say we want to display the text of this particular element. Now the text of this element is cart. So now instead of again going and re-recording all the steps, I will simply manually add this command. So now after displaying the title, okay, so let's go ahead here and I will say store text. And in store text, I need to pick the text from this web element cart. So what I will do is I'll use this target, select target, and I will select this particular element which is cart. After this, I need to create a variable where it can be stored. So I'll say var cart text. Now similarly, I will also display it using echo command. Echo $ in the flower braces. I'll say var cart text. So let's execute this and then let's look at the other command. So I'll just say I'll close this window again, run this test. So now look at this log lines. So our last statements was storing the title and displaying the title. After that, we added store text. Okay, so here is the command. It said it is executed successfully. It was able to retrieve the text from the element cart, and the text retrieved was cart, and which is what got displayed with the echo statement on our console. So now let's move to our next store command, which is store value. Now as I said, store value for us to use, that particular web element should have the attribute value. So first let's examine which element we can take and display the value. Now on the same website, I have the search button. So I will right click on this and I say inspect element. Now look at all the attributes of this element. It is of type input, it has a class name, it is of type submit, and also it has this value attribute which is go. And this is exactly what I want to retrieve and print. So we will be using the search button. Now similarly, same thing what I will do here. I'll go ahead, add a command here. I'll say store value. Same way, I will select the target. I'll say select target from page. I will click on the search button. Alright, so here it has taken the target here. In the value, I will mention the variable name where I want to store the value. So I'll say var button and value. And similarly, I will say echo and I will print the value of this variable, which is $var btn value. Let's go ahead and execute this. I'll say run current test. So it has taken the title, it has printed the value on the line 7. So it says store value on this particular element, and the value was stored in the variable var btn value. So that command was successful, and the value actually which was got stored and which we retrieved using echo statement was go, and that's exactly what we had here. If you want to check again, go here to inspect element, the one which is highlighted. So as we said, the value is go, and that's exactly got printed on our console. Now apart from this, I also said there is a simple command which is just store. So let's use that also. Now after all this, here I will say store and say we want to just store a user message. I would say a target as all store commands demoed, and this message I will capture it in a variable, say var string, since it's just a text, and then like I did it in the others, var string, then I'll say echo and the variable name. So now if we close this, and one way to do it is execute the complete test, so which will execute all our store commands. And also the last line is this, the line number 9 in the log, which says the store command which we use to store the text, all store commands demoed, and that is also displayed using the X. So all the store commands we have demoed successfully. Now let's close this window and go back to our presentation. So this is all about the accessor command. Now what do we have after accessor? So we have something called as assertions. Now what is an assert? So assertion is nothing but it verifies the current state of an application with an expected state. So this is something where you compare your actual result with the expected result. Now assertions are of 3 different types. One is assert, verify and wait for. Now what does assert does? When the assert command is executed and if it fails, right, the test stops immediately after this statement. So if you are asserting, say, a title of a page, and if you find that the title of page is not as expected, as soon as it finds that failure, your rest of the test is not going to run, and it's going to immediately stop the test, and also it is going to flag the test case as fail. What is verify? Verify is something where this Selenium ID, it logs that particular assertion as fail. However, it would continue with the rest of the steps in the test case. And then at the end of it, your overall test case is flagged as fail. That is what verify does. So verify is called as soft assertion, whereas assert here is called as hard assertion. Why it is called hard assertion? Because as soon as an assert statement fails, the complete test execution stops at that statement. Whereas in soft assert, what happens is after the failure happens, the test continues with the rest of the steps and it completes its execution and then flags the test case as failure. And when is this usually used? In cases like, as the same example, say if you are asserting a title, you really do not want the test case execution to stop even if there is a failure. Why? Because none of your steps are going to be dependent on this assertion point. And this is where you will require a soft assert. Wait for. Wait for is something which waits for a certain condition to be true. After that, it proceeds to your further steps. So if the condition goes false here, for whatever, say if you are waiting for an element to appear on the web page, and if that element does not appear, the test fails. However, it carries forward and completes the test by executing the rest of the steps and then flags the complete test case as a failure, which will be something similar to a soft assert. So let's see all these things in action. Let's go back to our IDE. We will create another test case here. So I'll say assert test. Now for this, what's the example we can take? So first for assert title, let's do the assert title on Amazon itself, and let's change the same test case to verify and see how this test case behaves. Now for this, I will launch the recorder with the same amazon.in. Okay, my recorder is launched. Now simply I will go to this website and I'll say right click, Selenium IDE, and I'll say assert title. Then I will stop the recording. Now here I will remove this command which has got added, which I don't need. So this is my assert title. Now we have already seen assert title passing in a couple of our other examples. Now I want to show you a failure on assert. So for that, what I will do, I will modify this actual title. So here in the last line, I'll just remove this amazon.in. So now ideally this test case is going to fail for us because the title which it is expecting and what it is comparing against are not the same. First, let's execute this. Well, I also need to show some statements after this. So what I will do is, let's add few more statements here. So let me start the recording here again. Say after asserting the title, we want to go and click on this bestseller, and then I will close this. Now let's execute this. Stop the recording and execute this test. Now do you see this? Assert title is in red. That means it has failed the validation here. So you see here in the log, it says open the site done, set window size done. When it comes to assert title, it says actual value was something different and it did not match with what you were trying to look for. Assert test ended with one error. Now after this assert, please observe that there are no other statements which got executed. The test stopped right away after this failure. This is called as hard assert. Now let's go ahead and change this assert title to verify title. So simply what I will do, in the command itself, instead of assert, I'll say verify title. And now let's execute this and see what happens. Now let me close this window first and then I'll say run test. Running assert test, amazon.in was opened, window size was set, verify title failed. because the titles were different, because we have modified that. However, do you see this fourth line being executed? Click on link test bestseller and click on close. Now, since it was a very fast execution and I closed the browser, probably you were not able to see the bestsellers clicked here. That is fine. But in the log, we can see here that the steps 4 and 5 got executed. Even after the title, verify title, step failed. And if you compare it with the previous example where assert title failed, the 2 lines after that, the line 4 where we are clicking on the bestseller and closing the browser are not getting executed. So this is the main difference between the verify title and the assert title. So now let's look at wait for. How do we use wait for? Now for wait for, I want to look at some kind of website where it would load an element dynamically after a while. So for that, I have a website here. Let's create a new test again. Let's go to the tests pane. I will say assertion test. And now let's go to a browser. We open a new window and there is a demo site which I want to use. So let me search for that and then I will use that URL. So I'll say internet. I'm going to use the dynamic loading. Do we have here? Yes, dynamic loading page, element rendered. Now, see, if you look at this website, when I press on the start button, right, after a while, this hello world text is going to appear on this web page. So in our use case, what we will do, we will launch this website, we will click on the start button, and then we will put an assert on this text using wait for. Let's do that. So let's go here. Let me copy this. This is the one. Let me say Control C, and in my new test, I'll say Control V, and then I'll say start recording. So it's going to launch this. So let's close the previous windows. Now in this, I'm just going to click on start. So that is going to get recorded. Done. And now, while the recording is still on, I will add a command here for wait for. So I'll say wait for element visible. That is exactly what we are saying, right? So wait for is used for a condition and until that condition is true. So I am saying here, please wait for this particular element, which I'm going to give it in target, until it is visible. Now the target is, I'm just going to select the target from this web page itself. So I'll say select target and I'm going to select this particular text. Come back here to your ID. So wait for the element to be visible. What is the element to be visible? Is this hello world text. And then you need to give a value here. Now what is this value? Since we are using wait for, we need to mention a timeout. So we have to tell basically to ID that, okay, wait for say 1 second, 2 seconds or 3 seconds, whatever it is required. And that timeout value needs to be mentioned here. So, and this is in milliseconds. So what I will say is, I'll say, so let's fail this test case first. So I'll use a little lesser timeout. So I'll say 3000. So that is 3000 milliseconds, which is 3 seconds. That is it. And then we can say, so what we'll do here is we'll add an assert. So I will say assert text. Now what is the assert text I'm going to do? I need to look for the same element. So I'll simply say select target, this one. And what is that I'm going to assert with? I'm going to assert with the same text. So I'll just copy this text and I'll put it in the value. There's another way of doing that, which we have done it previously. So I can just go here, do a right click, go to Selenium ID, and I can say assert text, which is basically going to give me the same command. So let me just go ahead and remove one of them. Either of them you can remove. Okay, so let's stop the recording. I will not close this browser because I want you to see how the dynamically loaded element behaves. And we'll go ahead and execute this. So I'll say stop recording and I'll say execute this test. Now it's here. All right. So it's waiting. Okay, it is failed. Now see this. So it says wait for element visible. After that, the value we have mentioned is 3000. That is wait for 3 seconds, which was not enough and it failed with saying that unable to locate the element within the timeout period. Now let's go ahead and change it to a passing value. So I will say 10,000 here, which is 10 seconds. So let's close this. And let's again execute this. Bring this to a side so that we can see, okay, it is waiting on that wait for element. Now look at the problem here. What we have done is we have closed the website and after that we have added the assert text. So this is a mistake what we have done. And hence, though it has found that element here for wait for, what did it do? It went ahead, closed the window, and after that it's definitely not going to find the assert text, right? So that's the mistake what we have done. So let's go ahead and debug this. So what we will do, after this wait for element, we want this assert to be put after that. We don't need this click content because this was an additional step which got added. Delete it and then close. Okay, fine. So now let's go ahead and rerun this. So I'll say run current test. I'll move this to a side. Okay, it's waiting. All right, done. So now it is able to do an assert text on this. All right. So this is how you use the wait for. Key features of Selenium IDE. Let's look at the first feature, reusability of test scripts. So many of the test scripts have test steps that involves signing into an application or creating an account. Like for example, a login screen is a very key example in this case, where whenever you are testing your application, first you need to log in and then perform any other test. So now it's going to be a redundant or a waste of time to recreate the login steps again and again for each and every test case. So we do not want to definitely do that. So as we know, since a record and replay tool does not have enough capability of writing common test cases or a common functions and calling those common functions like our regular Selenium WebDriver has. However, what IDE is done is it has given us a provision to run one script from another script. So what basically what we do here is, especially for a login, we write one test case which is going to log into your application and call this test case in the other test cases. So let's take a look at how this works. So for that, let's go to our IDE. So in this IDE, we'll do one thing. Let's go ahead and create a new project. So let's say login project. In this project, I will create a new test case. We'll call it as login test. Let's say add. Now in this login test, I need to give a URL. Now for this purpose, I will be using again a demo site. So first let me launch a demo site here, file new window, and I will say the demo site co.uk. Okay, this is a simple demo site which has a login functionality. Right, so here I will go to the login screen. Now this also allows me to add few users, and using the same users we can go ahead and do the login. Now coming back to our login page, so this is the URL which I need to launch, which is going to give us username and password we'll use to log in into this application. So give this URL here and say start recording. Move this window here for recording and this here. Now what is the first step we want to record? We want to come here, click on the username, and I'll say user1, okay, and I'll say password pwd1, and I will click on test login, and then what we will do is we will assert this text. So here I'll say right click, Selenium IDE, assert text. That's it. And then I will close the browser. Okay, this is all my test is. Now come back to your IDE. Let's see if there are any unnecessary commands which it has taken. Okay, click, type, all done. And now for the time being, I'm going to comment out this close command because I want the browser to be still open so that we can see the actual test execution properly till the end of the script. This is the login test case. Now simply if I run this, let's execute this. Let me execute this and show, stop the recording and execute this test case. So it typed user1, it typed pwd, which is my password here, and then clicked on the button, and then definitely it was the wrong password. So it gave me failed login. So this is passed. Fantastic. However, this is with one value I have used it, but this is a function which I want to use it every time. And also a probable use case I might have is that I might need to log in with a different user ID and password. And apart from that, even just to test this login test page, I would want to test with multiple user ID and password, like valid credentials and invalid credentials. Now for that purpose, what we will do is we will parameterize this name, that is user ID, and the password. And how do I parameterize it? Simply go here. Instead of giving a hard-coded value here, what you can do is just say, use any variable name here, and we'll define this variable somewhere else. So I'll say username. This is the variable. Similarly, for my password, in my value field, instead of a hard-coded value, I'll say $, and I will say password. Now I cannot run this program as it is because this variable is not defined in the login.test. What I will do now is I will create my actual test case. So I'll say here, I'll say invalid credential as my test case, and I'll say add. Now here is where I will assign values for my variable. Now which are those variables I need to use? Username and password. So I need to assign some value here and then call this function login test. So let's do that. In this video, previously we also saw how do we use user variables and how do we assign value by using the store command. So I'm going to say store, and then my target is going to be the actual value. So user1, and where is that I'm going to pass this? To my variable username. So let's just check once if the variable name is username. Yes. All right, done. Now I have done the username. Now I need to pass the password. So I'll say store, the actual password, which is pwd1 in my case. And what is the variable I need to use here? I have to use password because that's the variable which we have used in login test here. And then After that, I need to use a command which is called as run. Now what this run command does is run, and whatever target you give, which is basically your another test case, it is going to run the test case. Now in our case, our test is login test. This is all our test case is going to be. Okay, so what is that we do in this test case? We created a variable username and password and assigned the actual username and password. And then we are just calling this login test. And in this login test, this username and password will get passed, which will be user1 and pwd1, and then it will execute this test with the value which we have passed to this variable names. So now which test case we need to run? The invalid credential. So let's go ahead, close this window and execute this test. Executed. So now look at the log of this invalid credential test. See here, running login test called by invalid credential. Before that it said store this value, store user1 in the value username, that is your variable. This is this line, and then the password. Then it says run login test. So it called the login test functionality, and in the login test we have all this clicking on the password field, clicking on the username, and then asserting the text, and that's exactly what is done here. This is how you use it. So now let's write one more test here for the same login test. So let me add another test. I'll say valid credentials and I'll say add. Now same thing I will do here. I'll say command store. My target will be, now I'll say user3, value will be username, right? Okay. Now second command will be again storing. This time it is for the password. My password is pwd3 and the variable name is password. And same thing, I'll just call run and my login test. That's it. So now similarly, let's run this test and see what happens. Now this test is going to fail. Why? Let me close this window. I don't need this. Why did this test case fail? Because my assertion point, let's go to the tests, I'll show you. My assertion point in login test is look for failed login. However, we created a test case for valid credentials, right? Because our valid credentials said that the login was successful, which did not match with what we were asserting, which is fine, right? So we just wanted to see whether we can write a test case with valid credentials and invalid credentials. And this is how you do that, by passing the variables through your test case to your actual test case. The next feature is the debugger in the IDE. Like every other IDE offers a debugger functionality, so does Selenium IDE. So let's look at what are the different functions available for us in the debugging. So there are multiple functionalities which the Selenium IDE offers us. So one is called as the step execution. So for us to look at how each of these debugging techniques work, what I'll do is let's go ahead and create a new test script. So let's go to our IDE and I will create a new test case. So I'll say new test case. Let's use Facebook login this time. So I'll say FB login test, or we'll just say FB test. So now for this FB test, I would go ahead and use the Facebook login page. So I'll just copy this URL, paste it here, and then I will minimize this other Firefox window and I will launch the recorder now. So I'll click on start recording. Now let's keep this side by side. And what is it we are going to do here is, let's do a simple login functionality. So I'll just use some email ID here. So I'll say myuser@gmail.com. This is just a dummy user ID and password I'll use, and I'll say password as password1. Then I'll click on login button. Let's stop the recording here. So let's read the script once, whether it has got everything, whatever we need. Okay, it has launched Facebook. It clicked on email ID. There's a double clicks here because I happen to click twice on the email ID field. So what I'll do, I'll remove one. We don't need it. And then I'm typing the keys, which is myuser.gmail. And then I'm clicking on the password field, typing the password and clicking on the login button. And then once I do that, okay, so I'm going to get this page as the password you have entered is incorrect. So let it be. So we will use the script until here and check out some of the login options. Okay, so we have completed writing of the script. Let me go ahead and close this window. Now, first thing what we will do is we'll just simply execute the script. So we have to just say run current test. So it's going to log in your Facebook. It'll enter myuser@gmail. It'll enter the password. It'll log in, and that's about it. So now your script is executed. Now let's go into the debug mode. As we said, there are multiple options for debugging. What is the first option? Let's see. So first option we have is something called as step execution. So what the step execution does is, from your script, you can execute all the steps one after the other. So you can basically control the execution of each step. And how you do that, what you have to do is just go and click anywhere. So let's start from the beginning. Let's close this window of our previous run. And there is an option here which says step over current command. So when you click on this, what it does is it basically executes your first line where your cursor was. And it stops immediately after that. So if you look here, it has launched the Facebook page, which says open the URL Facebook. And then let's go ahead and just do the simple step execution. Again, I will click on that. It is going to execute this command where it set the window size to certain value. Again, I will do a step execution. Now observe what happens here. It clicked on this email field. Do you see the cursor there? Now let's do the next step again. Again, I will do step over current command. Now the current command was it entered my user at Gmail. You can see it on the left side here. Now it will be more visible. Again, I will do a step execution. It is going to click on the password field. Now it is going to enter the password. And now the last step is it's going to click on the login button. And with this, all our commands are executed. And this is how you do the step execution. And now where is this useful? Say if you've got a very long test case written and you want at certain point you want to start doing the step execution to see where your test case is failing. Probably one of your web element you entered is wrong, or probably the text which you are entered is wrong. So for you to debug such cases, you can use this step over current command functionality. So what's our next command? Breakpoints. So there are breakpoints which you can insert in your script. Okay, so let's close this execution and let's come back to our script. So what I will do is first let's add a breakpoint. How do you add a breakpoint? Say for example, we want to add a breakpoint after we type in our email ID. So here what I do is I simply go and click here. So once you click here, this is where your breakpoint is added. Other way of adding breakpoint is you can right click on any command and you can use this toggle breakpoint. So if there is no breakpoint, it adds the breakpoint. And for you to remove it, you can simply go and select the toggle breakpoint again. So now I've added a single breakpoint. Now what you need to do is once you execute this, once you say run test, what it will do is it will come till here, till your breakpoint. It will execute all the commands before that and it stops or pauses your execution at this point. Okay, let's go ahead and see how it does. So what I'll do is I've added a breakpoint at the click on password field and I will say execute this test. Do you see here? It says paused in the debugger. So by adding breakpoint, my test has entered the debugging mode. And where has it stopped? At the point where I added this breakpoint. So just go back here and see whether the previous steps have been executed. Yes, my previous step was adding this myuser@gmail.com into the email field, which it is done, and it is paused here. And now from here, I can either run the rest of the tests. If I just click on this run current test, what it will do is it will go ahead and execute all the steps, or even I can do a step execution from here. So say if I want to do a step execution, I'll do this. Let me minimize this window a little bit so that you can see. And I'm still again doing that step execution. So it added the password. And after this, I'll say just go ahead and complete the test. So it has clicked on your sign in login button and it has logged in. So this is how you can use the breakpoint. So that is about adding the breakpoint. Let's see what's the next. Removing the breakpoint. So I showed you. So if you want to add a breakpoint, you just click here, or you can do a right click and do toggle breakpoint. If you want to remove the breakpoint, just click again on the same place where it has added the breakpoint, or you can always do this toggle breakpoint. So this is the way of adding and removing the breakpoints. What is the third option? Disabling. Now say for example, my test case is a pretty long one. Okay, so I might have a multiple breakpoints. So say let's add one breakpoint here at the email, and then before clicking on login, let's add another breakpoint. Now when I execute this, it is going to stop here, and then again if I say continue execution, it is going to come and stop here. So let's do that first and then I'll show you how the disable works. So let's close this window again, execute this, bring this window here. Can you see this? It's paused here. Okay, and here now you should be able to see. Now I'll say just run after this breakpoint. Do you see here? It is paused after entering the password. It has not clicked on the login button. It's paused at the click. And now I'll say again, complete the test. So your click on the login button is done and it is logged in. So it's a little bit slow. Yeah, now you got that logged in page. At some point of time while I'm debugging my test case, I would want to just disable all the breakpoints and not remove everything. For that, I have an option here which says disable breakpoint. So if this button is highlighted here, that means I have selected disable breakpoint. So what this does is when I execute this test, it ignores all these breakpoints for this run. It ignores ignores this breakpoints until I have selected this disable breakpoint button. Okay, so let's see this. Let me close this again, and I have enabled this. Disable breakpoint is what I have selected. I'll just simply go ahead and run this test case. Do you see that it did not stop at this breakpoint? It went ahead and completed the execution. Why? Because I have temporarily disabled it. Once I remove this selection and run it, it is again going to stop at the breakpoints. So this is how it works. So we saw adding of breakpoints, removing of breakpoints, and disabling of breakpoints. What is the next one? Enter debugger by using play to this point option. Okay. Now another way of doing this is, so let's remove all this breakpoint. Now for example, like the last time we said we want to add a breakpoint here. So now instead of doing that, what I can also do is I can just right click on that particular command and I can say play to this point only. So when I select this, what happens? It acts like a breakpoint and it comes and pauses at this particular command where I have said play till this point. So let's try to do that. So let me close this window and then for say type the password. So here, okay, I'll say right click, play to this point. So it is going to execute all the steps until the password and it will stop here. Can you see this? Paused in the debugger. So it again entered the debug mode and now it has stopped at this point. So now there are multiple options. Now every time, last time what we did a step over and also we said continue with the rest of the test. Now what we will do, we'll just stop the execution. So this is also an option available. Say if you want to change something here, you do not want to continue with your execution, you can simply go ahead and stop the execution. So we saw how do we use the play to this point option. Now debugger command. Now all these things, whatever we did now, adding the breakpoints, this was done in the IDE. There is also a way of adding a debugger programmatically. And how do we do that? Let's see. Now at the same place, say after entering the password. So here I will insert a command. In this command, I'll just say debugger. This is all the command is. Now what happens when I execute this test cases? At this point, wherever it finds this debugger command, this program enters into a debug mode and it comes and pauses the script here. Let's see this in action. So simply I'll just play the script. It's typed the email ID. It's typed the password. Okay, it is going a little slower here. Okay, and there you go. Now it is paused in debugger. So this debugger did the same job as what we did earlier with the breakpoints. Now let's go ahead and just stop the execution because let's not keep logging into Facebook with invalid username and ID. Okay, so this is how you can use the debugger command. So I will stop the execution here, close this window, and then now let's see the next one. Let's close this window. So we saw the debug, pause on exception. Okay, this is a very brilliant feature of this IDE. I'll show you how it works. Now let's say, let me remove this command now. I do not want the debugger. I'll say delete this command. Just click, let it be there. Now, if you look at this, what we are doing is we are identifying these elements like email, password, and then clicking on the login button. Now, say for example, say this click. So let's run this, then I'll show you what it is. And I want it to come and stop here. Okay, so I will execute this. All right, so now it is paused here. So now what I will do is the click, right? So this is where I'm clicking is this login button. So this login button is identified by some identifier, which is an ID. Now there is a possibility that tomorrow this particular ID might change or any of the locator might change on this particular website. And if that happens, the first point of failure, what you will see is when you click on this button, because this script will say that this element is not found. In such cases, if you are using pause on exception, that is here, pause on exception, what happens is whenever this script finds an exception, it goes and pauses at that and enters into a debug mode. Otherwise, what happens whenever you find an exception, your complete test script will stop executing because there is an error and your test case fails. Instead, since we are in a debugging mode, if you choose this option, what happens is if there is an exception, it is going to get into the debugger mode and it is going to pause the execution at that point. And once it pauses, what you can do is you can go and correct it and then continue your execution. So let's see that in action. So now, for example, the click button. So here the ID is u_0_a. So say I try to change this. Let me add 1 here. And then if I execute this, this script should fail for me basically because it is not going to find this. So can you see us trying to find this ID? And since this particular element with this ID does not exist, this whole test case should fail for me. Now, as I said earlier in this video, so if by any chance, if one of the element ID is not found, so if that is not found, it always falls back into the other locator techniques. And that is what it did in this case. It tried to locate the login button using some other ID, and that's what it says. Element found with a secondary locator. Okay, to use use it by default, update the test step and to use it as a primary locator. And that is where the test case pass. So let's try to see if I can make this test case fail in any way. For that, let's remove this and let's try on the email ID. So what I will do is, let me try to comment this out. Let's remove the debugger and I will add a command here. I'll say insert new command, and in this I will say click, and then I will use the target as ID equal to email. Now in this case, I do not have a fallback ID because I am not using ID to recognize the element. Rather, I added my own command and I added my own locator here. So now let's try with this. And now instead of this is the right ID, so what I will do is I'll just change this ID to something like _1 so that this test case fails for me. Now let me close this and let's run this test case, and basically this test case should fail. So if you see here in the log, it's saying trying to find the element with ID email _1. So this ID has a default timeout, so it will keep trying to find the element until the timeout value is completed. Now there we go. So it had an implicit timeout of 30,000, so that is 30 seconds, 30,000 milliseconds, which was 30 seconds. Now after that, this test case failed. So this is the scenario we wanted. What happens here is it simply started executing. The moment it found an exception, it completely stopped. So as a tester, what you need to do is you need to go back, look for this red lines where it has failed, correct it, and then rerun the whole test. Now instead of that, what this pause on exception does is, let me click on that. So this is what is selected now. What it does is when I execute this, this is going to come and stop here. Let's see that. So let me close this and run this program again. So run current test. I'll bring this to the side. Now see, it's trying to find the ID. Since the timeout is almost 30 seconds, we need to wait until it pauses at this. So now do you see this? Now it is not exited from the test. It is just at the same step where it is unable to find this email field. Okay, and it's saying, okay, it failed with an implicit timeout of 30 seconds. But now since I'm in the debugging mode, and how did I get into the debug mode? By selecting this option, pause on exception. Now what I can do is I can go ahead and change this back to the actual one. And then from here, I can just simply do this. I can say run the test now. So now see what it did. The moment I changed that and I said run, it passed. And how did it pass? Because I gave the right ID here. And that's exactly you can do with this debugger. Control flow statements. So in the legacy ID, these control flow statements were available as plugin. So one had to install the plugin for you to use any of these control flow statements. However, in the new ID, these are available out of box. So let's see what these control statements are. So let's go to my notes. So there are two types of control flow statements. One is conditional branching and the other one is looping. So in conditional branching, we have a regular if, else if, nested if, else and end. And when we talk about looping, there are multiple loops available. One is the while end loop. So how does the while end loop work? The code between the while and the end is executed until the expression is true. And then we have a do repeat. So do repeat where the commands after the do will get executed first and then the condition is checked. And this is evaluated in the if statement. Times end. So you can specify a number of iterations you would like a piece of code to be executed using this loop. And then there's another loop which is a for each loop. So this provides the ability to iterate over collection objects. Like say if you have an array object with you and you want to say traverse through the array and perform certain operations on each of the array element. So that is possible using the for each loop. So let's go and write a test script and see how this works. So what I will do is I will demonstrate a use case for the if else, and then for the looping I have a few test scripts which I've already written, which I will show you and I will walk you through them. It's a simple counter which we can use where we'll be incrementing the counter using one of these loops. So we'll just see how the loops are to be used, what is the syntax to be used and how they execute in the IDE. So let's go to our IDE now. Let's minimize this. So this was our previous test case. So what I will do is I will close this project and open another project. So I have another project here which is called as control flows. So as I said, I have few scripts written for some of the loops. However, for the demo use case, we will go ahead and write a new script. Okay, so I'll say add new test. And we are going to be working with a demo site called calorie calculator. Okay, so let me name the test case itself as calorie calculator test. So let's look at what is our use case. Now in this use case, this is my use case. I'm saying go to this calorie counter website. Okay, so let's see what that website is. I have this website open here. So this is a calorie calculator website. In this website, we are saying if the gender is male, then click on the male radio button. So you have multiple fields here where you're accepting the age of a person, the gender of a person, the height, the weight, and then the activity level of the person. And when you click on calculate, this is going to give you the number of calories. So for our purpose, for our demo use case, what we will do is we will store the gender to be selected in a variable. Say for example, I want a gender female to be selected. And then I'm going to write an if condition here that if the gender is male, right? So if the gender is male, then click on the male radio button here. And then I'm saying click active from the activity drop down. So there's a drop down called activity here. In this, I'm going to go and select active is daily exercise or intense exercise 3 to 4 times a week. This is what I'm going to be selecting. And if the gender is female, so if the value passed from the gender is female, then what is that I want to do? I want to click on this radio button female and select very active intense exercise from this activity dropdown. A very simple use case. So this is what we are going to write in our test script. So let's minimize this window, or we can just close this window for now. We don't need this. And here, so how do we start this test case? I need to enter the URL. So for me to enter the URL, let me go to that, copy this URL, Control C, minimize this and Control V. Done. So now here I will start my recording by clicking on the start recording button. So now this URL is open. Now the first thing what I need to do is in my test script, I need to write a open command. So I'll say open and my target is what? This URL. Done. The next command is as per our use case, I want to store the gender to be selected in a variable. So we will use the store command, and when we use the store command, we need to specify the target. So let's say the target is F, and where is that I want to store? I'll create a var gender. That's my variable. So I have stored this now. What is the next thing I want to do? So once I have stored this, first is I need to put an if statement, because my use case is if the gender is male and if the gender is female. Now since by default the male is already selected here, so let's put an if condition for this condition, if the gender is female. Okay, so that is exactly what I'm going to do. So here I will say if in the command. Once I say if, in the target you need to specify the condition. Now condition is I want to check for dollar, that's my variable, var gender. I want to check if this is equal to F. And how is that I can check? I need to use 3 equal to here. In double quotes, I'm going to mention F. Now this is what I've stored in the variable var gender. This is what I'm going to check. So if this is the condition, in the next line, now all the next lines, whatever I'm going to mention are the ones which will be executed if this condition is true. Now in the next line, what I want is I want to select this radio button, correct? So now what I will do, instead of writing all the commands manually, I will now use a recorder to do that. Since I'm already in the recording mode, I'll just go to the URL or the website here and I'll go click on this female. So on the right, if you see, these steps are getting recorded. And then our use case also said that from the activity drop down, we want to select very active. So now if you look here, all our steps have been recorded. So I clicked on the female radio button and then we selected the ID activity here, which is our activity drop down. And then we clicked on the desired value, which is very active. And then you end the if statement here. So, but we also want to add an else statement. So instead of saying end here, I will say else. So that means if the gender selected is male, okay, what is that we want to do? I want to go and select in the activity field as active, because the male is already selected. So I'm not going to select it again. And then I will end the if loop by end statement. That is all. So this is all my script is. So let's stop the recording here. There are some mouse move, mouse up, which I really do not need. So what I will do is I'll just delete this. So this is the simple statement what I need in the else, where I'm saying select. So select is something, a command which is used to select a web element, which is your drop down. So you select the drop down here, and once the drop down is clicked, and then you go ahead and click on this particular target is nothing but your active daily exercise or intense. This value from the drop down is what I'm selecting. And same thing what we did in the if statement. So let's remove these also. We don't mouse move at and mouse up at. So all these statements we don't need. So same thing, if I'm saying the if statement says if the gender is F, that is female, click on the radio button, then go to the select activity, select the activity by clicking on very active and then end the loop. So this is all our script is. Now let's go ahead and execute this and see whether it works. So let's minimize this window and I will simply say execute the current test. Let's slow down the execution speed a little bit so that you can observe what exactly is happening. Now I'll say run the current test. So the calorie calculator is open. So we are passing the value F for the gender. Correct? So that means it entered this loop. You can see here in the log. So if the gender is F, which is female, yes, it found the condition to be true. And then it clicked on this radio button. It went to the select field, which is your activity drop down. It selected the very active option from here and then it ended. Now in the same program, what I will do, instead of F, let's pass the value M. Male, and let's see what happens, and then we will go ahead and execute this program. So let's close this window again and execute the test script again. So now according to the script, we are not reselecting the radio button because this is already selected by default. And in this test script, if you see, now all the green colored one, if you see, okay, the open command ran successfully, store command ran successfully, it came to the if condition, it checked if the gender was F or M, it found that this condition is not true. So can you see here, all these other statements in the if are in black color. That means these were not executed. Instead, it came to the else part and then it executed all the commands in the else part. So this is how you use a if condition in your Selenium IDE. So let's close this. Now, as I said, there are other looping statements what we have, like while end loop or do repeat and times end. So I have couple of examples written here. Let's walk through that and see. So let's take the while loop first. So what happens in this while loop? Let's see. In this while loop, what I'm basically doing is I have created a counter and I am counting it from 1 to 5 and then displaying the value of the counter. And I'm using a while loop for that. So here it says, first I'm setting a counter value to 1 and then I'm saying while the counter value is less than 5, this is the loop, while and end. So whatever commands are within that, those get executed until the condition is true. So this loop will get executed until the counter becomes 5. So once it sees that counter is 5, it is going to exit the loop and just print the value of the counter. It's as simple as while loop. So just pay attention to the syntax, the way it has been used here. So this execute script is what a simpler statement what I have used. This could be anything. It could be any of your web elements you're performing certain operations. Say there is a calculator which you are using, say a calculator under test. So if you want to key in certain numbers until say the sum of the numbers is 30 or something. An example like that could be a valid use case for your while loop. So you could use that. So let's execute this and see how the counter works. So if I execute this command, so now take a look at the log here. It says running while test. So first statement where it assigned the counter value and then it got into the while loop and it executed the while loop until the counter was assigned the value 5. And once the counter became 5, the while loop got exited and we are printing the counter value. So this is how a while loop is used. Now similarly, the same function of using a counter, I have tried to use a do loop here. So let's look at it. Now in the do loop, what happens is the script is executed because it's the first command after the do statement. So whatever is between the do and repeat if is executed and then the condition is checked here. So here what I'm doing is I'm just first assigning a counter with value 0 and I'm incrementing the counter every time by 10. And then I have a condition that once the counter becomes 50, please exit the loop. That's all I'm doing here. And another statement what I have written here is every time the counter gets incremented, I'm printing the value of the counter. So let's execute the script. Can you see that the way it is executing it? All right. Now let's see the log. Running do loop test. Okay, the counter has been initialized to 0 and then it executes the script. In this script is doing what? It is just incrementing the counter by 10. The counter becomes 10 and then 20, 30, 40 and 50. So as soon as it becomes 50, it's going to exit the loop and print the value of the counter. So one thing to notice is there is no web element or website testing which I'm doing from the script. However, one thing what the IDE needs is it needs a starting point. So whenever you create a new test kit, it asks you to at least give it a URL. from where it can start. Though it is not going to launch that URL, it is going to launch your browser definitely before even it executes a single line of test. So that is something a mandatory in the IDE. So we saw do loop, we saw the while loop. There's also something called as times loop. So which is what I have said here. Times and end. So this is something you can specify a number of iterations you would like to perform a set of commands. So now in this example, what am I doing? I'm simply incrementing a counter by 1, right? And I'm saying just increment, that is, this is the only command which I want to execute, but I want it to execute 2 times. That's all. So there is no other conditions here. It is simply saying there is a set of command or a single command which I want to execute it twice. And the number of times which I want to execute is what I mentioned here in the target. So first initially I am assigning a counter with value 100 and then I'm saying increment this counter by 1 2 times and then print the value of the counter. So let's execute this and then change the number of times. So if I say run test here, so can you see this? The number of times it got iterated. And now the value is 102. Why? Because initial value was 100. In the loop, which is the times loop, I'm saying the iterations is 2 times, execute the command which increments the counter by 1. So that is why your counter value becomes 102. Now say I increase this to say 10 so that we get a feel of how the loop executes here. And same thing, I will execute it. Now see it, you can visually see the number of times the loop is getting executed. Alright, and in the log, you can see the values also here. Okay, can you see here? So this loop executed 10 times and hence the counter value becomes 110. So these are a simple ways of using these loops in the IDE. So you can implement these loops for any kind of functionality you may want to perform on your web elements or any logic which you want to build for your test cases. Selenium Side Runner. Selenium Side Runner is a command line runner tool which allows the user to run your Selenium IDE test cases on any browsers or to run the test cases parallelly, and also it gives you a mechanism to use the grid setup to run your test cases on a remote machine. Okay, so for us to work with this Selenium Side Runner, there are certain installations which we need to do. And some of the installation prereqs are, one is you need a Node.js server. And what is this Node.js server? Node.js server is a powerful JavaScript based platform. And this is the platform which is intensively used by many developers across the world for developing their web applications. And it's an open source and it is available free of cost to everyone to use it. So we will need to go ahead and install a Node.js server for this. So now let's look at all the installation steps which are involved in installing the side runner and running it. Okay, so let's go to my notes. So the seleniumhq.org has a complete documentation on how to install this command line runner, how to use it, and what are the different ways we can use this runner. I'll just show you where it is. And you can use this as a reference for any of the tests which you're creating and using the side runner to run it. So let me open a new window here. Let's go to this website. So if you see here, it has a complete guide on how to use this command line runner, right? Including the setups, what is the prereqs, installing the browser drivers, and how do you do the different configurations which are available with the side runner. So you can configure various browsers with that. You can set different capabilities for the browser. If you want to use the Selenium grid to run your test cases on remote servers, it also gives you complete details on how to do that. And also using the parameters, changing your base URL. So this is a complete guide which you can refer to when you're working with the side runner. Okay, so let's go back to our installation. So coming back to our installation here. So the first prereq what we need for the Selenium side runner to run is your Node.js. Okay, so if you go to this website nodejs.org, let me open the same browser. Okay, all right. So here you will see that the Node.js is available as an installable for all the platforms. Like you have a Windows installer, you have Mac OS installer, you have Linux installers also. So if you're working with the Windows machine, there are two options for you. Either you can go ahead and download the MSI installer, or you can just download the zip and unzip it into any folder on your system. Okay. And since I'm using Mac machine, what I have done is I have downloaded this version, PKG version, and have installed it on my machine. Okay. So once you download, say if you're working on the Windows machine, so say if 64-bit is what you require and you click here and download the zip package, I'll show you how the folder structure looks like. So this is where I have downloaded the Node.js installable. Now, if you look at the Windows one, so this is what happens when you download the zip file and unzip it. This is the folder structure it creates, and this is what we would need, right? So npm is something which we would be using to install all the packages which are required on this Node.js server. And I'll explain to you what those packages are, okay? So once you do this installation, you need to go and check if your installation is gone properly or not. So for that, what you do is go to your terminal window, or in your case, if you're using a Windows machine, just open a command prompt, right? And then you have to just give this command here. You say npm -v, which is basically saying what is the version of the Node.js which we have installed, which is 6.9. Okay, now what is this npm? Npm is nothing but it's a Node.js package manager, and it gets installed with your node. And this is used to install all your other packages, or what it is called as modules, on your system. Okay, so now with this, we know that our npm has been installed properly. So let's move to the next step of installation. So now we have our Node.js installed. Now next thing is to install the Selenium side runner. Now the Selenium side runner is a library which is available to us, and we need to install this library using the npm. So let me go back to my terminal again. So I'll just show you the command what we use for installing this package or the library. And since I've already installed on my machine, I will not be doing the installation here. So what you need to do is, so if you are a Windows user, you can directly give the command as npm install -g Selenium side runner. Okay, so this is the command which you need to give. However, if you're a Mac user or a Unix user, since you need to use a root user here, what you need to do is just say sudo. Once you press enter here, it will go ahead and install this complete library on your system. Now, since I've already installed, I'm not going to do that. Okay, so I'll just exit from this. Now, once the installation is done, how do you check whether your installation has gone correctly or not? You have to just simply give a command like Selenium side runner -version. Okay, and now this will give you the version number if the installation has been successful. So right now the version installed, which is the latest version, is 3.11. Okay, so far we have done the installation of the Node.js server. We have done the installation of the Selenium. Now, while you also do this installation, you need to know that where is the Selenium IDE side runner has been installed, right? As I said, it's a library, or what you popularly call as module, in your npm. Right? So for you to check where it has got installed, you simply need to go to the directory. I'll say ls-user local library. So if you see here, you'll see something called as node modules. So whatever packages you're going to install using npm would get installed in this directory, the node modules directory. So let's go ahead and see whether I have my Selenium side runner there or not. So I'll just use the same ls/node modules. Okay, do you see this? Selenium side runner is what has got installed. And previously to that, when we installed the Node.js server, it also installed this npm, right? So that is also available under the same folder. So far so good. So we have our Selenium IDE installed now. Now, what else is required? So we installed the Node.js, we installed the Selenium side runner. Now we need this browser drivers. Now, what are these browser drivers? Now, what you did using your IDE was, we said, right in the IDE itself, I said run the current test. And since I'm using Firefox browser here, any test case using the IDE plugin on your Firefox you execute is going to execute on the Firefox browser. Correct? Same way, if you are using the Selenium IDE on Chrome, which is an extension on Chrome, and you run the test cases there, it is going to use the Chrome browser to run the test case. However, any test cases or any automation scripts you're going to write, you want your scripts to run on all the browsers because you want to do a cross-browser testing, right? So for that purpose, what we do through command line is we install this browser drivers, right? So say if you want to run your test cases on Edge browser. So that means you first need to install your Edge browse driver on your systems before you run your test case on Edge browser. If you want to do it for Chrome, similarly, you need to download the Chrome web driver and install it. For Firefox, the same. And once you install that, then you should be able to run it on any browser. Now, where are these Chrome browsers available? So if you go to the seleniumhq.org, let me show you that. Okay, in the Selenium HQ website, if you go to this download tab, right, and if you go down here, you will see something called as third-party drivers, bindings and plugins. And here you have a list of all the browsers and its corresponding driver files which are available. And this is which you need to go and download. For example, say I want to run all my tests on Chrome browser, right? So what I do is I click here. Okay, in the download section, go to the latest Chrome driver available, click on that, and then depending on which OS you're working on, if you're working on Mac, just download this. If you're working on Windows, you download this. And once you download the driver, what you need to do is you keep that drivers, like for example, can you see this driver file? So this is my driver file. This is my executable driver file. So what I did was I just downloaded this file for Mac and I copied it to the location where my tests are present. Okay, now, so once I have this available, what I need to do is I need to install this driver using again the npm command. Okay, and to install this driver, what you need to do is you need to be in the same directory where your driver file is present. Okay, in the same directory, you just issue this command. You say npm install -g and your Chrome driver. This is it. So once you install this driver, you should be able to work with your Chrome driver. Got it? Very simple. So similarly, if you're working with different browsers, say if you also want to run your test cases with Edge or Internet Explorer or the Firefox browser, same way you need to download all the drivers from this location. So from here, like you have Edge browser, your Opera browser, you have a Mozilla Firefox browser. So any of the browser which you want to work with, you have to just download your driver from here, place it in this location and install it using npm command. Okay, so since I will not be executing this command again because I've already installed it. So once your drivers are installed, what's the next step? We are ready to execute our test cases. Okay, so these are all the installation steps which are required to get your command line runner, which is called as Selenium side runner, ready for you to execute your test from the command line. All right. Okay, now let's go ahead and see how do we execute the test cases. So let's go back to our previous example in this video where we wrote some of the test cases for testing our control flows. Okay, so these are all the test cases. Now, if you observe here, I have not created any test suite here. We just had a default suite which was created when we created the project, and we just went ahead and created all the tests here. For the side runner to run, we need to have a test suite there. So if I just try to run the test suite, let's try to run this. What is the name of this project? Control flows. So I'll show you what happens if there is no test suite defined for this. So let me clear the screen and which is our project here? This one. Okay, so what I will do is let me simply go ahead and execute this project. So to execute any test, this is the command which you use. You simply call Selenium side runner and the project name. Okay, and also once you have installed the Selenium side runner, you can also check the version of it. Okay, so let's execute this. Selenium side runner and the project name. Project name is this. Done. So now if I press enter, now see what happens. Okay, it's saying running the default suite. Can you see here? It looks for a test suite to start its execution. Okay, so it picked up the default suite which is here. Okay, since it was created when we created this new project. Fine. However, it's a test suite failed to run. Why? Because your test suite must contain at least one test. And all our tests are residing outside the test suite. We have none in the default test suite, correct? So what we will do, let's go ahead and create this test suite. Instead of default, what I will do is I'll say first rename this. So let's give it a proper name. So we'll say control flow test suite. Okay, done. So I have renamed it. Now let's go ahead and add all those test cases which we have created to this. So I'll just simply say add test and select all these tests. So we have around 4 tests here. So I'll just select all them. Done. So I'll save this project. I'll go to my folder IDE tests and the same file name. I'll just say replace. Now we have a test suite called control flow test. Now let's go ahead and run that again. Now let's see what happens. Okay, so there are multiple test cases here. So let's see, all these test cases will be run one after the other, sequential. So we have that calorie counter test case, and then we have the loop test cases. All right, so it is done. So now let's understand the flow of this test case. Okay, so this is where we started running our test suite. So it finished first test case, it finished the second test case, it finished the third test case, and then the fourth test case. So all the 4 test cases it has completed. And it says all the 4 passed, total 4, and it also shows you the total time taken for the complete test suite to run. And for every test case, what is the amount of time required to execute the test. So this is all the information which is available here. If at all there is a failure in any of the test case, that would get reflected here. It would say 4 passed, 1 failed, and total 4 executed. Okay, so this is the kind of report what you will get to see. Good so far? Okay, so let's go back to our notes and see whether we have done everything. So the other way of running is, say you have multiple browser drivers installed and you want to run this on a particular browser. So during that time, what you can do is you can use this command. You can say Selenium side runner -c. -c is nothing but setting the capabilities. Capabilities for what? For the browser. And then you give a browser name here. So you can say Chrome or you can say Firefox, whatever the browser of your choice. And then give your project name. So with this, what happens is if your browser is installed, now we have to install the browser using this command, correct? So if your browser is installed, it will execute this particular test suite on the browser which you have mentioned here, right? And that is how you use this Selenium side runner to run your test cases on multiple browsers. Now simply what you can do is you can create a shell script or a batch script. You can add this line into a batch script for the multiple browsers and you can execute this. So that way all your test cases would execute it on all the browsers. So that way you can achieve your cross-browser testing. So other thing, if you remember, I also said that command line runner, like if you go back to our presentation, it says we can run it for parallel testing. Now let's see how do we achieve this parallel testing. Now to achieve this parallel testing, there are certain steps which you need to do in the IDE. So let's go back to our test suite. So we have this test suite. So if you go here and go to the settings, can you see this run in parallel? So you need to check this checkbox to run all these test cases in parallel. So right now what happened when we executed it, all the test cases ran sequentially one after the other, correct? So for every test case, there was a Chrome browser launched and the Chrome browser was closed before the next test was launched. Now let's try to do this. I'm going to check this checkbox where it says run in parallel and I'll say submit. I'll save this project again. Now same thing, I'll overwrite this project, save, done, replace. Now let's go to our terminal window and run this test cases again. So for that, what I will do, I'll call the same command again. However, now please observe the number of Chrome browser windows it's going to open. Okay, I'll show you that. So it has started running the test suite. Okay, can you see this? 3 Chrome browser windows open at the same time. Okay, and one by one, they're going to get closed out. Okay, so there was also the 4th one open, but since the test case was so small that it was too quick for us to see here. Now look at the complete execution here. So what it has done is it opened all the browsers in parallel, okay, and it ran all the test cases parallelly. You will see a big difference, and since these are very small test cases, you might not be able to see a big difference in the execution time. However, if you have got a bigger test cases which you are running, you will see a remarkable difference in the time taken by the suite to run the test cases. Still here you can see, okay, it's almost 11 seconds it took, whereas in the previous example it took 13 seconds. As I said, the difference is very small because our test cases are very, very minute test cases, right? If you have a bigger test cases where it launches the browser, launches your application under test, then you're doing multiple operations, you'll be able to see a remarkable difference when you run the test sequentially and when you run it parallelly. Okay? So this is how you work with the IDE and this is how you achieve the parallel execution. Okay, so that completes our Selenium side runner. Now let's look at some of the limitations of the Selenium IDE. The first limitation is you cannot export your IDE scripts to WebDriver scripts. The support is yet to be added, right? So earlier in this video, I showed you there are ways to export the scripts to JUnit and Python. However, the previous IDE did have this capability of exporting your scripts to WebDriver scripts, and that support is yet to be added to the new IDE. Data-driven testing, like using Excel files or reading data from the CSV files and passing it to your scripts. So this capability is not yet available in the IDE. So you cannot do data-driven testing. Database testing is also not possible. So you cannot actually connect your database, read the test data from your database, or even you cannot perform any kind of database testing. Reporting facility. So it does not have a good reporting. We saw when we use the command line runner or through the IDE when we run the test, there's a very minimal reporting capabilities what we could see. So it does not really have capabilities of reporting like your test engine or the report engine.
What exactly is the Selenium WebDriver and how we can go ahead with that? So coming back to the Selenium WebDriver, so here Selenium WebDriver is one of the most important component of the Selenium test suite. when we talk about the Selenium tools suite over here, like we talk about, okay, I want to create a whole together regression test suite. So Selenium WebDriver is very important component for that. And when we talk about the Selenium WebDriver, it allows the cross-browser compatibility, which means like you want to test your applications, you can have a test suite there, one for the Chrome browser, one for the Firefox, one for the Internet Explorer. You can then say like, okay, I want to test and validate my application across all these three browsers. And in future, if Safari browser comes in, all you have to do is like you have to just run the same script with the WebDriver of the Safari. So this WebDriver is not only static for one browser, it's actually approachable for across multiple browsers there. So that enhances the compatibility there, that yes, this set test suite, even if you're writing the test suites in case of Selenium, it's not limited to one browser. So it's kind of a cross browser here. So these are small benefits, although we are talking about the Selenium WebDriver here. But if you closely see, these all points are actually defining why exactly the Selenium is best when we talk about the web automations or the web testing automation here, right? And then it's actually supporting various programming languages, like programming languages. Yes, it's there. It's even supporting different browsers. And then of course it's supporting different operating systems also, because you can pretty much run these test cases onto Linux, Macs, or Windows, whatever the platform you feel like you want to use, you can pretty much use it. So you don't have to worry about like where exactly this WebDriver is getting deployed and from where you are trying to refer it. So that kind of compatibility is also something which is available here. So you don't have to think about the specific different versions or the different operating systems as such over here. And then let's talk about further on this one. So it also provides the compatibility across different programming languages. So you can see like what are the different benefits you got. You got benefits like it's supporting different programming languages, it's supporting different browsers, and ultimately at last it's supporting the different particular operating systems or the platforms here. So these are small things like different benefits which we get with the help of Selenium here. And it's having the support across different programming languages. So it doesn't matter that if you're working with Java or if you're working with .NET, this is going to work for across different platforms, like different environments you can actually deploy. So these benefits are something which can definitely help you to see like how the overall benefits can be achieved over here. And definitely the Chrome browsers, the Safari, the Firefox, the Opera, different platforms, you will be able to see like how the execution needs to be done and how the setup used to be performed here. So that's where the complete implementations needs to be performed here. Right, and these WebDriver provides a faster execution of the test scripts because that's the kind of automation which we are looking forward, that we are not trying to see like how the systems can be implemented. So when we are trying to talk about the automation here, so these WebDrivers basically help us to go for the faster execution also. So it's not only about that we are trying to see the setup, like we are trying to go for the configurations here. It's also like the performance and the efficiency which we're getting with this one is quite beneficial. So you can get an easy and a faster execution of the test cases. So it's having a lot of benefits. If we talk about in these features only itself, you can see like there are a lot of benefits which we got over here. So it's fast, it's efficient, and on top of that, it's not depending on any kind of environment. It's quite generic, like it's something which you can use for Windows, you can use it for Linux, you want to use it for .NET, you want to use it for Java. It's kind of generic for a lot of technologies, platforms, and programming languages. Right, now why exactly we require the Selenium WebDriver? Like what is the purpose of using this one? So let's explore on that part here. So Selenium WebDriver provides a user-friendly interface that could it can be easily understood by a particular person. Like when you are using this Selenium WebDriver, so this is something which you can easily understood, like it's pretty easy for you to understand that, and it's not that much complex for you to understand that okay, you are going to take a lot of time to consume. You're going to take a lot of time to understand that. So that's not a kind of interface which we are getting when we talk of the Selenium WebDriver here. Right, and the WebDriver is something which is having much more features as compared to the Selenium RC and Selenium IDE there. So when we talk about the Selenium WebDriver, so this is something which is having much more features as compared to the other components. Like, the other components is also about the Selenium only, but yes, when we talk about Selenium WebDriver, so it's having much more features as compared to the Selenium RC and the Selenium IDE here. So you don't have to worry about the features. Like, altogether, Selenium WebDriver is something which is quite efficient and better as compared to the other components. So that's another benefit which we get with the Selenium here. So Selenium, we have got some other components like Selenium remote control here. So RC is something which enables the creation of automated web applications, like in case of programming languages such as Java, C#, Node.js. Different programming languages are there. So we can pretty much use the remote control, the Selenium remote control over here, which will enable the creation of the automated web applications there. So that's the purpose of using the Selenium remote control here. It's not something which is being used nowadays, because most of the functionalities have nowadays moved on to the Selenium WebDriver here. So that's a migration which has happened over there, and that's the reason why we are not going to use much of the Selenium remote control over here. So that's not being used as such as compared to the other components. But yes, the Selenium WebDriver is something which is quite popular, and because of its features and the efficiency, we are going to use the particular WebDriver as compared to the any other component as such here. Right, now Selenium IDE needs not additional any kind of setup is required, like apart from installation of the browser, because in that case everything will be integrated in that, like because we are integrating the complete Selenium IDE over here. So all you need to do is, like, you need to do the installation of Chrome browser. That's also because you want to go for the specific Chrome driver which you require for the execution of the test cases. So for that only you are basically trying to install the Chrome browser, but other than that there is no other component which you actually require when we talk about the Selenium IDE here. So the IDE makes the life easy because it helps us to go ahead with the debugging mode here, like a kind of a debugging environment. You will be able to do that. So even if there is any kind of issue, any kind of problem which comes up, so it will be very easy for you to debug those things and go ahead with that part. So tracking the exceptions, managing the exceptions, so all those things can be easily handled up with the help of the Selenium IDE here. So Selenium IDE is something which is kind of a bigger package, which is further comprising of different components. Like, it's something which is giving us a variety of things here. Right, now how exactly the Selenium WebDriver is at all different from the Selenium RC and IDE, because those are also the solution which is available there from the Selenium. Now, unlike the Selenium IDE, Selenium WebDriver can actually work with different browsers. So that's something which we have already focused on, that it's having the compatibility across multiple browsers there. That's the first benefit which we get over here in this one. Now also the WebDrivers is something which does not require any user to start the server or anything like that there. So just in case of Selenium RC, you have to start some server because you're ultimately connecting to that server, and that's how the communication is happening. But that kind of stuff is not there in the Selenium WebDriver here. Also, the Selenium WebDriver is an API and it's not a GUI based plugin. So it's something which can easily handle, like it's having the quite efficient connectivity, or you can say like the integration is also good there, because most of the applications nowadays are working on the API format, which is pretty generic. So there is no GUI based interface which we have to explore or which we need to integrate here. So it's all like the APIs call which we need to do in order to make use of the Selenium WebDriver here. Now in Selenium WebDriver, the APIs are entirely object oriented in nature as compared to the Selenium RC and Selenium ID. So which is not kind of object oriented in nature, but Selenium WebDriver is something which is quite object oriented here. Also WebDriver, the Selenium WebDriver is actually supports multiple listeners, right? So which is available there as compared to Selenium RC and Selenium ID here. So these are some couple of features which is available there. Also, it also supports the testing of the iOS and Android, which is not being supported in the RC and IDE there, because most of the applications nowadays also have the counterpart Android or the iOS applications. So if you don't have the interface or integration with those platforms, then it's a incomplete way of testing here. So not only the web applications, but even the mobile applications also now getting integrated with the help of the Selenium WebDriver here. So these kind of features which is not exactly available in the RC or the ID over here, but definitely it's going to be available there in case of Selenium WebDriver. So what exactly is the overall need of the WebDriver, like the Selenium WebDriver here? So let's talk about that how exactly we can use it for the software automation here. So there are a couple of benefits which is available there. So let's focus on that one by one. The very first one is the open source. Now it's something which is available or which is available as an open source over here, which means like it's something which you can use without any license, without any cost. Just like that, you can go to the selenium.dev website and you can start downloading the Selenium related tales or Selenium related components. Second is multilingual support. It's having the support for different kind of programming languages, not only for the Java based applications. It's actually supporting like different programming languages. So you just have to learn one single tool and then can suffice or that can support multiple programming languages here. Several operating system support. Yes, it's not only related to the Windows or Linux platform here. So it's actually supported across Windows, Linux, Mac OS, different operating systems is supported by this particular Selenium here. Multiple frameworks are there, so that's a multiple framework support which is available in this one. User friendly, it's quite user friendly there, and the developers who are more comfortable with the Java programming languages, so they get quite comfortable and integrated with the Selenium, because it's also using the same Java syntax over here in this one. It's cross-device testing. Definitely both mobile, desktops, different platforms, different operating systems, Mac OS, iOS, Android, different platforms are actually supported by this particular Selenium here. So Selenium WebDriver is something which is having like cross-device testing here. Community support is there. It's kind of open source, yes, but it's having a very good community. Like a lot of people are actually there who can contribute to this Selenium. You can get the information from there, and it's kind of a huge efforts, like a kind of a huge community efforts which you can see over here in this case. Also compatibility testing, so it's having a very good compatibility here. So when you're working with this Selenium, so it's compatible with pretty much any programming languages, any platform, any operating system. So that kind of benefits you get with the help of this Selenium WebDriver here. And unlike Selenium RC, you don't have to start any kind of server component here which you need to connect. So it's like on demand, like when you're running the scripts, kind of a local Chrome browser will be initialized, and your test cases will be executed and performed, and that's how the whole executions will be performed there. So there is no involved like you have to go somewhere, start some server, start some remote server there, and then the communication or the execution of the test cases will be initialized. So it's not like that kind of communication here. Right, so let's talk about the WebDriver architecture here. Now in this one, there are some different components which is available there in this architecture components. The very first one is the Selenium language bindings here. Now these are actually available in different programming languages like Java, Ruby, Python, C#, JavaScript. These are the different programming languages bindings which is available there. Then with the help of JSON wire protocol, these are going to be connected to the different drivers. Now browser drivers is the one where exactly the request will be sent out. So the Selenium WebDriver is actually going to connect or send the request to these drivers. So depending on the platform also, and depending on the different systems, you can actually go for the browser drivers here. So you want to go for Chrome driver, you want to go for Firefox, you want to go for Opera, you want to go for Safari, Edge. These are the different browsers which is available there. Earlier the Internet Explorer was also there, but now in the latest versions the Edge browser or Edge driver is something which is available there. And these are going to be connected to the actual particular browsers like the Chrome, Firefox and all. So it will be sending the request over the HTTP. That request will be sent out to the real drivers. So the browser drivers and then the real drivers will be there. So the web driver is going to connect to the Chrome driver, and then in fact from there the Chrome driver is going to initialize the Chrome browser. And then the whole request will be processed. Their websites will be opened, the clicking, the access, everything will be done after that on that case. So these are the different steps which is involved when we are basically going for from one step to another, like where the communications will be performed over here in this case, right? So again, it's not dependent on any programming languages, it's not dependent on any kind of browser or any kind of components here. So right from the language bindings, it will go to the JSON wire protocol. From there it will be sent out to the browser drivers, various browser drivers, whatever the browser drivers you want to use, you can use that. And then those drivers are actually going to connect with the real drivers or with the real browsers over here, so that the communications or the exact end result you should be able to see. So for instance, if you run a particular Chrome browser, Chrome driver there, so you will be able to see like a Chrome browser getting initialized and the website is getting accessible. So all that activity will be happened or will be performed over there. So these are the parts of the sequence. These are kind of architecture components, like one to another, these will be processed or these will be executed here. Right. So these programming language, these Selenium programming languages, again it's actually a kind of a generic one. So these are the client libraries which is available there depending on this one. For example, for Java I can download some binaries, I can download some jar files, so that will be referenced or utilized into my source code. For Ruby it's maybe like different third-party libraries or shared libraries which will be available there. For Python it will be available in the form of modules, C#, JavaScript. So each and every programming languages is actually having its own libraries. Now these libraries are actually required so that we can get the whole interface of the Selenium. It's okay, like I'm writing some test cases, I'm writing the complete test suite and I'm using it, but unless and until I import my Selenium libraries, it will not work for me. I will not be able to work on that part because I will not be able to get those features as such. In order to get those features, I need to download these bindings or these kind of language bindings there corresponding to my programming language, and these are easily available on the Selenium website. So if you go to the Selenium website, whatever the programming languages you want to follow, you can download these bindings. These bindings will be nothing but the archives where you will be having some kind of executables depending on that programming language. Right now from there we will be using our libraries like these bindings in order to interact or in order to initialize the Selenium. So then we will be going to the JSON wire protocol. So it's kind of a connector between the libraries and the web drivers. Now programmatically using these with the help of these client libraries, we're going to send the request to the web drivers. It also helps to enable the transfer of data between a server and client, because of course you have to get your end result process, right? So that's where you need to go for the execution. So what you're going to do is like you're going to see like, okay, I'm going to run or I'm going to execute this JSON wire protocol over here, and it's going to connect between my client libraries and the web drivers here. So that's the communications and the connectivity which we want to establish or we want to provide here. Now these Selenium browser drivers are actually specific browsers now, because the JSON wire is going to connect to the specific browsers, the drivers here, so that the communication can be happen. Now these drivers are actually used as in drivers in order to interact with the exact browser, because these are not the exact browser. Now if you want to interact with the Chrome, then you definitely have to use the Chrome driver. If you want to use for the Firefox, then you have to use the Firefox driver. So depending on the programming language, you have to define like which driver you really need to process, or you need to really go ahead with that part. So that's where the Selenium browser drivers really comes into the picture. And then the exact browsers will be there. Now once the executions will be done, at last you will be able to see like all these browsers getting open. If you're going to use the Chrome browser, then Chrome browser will be initialized. If you're using the Firefox, then the Firefox browser will be initialized. So whatever the browser driver, specific driver you will utilize, so according to that you will see a particular browser being invoked over here. So that's how the communication happens, and it's kind of a sequence here, like step by step here. So each and every stage is very important, because that's how the communication will happen over here, and you will get the end result or the desired output. If you have any kind of failing component over here, so that's where the whole connectivity will be breakdown, and you will not be able to get any kind of values as expected. So this is something which we really need to consider, or we need to go ahead with that part here.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So what are the different drawbacks which we got with the help of the Selenium WebDriver here? So when we talk about the Selenium WebDriver, so what are the different drawbacks which we are getting over here, so that we can understand like how exactly we can talk about that part here. Now the drawbacks of Selenium WebDriver is something which we use, because this is kind of main component, you can say, like using which you can actually do the complete validation. But the problem is that it's not something which you can use for the desktop application. So for the desktop application this does not works. So this WebDriver is something which is supported for the web applications only. It's not something which we can use for the desktop applications as such. So that's a kind of a limitation which we get with the help of the Selenium WebDriver here. So it's only there for the websites, for the web portals. Secondly, it requires the expertise of the teams in order to manage these scripts. So because these are the programming languages, of course, there, although it's a test suite, but it requires a programming language efforts as such in order to go ahead with that, in order to manage these things. So it requires a kind of an expert team who can actually handle these scripts, or who can work on these requirements. So that's a kind of a overhead, because if it's not like very easy to manage these, like pretty much a person who is an expert in these things can only handle these kind of requirements. So it's kind of a limitation where we will be only depending on an expert to manage these scripts as such, right? Now it's not having any kind of inbuilt reporting capability over here, so it's not available in this one. So test reports which is getting generated here is with the help of the JUnit and TestNG. So there is no default reporting mechanism which is available over here in this one. So we only have the mechanism of the JUnit, like we can extend our test scripts in Selenium by integrating with JUnit and the TestNG here, so that we will be able to get a proper reporting. So for the reporting purposes, we actually use the components like test JUnit and the TestNG over here to go ahead with that. So these are the ways in which we can actually go for the integration, where we can integrate the Selenium and the other frameworks like JUnit and the TestNG kind of components here. And that's a whole basis, because alone the Selenium WebDriver is something which can execute the scripts, process the request, but it's not going to handle any kind of reporting mechanism. So reporting mechanism is something which you can only get with the help of the JUnit or the test ng here, because these are the additional packages which you need to integrate. So it's a kind of a custom solution which we need to design, where we don't have only the WebDriver available over here, like the core components, but also we have like other components available over there, which will be of course having the other components like TestNG and the JUnit here. So that's also something which you can integrate all together with this one, right? Also it's very difficult to manage. There is a lot of management or the maintenance activity which we get over here. Also it's very difficult to scale this up also, depending on the load or depending on the requirement. It's very difficult to scale it up also if you are using for some infrastructure, some kind of a load there. So having it increased to a different level is kind of a difficult task here. Also, maintenance activity is quite huge. So if you want to have a proper maintenance or management, you have to get a couple of experts in that case, so that they can easily manage those things. So these are the different requirements which is available there, where we can see like how exactly the we can manage all these things. Now it also allows the cross browser compatibility testing here. So it's something which can easily handle like different requests across the browsers. So image testing is not available, so you don't have to use the Selenium alone. Like Selenium alone is not compatible for testing the images here. So if you really want to test the images, so you have to integrate securely in with your Selenium, so that you can have a complete package. So again, Selenium in some cases is not sufficient for like most or a variety of things there. So in some cases you have to actually go for another tool integrations, so that you can have the complete details, you can have the complete component here. So that's where the real mechanism comes in. Like yes, you don't have the exact single tool available for taking care of all these things, but yes, you can have all these things integrated with the other tools, other components there, and from there you will be able to get a complete values and the complete implementation here. Right, so these are the different drawbacks which we get once we start using the WebDriver here. So let's go ahead with the particular demo over here to understand like how exactly the Selenium WebDriver can be utilized, can be used, so that we will be able to run some test scripts here. So we are going to run prepare a test suite here, so that we can get it executed with the help of Selenium. So that's what we are trying to do here. So for this one, we require some couple of components to be there, like the JDK, Eclipse and all. So let's talk about that component. So let's go ahead with the implementation. So let's begin with the configurations of this WebDriver here. Now the very first thing which we require is that we require to the installation of the Java here. Now let's go ahead with this URL. So now this one is something where we have to see like how we can go for the installation of the JDK here. Now here we need to go for the JDK installation. That's the version which we want to install. Now variety of versions are available there, like which version you want to install, you can go with that. JDK 11, 8 is the most stable version, so you can go ahead with the JDK 8 here. So you can download here different platforms it's available, like Windows platform, whatever the platform is there. All you need to do is like you need to just download this exe file. Now once the exe file is downloaded, so what happens, like you will be able to do the installation. Now I have done the installation of this JDK here, so if I have to open my command prompt here, I would be easily able to see that I'm using a JDK version of 1.8.0 over here in this one. So that's a version which I'm using. But again, of course, if you're using some different version of JDK, that will also work here. The only thing is that you need to see that you need to go for a compatible browser, a compatible Java and the compatible Eclipse tool here. So that's what you require. Now what I'm going to do is like I'm going to install or download the Eclipse browser also. Now let's download the Eclipse here. Now we got an official website of Eclipse here, from where we can download these Eclipse. Different platform you can do it, like this is the one which is available there. Now you can click on download this one, so that will help you to download the Eclipse here. So here the download will work just like that. You can do the download here. Even if you want to go for a different offerings, like you want to go for a different platform, you feel like you want to decide that which package actually you need to do, because in the Eclipse also you got like different things. IDE, Eclipse IDE for the Java developers, for the C++. So different operating system and different packages are also available there. So it's basically up to you, like which exactly environment you want to follow. So I want to download this 64-bit over here in this one. So let's download this here. Now let's again download this. This is kind of an exe file which is available here. So let's download it again. Now it will be working on like it's kind of a download which is getting started over here. So it's close to 102 MB which is available there. This is the executable which is going to help us to do the installation of Eclipse. Now this is the latest version, 2020 version is what it is getting installed over here. And it's completely there. I have already got the JDK installed. Because of the fact that using this JDK, the Eclipse will be open. If you don't have the JDK installed, the Java runtime, then the Eclipse will not be installed for you. So in order to get the Eclipse installed and executable perfectly fine, you need the JDK installed to be done here. So we got like 1 more minute here to complete the download, and this is just an 102 MB package or installer which is available there. And once this is installed, we will be able to get ahead with this installation of the Eclipse here. So once the Eclipse is installed, all you can do is like you can go ahead with the particular configurations. You can create some couple of projects in case of Eclipse. Then we'll also see like how we can download the programming languages bindings, so that also we are going to download. So these are the different components which you're going to explore while working on this one. So let's wait for this download of this executable to be performed here, so that we will be able to proceed further with this one. So let's wait for that. So it's hardly taking 1 minute more to complete it. So Selenium and Eclipse both are the open source one. You're getting a donate to Eclipse community page there because that's a donation which they want. But again, you can use it like 100% open source and free of cost here. So you don't have to pay any cost as such over here in this case. So there is no cost associated with this one. So just 10 seconds more, and then we can pursue with the installation of the Eclipse here. And here we go. So the installer is almost done here. So I can pretty much go ahead and open the file. So this will help me to do the installation of the Eclipse here. So the Eclipse installer is what it's getting started, initialized over here in this one. Now the Java runtime is already available with me. We require the specific JDK installed. The Java command line is working. We can download the Eclipse here, and then we can go for the specific executions. Like we can go and download the browser drivers here. Now the thing is that if you really want to go for the Chrome browser or Firefox or any kind of those things, in case of your particular system, in case of your Windows machine over here, you don't have to necessarily go for any kind of a driver as such here, because of the fact we got a links over here like this Mozilla for the Firefox. This one is there for the particular Selenium. This one is there for the Chrome. Now Chrome is something which we have already got here, like we have already got the Chrome browser installed. But let's see, like we can download this driver also, like depending on that we can go ahead with that part. And then we can also download the Java client libraries over there from the bindings over there from the specific selenium.dev website over there, and we can download and we can integrate it. So let's do it one by one. So first of all, let's see, like, once the installation of the Eclipse is done, and then we'll be able to go ahead with the third component or the third request, which is the web driver or a particular Chrome browser driver over here. So this installer is going to give us the same thing here. So I'm going for the specific Java developer here. So let's go for the installation here. Now this is going to install the Java 8, right? This runtime over here. So if you feel like you want to use the JDK 11, because that's something which is available there. Now if you're using an existing ones, like you're already using an existing ones over here, the JDK, and also that's where the installation is going on, like it's going on with that part here. But we already got some system related JDKs which is installed, but you feel like you want to go ahead with this one, like you're not doing the separate installation of the JDK or JRE, so there you can actually use this ones here. So let's select this one. Like I pretty much want to use like any one of these JVMs over here, like which I feel like I can configure or I can utilize. So that's pretty much we can do here. So it's like we can use these variables, like we can go for these JVMs, or if you feel like you can go for an external JVM also there. So it all depends on you, like how the installation you want to perform here, right? And this is the location. Let's go for the desktop location there. and or you can go for the default location also over here in this one. So let's go for the installation now. Just accept it, and the installation will be proceeded over here. So even if you have not done a separate JDK installation, so this will basically have a JDK installed. I have selected the Java 11 over here, but you can go for the 15 also in this case, in this scenario. So the whole installation of the Eclipse is what it's happening over here. So once the Eclipse is installed, so then we can pretty much go ahead with the next component there, which is like dealing with the specific Selenium related components. And Chrome browser, again, it's already something which is installed there, but we'll see like how we can download the Chrome driver, how we can configure, and we can utilize that. So that's what we're going to follow here. So it's going for the installation, and it's something which we are trying to do, like this installer is pretty much downloading some couple of components as such, like this JRE is something which is getting installed or downloaded from the Eclipse website, and that's where the all the components is getting installed. So one by one, all the components will be downloaded from the Eclipse website here, and it's a complete package, which means like you don't have to necessarily go for a separate installation. There is another installer which is available for Eclipse, where you just have to unzip a zip file, and you can pretty much use it. But in this case, this is something which is having all these things integrated all together inside that. So that's another component which is being available here. So the installation is still going on there. So it depends, because all these things are getting cached from the internet. So it also depends on like how much size of file is getting downloaded here. So let's wait for the installations to be complete, and then we'll proceed further. So now the installation is done, so we can launch our Eclipse here. So that's what we are trying to launch here. Now apart from Eclipse, what happens, like we require some other components also. Like we require the Selenium WebDriver also there. So for that, we have to download the Java related client bindings. So for that, Chrome browser, first of all, it's already installed, so we don't have to do any kind of installation there. Yes, I can go ahead with the exe file like of the Chrome browser driver that I'm going to use it. So I'm going to open the specific downloads here. Now in this segment, what happens, like selenium.dev is the website which is available there. Now here we can go for the downloads. Now related to your programming language, whatever the programming language you are trying to use, so you can download the language binding for that. Now language binding is something which is utilized, so using which you will be able to see like how you can establish the connectivity. It's just a kind of a libraries where you can do the connectivity and you can see that execution. So what I'm going to do is like I'm going to download these bindings here. So let's download this one. Now it's again available as a zip file, which is available there. So depending on the version, you can go for the beta download version also, but I'm going for the stable version which we want to utilize. We want to refer it. So it's going to download this zip file. So this zip file will have all the jar files and all the required libraries there. And when I'm going to create a project into my Eclipse, at that moment of time, I would be requiring all these components, like all these various libraries should be added up into my project as such in case of the Eclipse. So that's what I need to do here. So let's go to the Eclipse here. So here we are going to expand this like a package explorer, and here we are going to go to File, New, and Java project. So I'm going to create a Java project over here. So in which we will be creating some couple of class files in which we will be having the Selenium related test cases, like how we want to process or how we want to execute that part. So I'm going to proceed with that part. So let's put the project name here. So I'm going to say like Selenium, just a project name I want to put. Then the JDK. Now if you want to go for a specific JDK like another version, so you can go with that, but right now I'm using like JDK 1.8, which is pretty much configured, so I can use that. You feel like you want to use the specific JRE of JRE which is available as part of JDK 1.8, that also you can use. Or if you want to use like a JDK, so that also something which you can utilize over here in this one. So there are different things, like you can configure the JREs also. So if you have some custom path which where you have the Java available or the JDK or JRE is available there, So that also you can easily refer it. So you can simply say that yes, this so and so location I want to refer, I want to see my source code. So that's where you can go for the execution. Now once you're providing these values, like the installed GREs which you want to provide, which you want to process here, next thing what you need to perform is like you need to go ahead with that execution. So I'm completely okay with the JDK. Whatever the environment I want to process, I can easily do that, and I'm completely okay with that, right? So let's go with that part and then click on next. And this is the source directory which is available there, right? And if you want to add any additional libraries, so here exactly you can add your Selenium related libraries, using which you will be able to see your source code working fine. But I'm not going to do that activity here, so I'm going to do that later on, so that we can get complete things in a sequence. And then here we go, like finish. So you will be able to get the GRE related libraries and the source folder here. So right now it's completely empty project. There is nothing available as such here. And what I'm going to do is like I'm going to create a class file over here to see with the specific source code of the Selenium, to how the WebDriver is getting loaded up and processed. So that stuff we are going to talk about here. So let's see like what content we need to really put up over here in this one. Now if we downloaded this Selenium programming language bindings here, so let me extract it. You can pretty much keep it into the Eclipse folders also, or if you wish you can keep it aside in some specific folder, because it's just going to be referenced with every project. So it's just a kind of a shared libraries which is available there. So whatever project you want to onboard, you want to use, so this kind of package or this kind of shared library you can easily utilize and you can implement it. So we are just trying to extract it. Now once the extraction is done, so you will be able to see like some couple of files and folders. Now this is having a particular two executable files like client and combined. This is kind of connecting, acting like a Selenium client, and which is using to connect and process all the requirements. We also have a sources file which is available there for this one, but again it's something which depends on the requirement. So you don't have to put the sources jar file also over here, because that's not required. So you can pretty much use this executable jar file, because in this one you will not have any kind of source. Then of course your Selenium related jar file is further on dependent on some dependencies like this. So these jar files are also something which you should be putting up into your specific shared library, so that your Selenium related jar file should not start it failing. So we'll try that scenario also, so that we can get the complete output and complete instance here. So let's see. Now we'll go to this, we'll import this particular file over there, and for that we have to write a class file. So let's see like how we can do that. So we have already got the Selenium WebDriver. So the Eclipse is what we have followed. So we have created a new jar project. Now we want to create a new class file. The build path configurations, we will be taking care of that later on, but right now we are going to see like how we can proceed further with that. So I'm going with this specific component here, right? So whatever the browser or whatever the driver you want to follow, you can do that. So Firefox, if you want to use or Chrome browser, it all depends on you. Like it all depends on the way like how you want to configure it. So let's see, let's import this particular component here. Now if the specific Firefox browser is installed, that's great. If it's not installed, so you can just go back here. So here you will be able to see like this browsers, like these specific components which is available here. So this is the driver which is available. So for the Windows 64-bit, you can again download this one here. So whatever the platform you want, like if you want to use for the Chrome browser, you can go for that. If you want to go for the Firefox, Edge, whatever the driver you feel like you want to go, you can go with that part here. So let's open this one here and extract this one also, so that we should be able to refer it over here into our specific source code. So this is the driver, this is the exe file which is available there. Now all we need to do is like we need to just open our Eclipse there. So in our Eclipse we should be using, or we should be referring to this one here. So this is a kind of a path which is available. Similarly, we will also be giving a path over there, so that we can refer to that specific driver, over here. So let me open that and let's see. So I'm going to create a class file here. You can create a package called com, and in that package you can further on create a class file like Selenium test. It's also depends, like this is just a custom name, so you feel like you want to give some different name, you can go for any kind of class name over here, but this is something which is something we are going to see, like how the execution needs to be performed and needs to be done here. So there are different names, like you want to follow some different name, you can do that also. Now if you see closely here, let me save the file here. Now in this one you're getting some errors related to this one, like you're getting the error codes related to the imports here, like how the specific execution should be done here. Right now the thing is that this is something which is really causing the problems, like how the import or the execution should be done. Right, also the thing is that we require these imports to be available there, right? So that's definitely we are requiring over here, and that's something which we require, we want to process as such also. So right now let's have a particular declaration of the package also there, because it's something which is there in the com package. So let's have the package com also here, so it's there in the com package. But again those errors are not related to that, so these are like related to the configurations which we are trying to put, and during the copy paste there might be a conversion of the code, so that I have taken care. Great. So let's see now what I have to really do is, like we have to see like how we can proceed further on the furthermost executions, and we need to get this driver, like we need to get this one. So I'll right click on my project here and go to the build path and click on configure build path. So first I'm going to add my binding jar file there, the Java binding a jar file which I downloaded just now, this Glide combined one here. So only this jar file we are trying to add up over here, and with that most of the related errors related to that imports will be resolved. Now I'm not sure that how it's going to work, how it's going to function, whether it's going to success or failure, that's a different story. But yes, all you have done is, like I right clicked on my project, went to the build path, went to the configure build path here, and went for the add external jars. So these are the external jars which you have to do, we have to put up over here. So only the combined client combined jar file is what I have put up over here in this one. In the referenced libraries you will immediately be able to know that part of the jar file here. Now this is the directory where you will be having the exe file available for that driver for the Firefox. So let's get the path for our component also. So we got the path, so let me paste it over here. And here we go. So we got the path here. This is the folder where we got our driver available here, and let's try to resolve it. Let's try to run it over here. Great. So now I'm going to right click here, just say run as and Java application. Now in this one I got an error saying that some Google common collect immutable map some class file is not available there. This is the fact that I did not imported those dependent jar files also, which we got downloaded from the Java binding file here. So that zip file was also having some of the jar files there in the library folders. So in this one also you will be able to see like some executions of the jar files is required over here as an imports, as a standard imports. So let's import this one, and this is the reason why we got the error at the first place, because we are not importing those jar files which is being required by our client combined jar file also. So these are the dependent jar files which we are trying to import here. So ultimately at last you will be able to have your referenced libraries available here with all these jar files component available here. Right now, since our driver is configured, everything is configured. Now the next thing which we require is the browser. Now I have the Chrome browser, but unfortunately I don't have the Firefox browser. So let's go ahead and download the Firefox browser. So for that, let's open the browser. So I'm going to download a Firefox browser over here into my system. So the official website is something which is quite good. So we can go for the download Firefox here. Now why? Because I require, now I'm using the Firefox here. If I am using the Chrome browser, I will not be having or facing any kind of issues as such. But since I'm using the Firefox driver, so I require a Firefox browser. So the dependency of the browser is there when we want to go ahead, because pretty much my code base is going to connect, or this one is going to connect to the driver here, but driver ultimately internally or require a browser so that it can perform the executions, it can do that execution. So these drivers are going to just communicate between the your source code and the actual browser here. So after the driver, you also require the browser to be installed, like the Chrome browser to be available here, so that you can pretty much use it and you can perform the configuration. So let's see, we are getting the browser over here in this one, and we got the browser installed perfectly fine over here. So we should be able to see the browser because in this one we are basically trying to open the browser and getting a website called www.google.com here, and then we are having a particular sleeve one, and then ultimately the driver is getting quit here. So let's see. So once the browser is downloaded and installed, so right click on run as Java application. So you will be able to see the browsing here. So okay, it's connecting the browser, the Firefox exe file is getting executed, a browser is getting executed, and it will be maximized automatically. You can see here like it's getting maximized automatically here, and we just have to wait for a couple of seconds more, and here we go, we got the browser closed automatically also, because there was a slip of a couple of seconds over here, and you got the failure, like you got the complete component, or it got the driver closed there. Driver closed means that definitely the browser will also be closed here. And you can see here that the specific output which is being performed or which is getting executed over here, it's actually showing us like how the executions and the setup needs to be performed or needs to be done here. So this is the way that how the implementations really performed or really gets executed over here. In this case, you got the browser execution and everything will be work perfectly fine. So again, I'm right clicking over here, just click on run as Java application. The same browser will be open again. It will be automatically refreshed. You will see that progress like this, and after a couple of seconds the thread will be on sleep, but yes, after that it will be closed automatically over here. So like that you can program how to open a website, how to proceed further from there. You want to click on some buttons, you want to do some processing, that's all up to you, like how you program, how you code it over here. So this completely helps you to see like how exactly you can go ahead with the complete program, and this program will help you to execute a good amount of testing, validations, and running or executing some couple of test cases. So this is what we have in this demo, where we saw like how we can configure the different drivers, the web driver, the browser driver, and ultimately the browser and the Selenium web driver here. So you're using the Selenium web driver over here, which is going to invoke the browser driver, and this browser driver is going to invoke the browser as such over here in this case. So that's it for this demo. Let's move on to main content. So that was the demo in which we executed a very simple program in order to execute the Selenium web driver, which is going to further invoke the browser driver, the Firefox driver, and then it was invoking the specific implementations there, right? So this is what we did, and if we summarize this demo, so in this one we downloaded the Selenium web driver, we installed it, we configured it, we integrated the Eclipse with the Selenium web driver, and we also executed a specific test script in order to see like how a particular browser will be invoked. And in the previous cases, yes, the browser was invoking a www.google.com website there, and we were getting the response accordingly, and that was the executions mechanism. Like that's the whole basis that how the Selenium test cases used to work and used to be integrated over there. So this is the complete way that how exactly we did this demo here.
First of all, you should have Java 8 in your system to run Selenium 3.0, 3 plus I would say. So you should have Java 8 if you want to run Selenium 3 plus. Okay, you can verify whether you have Java version 8 plus or not by going to command prompt and say Java -version. and then see if you have the latest version of Java or not. If you don't have, download it from the link provided right here and install that in your system and configure it. Second, Selenium 3.3.1 is mentioned right here, but now the latest version is 3.5.3. You can simply download the latest version, whatever you get from the Selenium website. Okay, here it is talking about TestNG. So we'll be talking about TestNG at the later point when we will be talking about unit testing framework. So as of now, you don't need to download it. No need. Okay, you don't need to download it. Just set up Selenium and Java in your system and make it ready, because from now onwards we'll be writing the script on Selenium. Now let's talk about the project setup steps. So first, create a new Java project and give a name. Second, create a new source folder and provide a suitable name. The source folder is automatically created, so you don't need to worry about it. Just ignore. Right click on test source folder, create a new package and provide a suitable name. This is scripts. So here we'll be going to create a new package. We already have a package that is called as Selenium examples. So we will use it. Right click on test source folder, create a new folder and name it as resources. Right click on the project, create a new folder and name it as lib. So why they are calling it as resources and why they are calling it as lib? Let me tell you that. So they are asking us to create two new folders in the project. So by saying new folder, give it a name resources. In this resources, we will be going to keep all our drivers. That is Chrome driver, Firefox driver, all those drivers. It is also asking me to create. Where it went? Okay. It is also asking me to create one more folder that is called as lib. Okay. So in this lib, we'll be going to store all our Selenium libraries. Okay. So earlier, how we set up? So there are two ways to set up. One is you're going to the project, go to properties, Java build path, add external jars, and you select the libraries which you want to add. Okay. The second one is you go to lib. You just create a lib folder. You go here, copy the libraries, paste it here inside this. After pasting it, do the right click and say, here's that. Let's see. I completely not here. Why I'm not getting that option? You can try it right now if you would like. So download the libraries, create a new folder right in your project. By creating the folder, you will get here lib and you can paste all your libraries right into this folder, and then you can select your library, do the right click, and then you will get an option add to build path. You can then add your libraries directly to your build path. So how it helps? It actually helps you to manage all your libraries at one project, and it will be configured in your project. How to add libraries into the lib folder? Just copy the library, come here and paste it, and done. So here if I go to lib folder, copy it and paste it, and done. It will be added. Or you can do the right click, go to properties, copy this path, the location where this lib folder is present. You can copy it, paste it here, and here you can paste your libraries. This is also an option. After that, you select your libraries, do the right click, and there you will get an option add to build path. Okay, and then the libraries will be added to the build path. Meanwhile, I would suggest you to try yourself as well. It will be there in your Eclipse. You won't face any issues like I am facing. So that's what we do. It is just that we do create a library here so that we can maintain all the libraries in one folder in the same project, instead of go and explore libraries or search for the libraries. Rasika, it's completely, there is no difference. You can use any way. You can use any approach. Just that when you do the right click in the project and go to properties and do add external jars, then it is getting added from some different location. But here you are creating a folder in your own project where you are working. So you don't need to go here and there to search for the libraries. That's it. Yes, it goes to the reference library, Surajit, after you add it to the build path. It is, adding it to the adding files to the reference library, it is same, no difference. Do the setup, okay, today itself. So here you can see they have created a lib folder. On top of that, they have created two more folders. That is, one is source and one is test. Source is what that we actually get. There is no need to create test folder. If there is a Maven comes, if build tool Maven comes, then you will see automatically all these architecture will be created. It's by default comes when you work on Maven. Okay, this is how they are saying that your folder structure will look like this. Then they are asking us to add, libraries. So they are asking us to copy the downloaded Selenium jar into the lib folder, like I have shown you, this one. They're asking us to add the drivers in the resources folder. So just add the drivers in the resources folder. Asking us to add the test-ng library. Just ignore for the time being. We'll not be going to do that. And here you can see that, guys. Okay, great, Abhay. I hope you must be getting the build path option and add to build path by right clicking on the project. So there are two ways, like I mentioned. One is you select all the libraries and say build path, add to build path, or another way is add to external jar files. So you can choose any way. It's up to you. If you don't have Chrome and IE, then install those browsers as well. Guys, it's for you as well. If you don't have IE and Chrome, just download them as well. No, Surajit, you don't require any GitHub account to get the Jekyll driver. What you need to do is go to Jekyll driver version, and here you have Windows zip file. Click on it, and it will download the zip file for you, and that's it, done. You don't need to create any kind of a any account and all that. If you have an older version of Firefox, then install the latest version so that we can work on the latest version. And guys, make sure that you have Chrome, IE and Firefox, because these are the main browser people uses, and we'll be working on all these browsers as well. So this is how they are showing us that it has been added. So they have maintained the resources in a package, but we are maintaining it in a separate folder, and it is always suggested maintain your drivers in a folder. You can, for the time being, you can ignore this, the package. Okay, so let's create this architecture. Of course, I have the architecture, correct? So we have already created that, and for the resources, let's copy the Jekyll driver, Chrome driver, and IE driver as well. So let's go to that. Selenium resources. So here I have stored all my library, all my exes and libraries, etc. So here I need to add the Jekyll driver. How to download the Jekyll driver? I'm repeating it once again. Just take a look here. For the Jekyll driver, click on this version. Click on it. You will get this page. Go down. You will get a zip file here. Click on it and download it and unzip it. Download it and unzip that. That's it. Second, Chrome driver. Click on the latest version 2.31. Let it open. You will get Chrome driver. Click on the zip file. It will get downloaded, and then unzip it, and that's it. After that, IE driver. So for IE driver, just move your cursor up, and here you can see there's a different section completely. Internet Explorer driver server. Okay, so click on 64-bit Windows IE. When you click on it, it will start downloading the IE driver server, and done. So all the three drivers are downloaded, and now you can unzip them, and after unzipping, you can add them to your resource folder. So Jekyll driver, copy this, paste it in resource folder, go back, let's see Chrome drivers. This is my Chrome driver. Let me go inside, copy this. Again, paste it here, Control V, going back, Internet Explorer driver server. Open this, copy it, paste it, and done. All the 3 drivers has been placed in the folder. You don't need to add them into the build path, okay? Don't add them into the build path. So you just need to add the libraries into the build path, not the resources, okay? Okay, all the setup is done. No more setup is required now.
In this session, we will begin by learning what XPath is, what is its relevance, and in the process of learning about XPath, we shall see its syntax and different types of XPath locators. We shall learn the types of XPath, different XPath functions, and lastly, we will see XPath access. While we learn all of these, we shall see the syntax often along the side. But before we begin, make sure that you have subscribed to our YouTube channel and click that bell icon so that you can never miss an update from Simplilearn. Okay, so without further ado, let's get started with what is XPath. XPath stands for XML Path Language. It is a Selenium technique that is used to navigate through the HTML structure of a web page. It is a syntax or language that makes finding elements on a web page possible using XML path expression. There are other locators in Selenium that search for elements using tags or CSS class names, and they are simple to use, but then they are not always sufficient and effective. There are times when you need to select all DOM elements of an HTML document, which is when XPath comes to your rescue. The XPath helps in dynamically searching elements with a web page, giving sufficient flexibility to the user. It has always been an essential part of an automation script development to locate a web element, and it has always been a challenging task to find the correct, useful, and accurate locator in an automation test development process. This is when XPath comes to the picture and provides its various functions to help write effective XPaths. In Selenium automation, there may be times when elements can be hard to find with general locators like ID, name, class, etc. And this is when XPath is used to locate those elements on the web page. We can use XPath in Selenium on both XML and HTML documents. XPath in Selenium has a basic format or syntax. Here, we can use a syntax that has many keywords. These double slashes are used to select nodes in the document from the current node that match the Selenium no matter where they are. Then, tag name is used to give the tag name as an input. This @ symbol is used to select the attribute. The keyword attribute indicates the attribute name of the node. And lastly, the value refers to the value of the node. Next, before we move on to the types of XPath, let's first see the types of XPath locators. As we know by now, XPath is used to locate web elements based on its XML path. Here, the term locator refers to an address that identifies a web element uniquely within the web page. These locators are HTML properties of a web element, which tells Selenium about the web element it needs to act on. The first type of XPath locator is the ID. The best and the most popular method to identify web elements is by using the ID. And obviously, each element's ID is unique. The second type is the class name. In this case, the class name of the element is used to find the element. The third type is the link text. Here, the link's text is used to find the element. All the hyperlinks on the web page can be identified just by using the link text. We can determine the link on the web page with the help of an anchor tag. The anchor tag is used to create the hyperlinks on a web page, and the text between the opening and closing anchor tags constitute the link text. Then comes the XPath locator that uses the name of the element to find that particular element. The other type of XPath locator is the XPath. This is required by the dynamic element and to traverse between different elements of the web page. The last type of XPath locator is the CSS path. It locates the elements that have no class, name, or ID. Now, let's move further and learn about the types of XPath. There are basically two types of XPath, absolute XPath, and the second one is relative XPath. If we talk about the absolute XPath, then it refers to the direct way of finding an element. The major drawback of an absolute XPath is that if there are any changes in the element's path, then the XPath will fail. The XPath begins with a single /, which states that we can select the root node element. The syntax of the absolute XPath looks something like this. You can determine the absolute XPath of any Windows file by right-clicking on the file and then clicking Properties. In the file properties, first look at the location, which is the path to the file. Next, add a backslash and then the file name to the end of the path. These actions will give you the absolute XPath of that file. Now, next, let's see the relative XPath. In the case of relative XPath, the path begins from the middle of the HTML DOM structure. Here, the structure with a double slash or double forward slash that states that the element can be searched anywhere on the web page. Relative XPath enables you to write from the middle of the HTML DOM structure without any need to write a long XPath. The syntax of the relative XPath looks like this. A relative path needs to be combined with another path to access a file. Creating a link to an absolute path is easy since you are pointing to the file's internet URL. If you want to find a specific file's relative XPath, certain things must be kept in mind. The file must exist on the same server as the HTML file. The path to the file must be relative to the directory of HTML file. This is what sums up the two types of XPaths for us. The next topic in this session is the XPath functions. Now the question arises, what does the term XPath function mean? There may be times when locating a particular web element using general attributes. XPath in Selenium provides XPath functions to write efficient XPaths to discover elements uniquely. There are elements with similar properties like the same name or the same class name. This is when the simple XPath strategies are not efficient, and then we need the XPath functions. There are three types of XPath functions. The first type is the XPath contains. The XPath contains in Selenium is a function within the XPath expression used to search for the web elements containing a particular text. It can find the element with partial text. It is used if the part of the value of any attribute changes dynamically, like login information, etc. And here we can see the syntax of XPath contains function. The contains method accepts two parameters. The attribute of the tag must validate to locate the web element. The value of an attribute is a partial value that the attribute must contain. The second type of XPath function is the XPath text. The XPath text function is a function used to locate the element on the web page using the web element's text. It helps to find the exact text element and it locates the elements within the set of text nodes. The function proves its worth if the element contains a text, like a label or etc. So here we can see the syntax of XPath text on the screen. The text method here returned the text of web element when identified by the tag name and compared with the right side's value. Now comes the last type of XPath function, that is the XPath starts with function. The XPath starts with function is used to find the element in which the attribute values start with some specific character or a sequence of characters. The function plays a major role while working with the dynamic web pages. We can also use this method to find elements whose attribute value is static, that is not changing. The syntax for the starts with function can be seen on the screen. The starts with accepts two parameters. The attribute of the tag must validate to locate the web element, and the attribute value is the partial value of the attribute with which the attribute is expected to start. After the XPath functions, let's move on to our next and final topic, that is the XPath access. All the XML DOM elements are in a hierarchical structure and can be either located using absolute path or relative paths. For this, XPath provides a specific attribute called XPath access. XPath access in Selenium are methods used to identify those dynamic elements that are impossible to find by normal XPath methods such as ID, class name, etc. Access are so named because they tell about the axis on which elements lie relative to an element. Here, an axis shows a relationship to the current node and helps locate the relative nodes concerning the tree's current node. So the XPath access uses several nodes to find those nodes in the DOM structure. Let's have a look on some axes that help in locating the elements on the web page. The first XPath access is the ancestor. The ancestor access selects all ancestor elements, grandparent, parent, etc. of the current node. Then comes the ancestor or self. This access is used to locate the current node along with its ancestors. Along that comes the attribute access. The attribute access are used to specify the attributes of the current node. Then comes the child access. As the name suggests, it selects all the children elements of that current node. The next access is the descendant access. It is used to locate the children of the current node to the leaf node. Then comes the descendant or self access that is used to locate the current node with its descendants. After that comes the following access, which locates all the nodes that come after the current node. Now comes the parent access that is used to locate the parent of the current node. And at the last, we have the self access. The self access are used to locate current or the present nodes. There are several other nodes other than these that we have just seen. There is a preceding access used to select all nodes that come before the current node, then a following sibling node that selects the following siblings of the context node, and siblings are at the same level as the current node. There is one access called the parent that selects the parent of the current node.
Let's get started with what exactly is a Chrome driver. Now, when we are working with Selenium, so pretty much we are going to use that tool for the automated test cases. For the automation of the test cases is what the main basis of the Selenium tool here. So if you got a website and let's suppose you want to log in, you want to put some credentials, you want to do some transactions. So if this kind of flow you want to test it out, definitely having some backend test cases will not help you on that part, because they will not help you to click on a particular button, put some inputs in the input text. So it's more on like a dealing with the more on the GUI perspective. So that's where the Selenium Chrome driver or the Selenium comes into the picture, where it helps you to drive those test cases, where if you are working on some kind of GUI related interface and you want to test out that application, so this kind of functionality will be helpful for you. And how exactly it goes on, let's talk about the Chrome driver here. Now, Chrome driver is a kind of a component which is available in Selenium. Like, you pretty much use Chrome driver only when you feel like it's being utilized, and at that moment of time you are working on the specific Chrome driver, and it gives you a kind of a content here where you feel like, okay, I'm going to use this Chrome driver to see like how the implementation should be done and how the automation should be performed over here. So Chrome driver specifically helps you to launch the Google Chrome browser. If you're going to use Firefox, if you're going to use Internet Explorer, then they have their own specific drivers, but this one means like all your test cases is going to be executed on the Chrome browser. So if your application is compatible with the Chrome browser, then this particular driver makes more sense for you. So it's kind of a driver, like definitely this web driver is going to have all the API calls embedded inside that, which is going to help you to automate your web applications testing. So whether you want to go for Chrome driver, you want to go for Firefox, you want to go for Internet Explorer, it totally depends on the user and your application's compatibility. If it's compatible with the Chrome, you can pretty much use the Chrome driver without any issues as such here. Right? So why exactly we need to use a Chrome driver here? Now, when we are using a Chrome driver, so it's basically a kind of main component which is being utilized by the Selenium, by the Selenium web driver, because Selenium requires a browser plugin or a browser driver so that it can send the request. So it can send the request to the Chrome and it can process the request. If the Selenium web driver is saying like I want to hit onto some input box, I want to hit onto the submit box, so those kind of requests will be processed by the Chrome driver. So for that purpose we require the Chrome driver, which will only send the notifications or the communications which will be sent out to the Chrome browser with the help of the Selenium web driver here. Now it's being used to navigate between web pages. So if you want to navigate or if you want to go from one web page to another web page, so for that also you can use the Chrome driver here. So while doing the processing here, what you can do is like you can put the inputs in the web pages, like let's say like you got a login page, so you can put up a username, password, you can have the credentials. Not only you can provide the credentials, but you can also click on some buttons, certain buttons, like okay, let's click on the login button. So if you want to test out it, what will happen that if automatically you're going to click on the login button, so how your application is going to behave. So if this kind of a validation and this kind of verification, if you feel like you want to do, then in that case, these Chrome browser will be used by the Selenium to interact. Now the Selenium WebDriver or the Selenium tool can actually send the request, and all these requests will be processed by the Chrome browser. So ultimately it's a Chrome browser where you will see the end results, like the website is getting navigated, the browser is getting closed automatically, the browser is getting started or initialized automatically here. So all that activity is going to be done by the Chrome driver, which will intake all the specific requests from the Selenium WebDriver here. Now let's see like how we can set up a Chrome driver. For this one you require a Chrome, like a Chrome browser you require. Whatever the platform you're using, Chrome is pretty much installed there. If you already got a Chrome browser installed, all you need to do is like you need to get a browser exe path over there, so that you can configure that into your specific source code here. So as a Chrome driver, in the configurations for that, you can put, okay, so this so and so location we have the exe file present there, and the source code can actually use it to launch the Chrome browser and do whatever the activities you want to perform on there as such. Right, so let's see like how we can set up the Chrome browser and the Chrome driver over here, so that we can run some couple of Selenium test cases. Now for the Chrome driver demonstration over here, we require 4 things. One, the JDK installation, the JRE, which can be installed from the Oracle. We already got the JDK installed into our system, and Eclipse also installed into our system. So these 2 prerequisites is already being done. Now Chrome browser is something which is also available over here. We already got the Chrome browser embedded inside this machine. So the only thing which is left out is the Selenium here, because pretty much the JDK, Eclipse and Chrome browser you will already be having it there onto your development machines or into your personal machines. If you're already dealing with the with the Java programming source code, so you already have these things available there. But even if you don't have these things, we can easily download those things and configure into our machine, so that we can start using that one. Right, so we have the respective links over here. Eclipse is pretty easy to download. Just download the zip file or a exe file. Eclipse will be installed and you can start using it. And in order to make the Eclipse work, first you have to do the installation of the JDK or the Java which you want to install. So that's what you require here. Right, so let's open the Selenium browser here. So I'm going to click on this button here. So this will help me to open the Selenium website. Selenium.dev is the website which is available there, which can help us to see like how we can go ahead with this particular Selenium download here. So we are going to download the Selenium here, and then we are going to utilize that Selenium over here in this one to process it. So this is the Selenium which we got. This is the website. Now here, if you go to the downloads, like first of all you got WebDriver, IDE, Selenium Gate. These are the different components which is there. Now if you go to the downloads button, so here you will be able to see like all the downloads which is available there, like the browser, or if you want to see like the WebDriver, if you want to install. So these are the different programming languages integrations which is available there. Right, so you can see like how the executions, even if for the C# you have this one here, so you also got the Selenium IDE which is available there. So all these different components are available, which you can see, which is easy for you to integrate for the Selenium here. Right, now since we are going to use it for the Java, so we have got like the specific version over here, 141.59 here. So this is something which we can use, and you can also go for the beta version also, but I want to download the stable version over here. You can go for the beta download also, right, whatever version you feel. So let's go for the download option over here. So this will basically help me to download a specific file, a zip file over here. Now this zip file is something which is going to have all the required values and attributes which is available there. So let's see like what exactly is available in this zip file. So this is kind of a Selenium which we are downloading, and this is what we are going to use in the Eclipse also. So in the Eclipse we will be using this stuff so that we can utilize it. So let's open this one here. Okay, now you got this specific library files. These are the different library files which is required over here. You can say like as in dependencies, and these are the ones which is available there. These are the executables, like you can say like these will help you to run any kind of Selenium test cases. So all you require to do is like you can just integrate these ones into your class path while running your Eclipse project. You can add these ones to the build path there, and this will surely work for you. These are the requirements, like these are the prerequisites which is required in the Eclipse so that you can proceed further with this one. If these are not there, then it's going to show you the compilations error. So first we'll try to put up the code base there and see that what kind of error comes in, and then later on we'll see like how we can resolve those errors as such here. So let's go to the Eclipse. Right now, what we really need to do is like we need to create a new Java project and create a new class. So that's what we need to do. And in that case, we have to configure the build path. But I'm not going to add the external jars as of now to put that class path there. So what I'm going to do is like I'm going to first see there that how I can do that installation. So I'm going to copy this code here because this is what I'm going to put up into my a specific class. So whatever the name of the class you can give. So here we are using in the code base as an the get started here. So the same class name we can use so that we don't get any kind of issues. So let me copy this content. Also provided like the driver, the Chrome is already installed here, so we don't require. So you can see here that we are giving the path of the Chrome driver. In case of Linux platform, when you're trying to deploy it, like when you're trying to put it up by there, so in that case probably you have to do the installation, like you have to download the Chrome driver for the Linux platform. But here it's pretty much like you can simply use it, or you can get it done because already the Windows platform we are using it. So we are launching the Eclipse here. So in this one we will be creating quickly a class over here in this one, kind of a project, so that we will be able to proceed further with that. So we are going to create an empty project here in this case. So we got the specific Eclipse open, so we can go for a new Java project here. So I can say it like Selenium, so we can give any project name here, and we can say it like finish. So there will be some basic structure which is available there. So I'm going to quickly create a specific file, like a class file here. Now these are the jar files which is available like from the JDK, but we can easily go to the build path and we can add the external jars, but we are not going to do that now. We are going to first see like what error we are going to get. So I'm going to create a class here, like a simple class. So getting started is a class which I'm going to create here because that's the one which is available into my content of the class file. So you can if you feel like you don't want to use the same name like this one, so you want to use some different name, so you can easily do a rename. So that can be easily done there. Now here, since like the imports is something which is coming up, like this is not something which is coming up over here, like it's not getting resolved because of the fact that we are pretty much using the specific open the Selenium related jar files, the JMeter jar files, but it's not getting that, it's not showing that output here. So let's see, like let's open the specific downloads window here, so from where we can access these jar files and we can refer it. So we got this one, so let's extract this completely. You can put these for jar files in any other locations if you feel like you want to refer that. So you can put up into the default location of the Eclipse also if you feel like this is getting referenced pretty much frequently and there are a lot of projects which you are working. So in that case you can have it into a small folder or directly import it into the Eclipse itself. So here I'm just doing a one-time activity, so let's use this downloads folder itself, from where we can simply import these jar files here. So these are the jar files which is available there in the libraries. We also got like an additional jar file which is available, right? So we can go ahead with that part here. So these are the different libraries which is available, and these are again the libraries. So let's change the build path here. So we'll go for the build path here, and we'll say like we can add the libraries here. Now libraries is something which we want to edit the build path here. So here we're going to talk about the external libraries, like the libraries which is available there, which we want to put up into this one. So we can say like add external jars. So now we can go for the downloads button here, and here we can put up this jar file here. Now we also got a sources jar file which is also available there, but what we have done is like we have added only the executable ones, because sources ones and executable ones is just the same. The only thing is that the sources one will have the source code also. We don't require that as such. Then lastly we comes up with the JUnit one. Then of course like JUnit is also being referenced here. So for that we don't have to download the JUnit one because most of the Eclipse browsers are already having the libraries integrated. So all you need to do is like you need to click on the add library here, and we already got the JUnit in this one. So we don't have to really go anywhere there because it's a part of the plugin of the Eclipse that it's already integrated there. In case of Selenium, you went for the add external jar files and you added the jar file there, but not in this case. In JUnit, it will be automatically referenced because of the fact that we are using it on over here in this case. Right, so these are the two references. Like JUnit also we reference it because we are running some JUnit test cases here, so which is like already a part of the plugins here in the Eclipse. Yes, if you put the plugin of the Selenium and you integrate in the same way, then also you don't have to go for this third-party references, but it's okay, like you can reference it there, and any project of Selenium can work now because you got the basic executables required for that. So that's how it works on there. Right, now we also have got like certain other jar files which needs to be added up over there. Now those were not something which we added because right now we just resolved the issues related to the Selenium, but these Selenium executables may also have some other dependencies. So for that what you need to do is like you need to add another folder, like another folder over here which is like lib here. So these jar files will also coming up over here because your code bases may be available or may be dependent on these ones. So these are the exact because your Selenium may be dependent on these jar files there, so that's also we are going to add up over here. So not only the client combined jar file, but other dependent jar files also is going to be there into the referenced libraries here. Right, now let's find out the executable path of the Chrome browser here. So I'm going to open the C drive here because in that case we will be having the Chrome browser installed. So it's a standard location where you will be able to see your particular Chrome application exe file here. So pretty much this is the directory structure which is available there. Like in this one it will be installed there. So you can get the same information from the Chrome shortcut or from Chrome icon also, that where exactly this exe file is referenced and if any difference is there, so you can do that. Now this is a directory, like this is the exe file which is available there. So I'm going to just put that one over here in this one. Right, so this is the way we are going to put up the paths here in this ones, like how the path should be referenced, should be executed over here. And ultimately this is required because definitely when we are going to run the test cases, this Chrome browser will be sent the notifications to open a www.google.com here, and it's going to wait over there on that part, and it's going to search the specific keyword over here called Chrome driver. So this is what this basic program is going to perform here. So now let's run the Chrome browser here. So we're not going to run the Chrome browser, but ultimately the JUnit test cases. So you right click over here and say run as JUnit test cases, and this will ultimately help you to launch a Chrome browser. Now I have not triggered it manually. I have got it like automatically over here, and you can see like the cursor is going to blink because it's basically waiting for the Selenium to put up the inputs and all. Now if you have the test case executed, like you open this website, go to this website, click on this and click on that, so according to that your browser will start behaving without any interaction from the human there. Now this is a kind of a functionality which we will get with the Selenium, and this makes easy for us, like if we want to validate or if we want to go through any kind of web application based testing, this is the ultimate way like how we can go for that verifications. Right, so this is what we have in this demo, where we can see like how the automatically we can do the Chrome browser, we can interact with Chrome browser right from the Selenium over here. So let's go back to the main content. Right, so that was the way that how we can configure the Chrome driver with the Selenium here, so that we can invoke Chrome browsers, and then we can, according to the statements, we can start sending the request. So that's pretty much which is there. Now the various activities which we did in this case was the JDK installation, Eclipse, Selenium, a Chrome browser. Now Chrome browser IDE and JDK is pretty easy to download and you can configure it, and that's the way that how we can set up the Chrome browser. The main important thing is like how to download the Selenium and refer it into your projects, so that you can start using the Selenium over here.
Now we will come to various annotations in test-ng. We will be going to talk about test-ng now today. What is test-ng? Let's talk about that. Testing next generation. This is the full form of test-ng. What is test-ng? So first of all, test-ng is a unit testing framework, or I would say Java unit testing framework. It is specific to Java. There are two most popular unit testing frameworks. One is JUnit and one is test-ng. These are the two unit testing frameworks for Java. And if I talk about JUnit, it's used a lot by developers. So developers use this particular framework a lot for the unit testing purpose. And when I talk about test-ng, it is used a lot by testers. Why there is a discrimination between these two frameworks then? Okay, what happens is, developers keep on using JUnit from quite a long time and they don't want to switch to the new one. That's only the thing which I feel is they are using JUnit. However, if I talk about test-ng is having more annotations compared to JUnit. It's having more annotations means more functionalities. Let me write it here. More functionalities. The latest version of JUnit is JUnit 4. For test-ng, it is actually 6.11 is the latest version of test-ng, and for JUnit it is the 4th version. For JUnit, there is a new version coming up that is called as 5, and it may be possible that will be more advanced, or not more advanced, but that will be equivalent to test-ng. Because I have seen as an introduction that it is having functionalities similar to test-ng. So now, then we won't be able to say that JUnit is behind test-ng. But as of now, yes it is. In test-ng, if I talk about, we'll be going through some annotations. These annotations helps us to make our test more reusable, easily maintainable. Okay. If you get stuck at any point of time, you can go to the documentation of test-ng and you will find each and everything clear and very easily defined. So test-ng documentation is very good. So I would suggest whenever you get time, you can go through with it. But most of the 70% of the test-ng functionality is what we are going to take a look. Okay, because they are very helpful. When we talk about test-ng, we always talk about few annotations. When we talk about annotation, what annotation is? Can anyone tell me what annotation is? Let me create a package here. So actually test-ng, learning test-ng is a very interesting thing. We are creating a class and we are saying it as login test cases. We see here verify with valid credentials. Verify with invalid credentials. Verify, suppose if you have any other test case as well, let me just think. If you can tell me one test case of login, one is with valid credential, one is with invalid credentials. You can expand it as much as you want. Just verify it with no credentials as well, correct? Or we can say verify with the special characters. SQL injection. So there can be multiple methods, correct? Guys, have you observed at any point of time Whenever you are working on Java, if you have written any programs or anything like that, have you observed there is one annotation comes up, there is one line comes up that is at the rate, override, sometimes at the rate, suppress warnings. Any one of you have you ever seen this kind of statement? No one, it seems. Okay. We also get deprecated. Okay. So let me come back from that. So whatever you write on top of your method with at the rate sign and anything post that will be considered as an annotation on top of a method, on top of a class, anywhere. Okay, these are called as annotations, and it can be anything. I'll say at the rate test. So it's not what you will define. This is what you will say any name to it. No, these are the annotations which are being provided by TestNG, and everything whatever we will be going to define here has some functionality attached to it. So it's not that it is just for the name purpose. It will be going to add up some functionalities. Okay, that's the thing. But okay, that's fine. So whenever I am talking about annotation, I am talking about few things which I am going to add on top of methods or on top of a class. Okay, and they actually plays an important role in your particular class or in your methods. Before I tell you about annotations, that what all annotations do we have in TestNG, let me tell you how you are going to download this TestNG. First of all, when I said JUnit is a pre-installed. JUnit is pre-installed in Eclipse, but TestNG is not. If you have to download this, then just go to Help, Eclipse Marketplace. Wait for it to load up. Right here, TestNG in the find. Okay, it just lag. Let it come. Okay. Here TestNG and search for it. So to install it, you go to Help, Eclipse Marketplace, and inside that you mention TestNG. When you get the TestNG, you will see here TestNG for Eclipse. Just click on install. This is how install button will look like. Click on that and install TestNG and done. TestNG will be installed in your system. Okay. Now let's talk about few annotations in TestNG. We are talking about annotations from quite a long time now. Let's write some annotations. At the rate before suite, at the rate before test, at the rate before class, at the rate before method, at the rate test, at the rate after method, at the rate after class, at the rate after test, at the rate after suite, at the rate before group, at the rate after group, at the rate data provider, and let me just think if I have @parameter. Okay, so these are the annotations what we have in TestNG. So here what it says, core of WebDriver automation framework. Without proper design, your test may look like the image below. If you don't think and without any design, you may end up by saying login test, product test, add to cart test, checkout test, payment, checkout test, shipment, payment test, and etc. It may be possible that the things which you are using here can be used in product test as well. It might be possible that whatever the things which you are doing here can be used in add to cart as well. So these are the things which we are going to use now, like this. See this. So with page object, you are creating one object for sign in page, product list one object, cart one object, shipment one object, payment one object, order one object. When you are using the login test, when you are creating select product test, it might be using sign in page objects as well as product list object. So it may be possible, like I have shown you just now in the Trivago, in that we were using multiple pages, multiple page objects, and we were coming up with the test case. And that's what it is showing us in a config diagram. If you want, you can go through with that, but this is how we will be going to write our automation framework. And that's what it states. Consideration: whenever you create page object design, always consider these few things. Always create a class for every web page. Create a class for every web page. Web page elements. Web page elements are instance variables of page object class of type web element. So what it's saying that whatever the elements you will be going to write in that are always instance variable. We will be going to do that. Service page would include sign in page, add to cart, which becomes a method in page object class. So there will be services pages where you may see sign in page, add to cart query functionality, or methods, I will say. And then at the last we have written in test, you create object of page object class and call the methods. So let's go to 3 more slides there are. We'll go through that and we'll see. Design pattern: test does not have any technical code to communicate with the browser. So test will not have any technical code. Okay. Make sure that whatever you are writing technically, you will be writing in the pages. Test call page objects and verifies the result. Test is more readable. Like I have shown you, it was more readable form. Test object do not verify page load. We don't verify whether the page loaded or not. Okay. But they communicate with the browser. These are the syntaxes what I have mentioned here. If you see here, they are using wait.until. No, that is again also a method, so you can ignore it again. Okay, let's just take a look at this, because all these syntaxes is what we are going to see after the break. But let's take a look. These are the best practices one can follow to make design robust and maintainable. Create one page object class for each web page. Create one page object class for each web page. Okay, we'll be doing that. Each page object method should either return the object on that page or should return the page object of the next page. So we'll see this is what we call as, in the Layman language, linking between the classes. Linking between the classes. Each page object should self-validate whether the page is fully loaded before giving control to the next step. Any data used by the page object should be passed through test and should not be hard-coded. So now we'll not be hard-coding anything. And that's what here it is showing us. A very small example with the page object BMI calculator and the test. And here again. But let me just create an architecture of the framework, and then we will see how the things will be going to execute. This is my test. I'll be going to create few packages inside it, and I'll be going to tell you about each package. Everyone has a different way to define it, and this is how I always define. Some people say it as page package, but I call it as core package. This core package, in this core package, I'll be going to initialize all my elements. In this is the heart of the package. If something goes wrong in this package, in this whatever I will define in this package, if something goes wrong in that, nothing will get executed. Nothing will be executed. Second package. This is the package. I am going to call it as pages. Pages is, here we'll be going to create all our pages. Means all our classes for web pages. So all the pages are maintained right here. Another package, we'll call it as test cases. Here I'll be keeping all my test cases. Another package, util. Here I'll be keeping all my utilities. Another package, config. Here I'll be keeping all my configuration files. Another package, logs. Here I'll be generating all my logs related to my project. A new folder. Let's do one thing. Instead of creating a folder, let's utilize the resources, and let's put here one folder by the name of drivers. So all our Firefox, Chrome, IE drivers will be placed at this location. One more folder, test data. Excel sheet or whatever test data you are using, you'll be putting your test data right at this location. One more folder, screenshots. It's at the project level, so all the screenshots will be maintained in this folder. And this is the architecture of my framework, which I'll be going to create. Let's take up one more concept, that is first principles and SRP. Let's see that what it is. So first principle structures the test case and create value of the test suits. Not all the first principle can be followed in UI testing. Use first principle as a long-term guide to maintain a test suite. Let's see that what all those 5 principles are. Fast, isolated, independent, repeatable, self-validating, throw timely. So your test, whatever the test you are writing, it should be fast enough. So that's why we always discuss that avoid use of thread. Pick up one more concept, that is first principles and SRP. Let's see that what it is. So first principle structures the test case and create value of the test suits. Not all the first principle can be followed in UI testing. Use first principle as a long-term guide to maintain a test suite. Let's see that what all those 5 principles are. Fast, isolated, independent, repeatable, self-validating, throw timely. So your test, whatever the test you are writing, it should be fast enough. So that's why we always discuss that avoid use of thread.sleep. Put explicit wait, put implicit wait, else you may be spending a lot of extra time. So better avoid this. Isolated independent. Minimize dependency between tests as far as possible. So there shouldn't be dependent, your test cases should not be dependent on each other, because if one fails, it may be possible the other one will not run in that case. Okay, don't make your test case dependent on each other as much as possible. And also in your test case, insert at least one verification. Of course, you will be having that verification because that's a requirement. Repeatable. Configure test so that rerunning the test always gives consistent result. We have to keep now our test cases separately in different methods, so that even if we rerun, it won't impact the results, and of course it will not impact, and it actually does not impact, to be precise here. Validating. While writing the test, you should automate validation, as automation suites run without human intervention. Don't assume any human intervention. So always, whenever you are creating your framework, your test scripts, don't think that you will be providing some input to it. Never ever give any input to your test cases, to your automation pack. Make it in such a way that it can be freely, or it can be run in your absence as well. So what you will do, you will schedule it at 3 a.m. in the night, and it will run and it will give you the results. You'll have to make your test in such a way, not that it requires your input. Like verification, here we are saying you should automate verification and all. So when you are opening up a website, you should verify whether it has actually opened or not. It is actually opening that particular URL or going to that URL, or it is going to some other different URL. You need to verify all these things. Thorough, timely. This is applicable to unit test. This test should be thorough in the terms of coverage. So when I say in the terms of coverage, guys, what happens in unit test cases? In unit testing, we write code. Okay, of course, in Selenium also we write code. And in code, we write some variables, we create some methods, some extra line of code as well. But if we write some extra line of code, that means your program will, once your program will get executed, execution time will be more, correct? If you are adding some more things, if you are using objects which are not being used anywhere, if you are creating objects which are not used anywhere, if you are creating variables which are not being used anywhere, so of course Java, while executing Java, will take care of them and will see them, correct? We'll go through those steps, which is of no use actually in your scripts. So here, in terms of coverage, what it means is you should get the code coverage, that you have written 100% of your, you have written your complete code, but actually how much percent is being used? 50%, 60%, 70%. So there are some code coverage tools which you can use and can see that actually how much code is being used. So when you write your script, it may be possible that the 50% of the script is only useful. 50% is, it's completely is of no use. So when you get the code coverage report, you can see that which one is of no use, and you can remove those extra lines. That's the benefit of code coverage. And it is applicable of unit test. It is applicable in Selenium as well.
Running or executing softwares or applications with the aim of finding out errors or bugs in the developed application is called software testing. Selenium and QTP are two software testing tools used widely in the current software industry. Let's do a comparison between these two testing tools in this video. In this session, we will be going through what is Selenium, what is QTP, then we'll have a comparison between Selenium and QTP. We'll then try to understand why one should shift to Selenium, and finally, how to migrate from QTP to Selenium. So, what do you mean by Selenium? To put it in simple terms, Selenium is an open source testing program for web-based applications spread across different platforms and browsers. Selenium is a set of 4 components that are usually required at the time of software testing. They are Selenium Integrated Development Environment, or IDE. This is a web browser add-on that creates tests very quickly through its record and playback functionality. Deprecated Selenium Remote Control, RC. This is a test tool that allows you to write automated web application UI tests in any programming language against any HTTP website using any mainstream JavaScript-enabled browser. WebDriver. This is used for cross-browser testing. And Selenium Grid. This is used for cross-platform testing. So what is QTP? QTP is a testing tool developed by Hewlett-Packard. It stands for Quick Test Professional. Identifying errors, problems, or gaps with respect to the expected results of any software that is being tested are the functions of the HPQTP. VB-script is used by QTP for automation purposes and it need not be installed separately as it comes along with the Windows OS. The latest version of QTP is called UFT and it is a combination of HP QTP and HP Service Test. Hudson's and Jenkins are two open source continuous integration systems that is supported by UFT. It also provides support for mobile testing. UFT mobile support allows to create agnostic scripts, that is, scripts compliant with for all mobile platforms. This script developed in iOS can also be run on Android. Let us now have a comparison between HP QTP and Selenium. HP QTP is a famous tool in the market of web-based testing, but with the dawn of Selenium's popularity and its ability to do more than QTP ever could has made it a worthy competitor. These are quite a few straightforward differences between QTP and Selenium that might help people choose between the two. QTP is used commercially and hence it requires license, while Selenium is an open source tool and is free for everyone to use. QTP can be used to test both web-based and desktop application, while Selenium can only come in handy while testing web-based applications. Only QTP IDE can be used while doing QTP test, while in case of Selenium tests, multiple IDEs can be used like NetBeans, Visual Studio, Eclipse. QTP can only support VB scripts, while Selenium supports multiple programming languages like .NET, Ruby, Perl, PHP, Java, JavaScript, etc. QTP supports multiple types of dialog box, while Selenium can only support dialog box partially. Developing time is high in Selenium than QTP. Authentication windows can be automated in UFT, whereas in Selenium we have to use AutoIT or use robot class in Java. QTP has a very good official technical support, while Selenium has community technical support. QTP is comparatively more user-friendly and the scripts can be developed in a short time. On the other hand, Selenium has less functionality as it is low level and the scripts take up more time to come and to be maintained. HP UFT is a tool used to integrate QTP. On the other hand, Selenium does not have any tool used for integration. Speaking of execution, QTP can test one application per machine, whereas Selenium can execute multiple tests on a machine at the same time. Moreover, Selenium takes lesser CPU and RAM power in the time of execution as compared to QTP. So, why should one then shift to Selenium? A slight modification in the code has to be tested to make sure that the code is running fine and fulfilling the target. Now, repeating the tests again and again can get costly. The high portability of Selenium allows the automation engineers to write codes without worrying about the OS. The testing is ideally kept self-contained within the program and they can be modified as desired. This approach makes sure that any change in codes does not increase the development and improves maintainability. The flexibility offered by Selenium allows coders to manage tests better. Since Selenium is open source, users can extend, share, and modify codes, thus saving a great deal of time and effort for the programmers. So how to migrate from QTP to Selenium? Choose the script language, keeping the team's experience and the relevant kind of automation framework in mind. Put off building frameworks and write simple Selenium scripts in the beginning. Keep tracks of the issue that come up with time and make use of the solutions to build larger test suites in future. Once comfortable with Selenium, start discovering tools that can be used with Selenium. For example, Maven, TestNG, etc.
Selenium jobs and salary, a very interesting topic. So the market trends for test automation are continuously changing and Selenium has seen an exponential growth in a very short time period. This Selenium makes it convenient for clients to receive an ROI much faster. And how does that happen? By reducing the number of test cycles involved in testing their product. In present scenario, Selenium is a perfect automation for any of your web application testing and automated web application testing. And it is the first choice of your automation tester as well as the companies also. So as the softwares are becoming more and more complex, so is the test automation. And Selenium is a key skill set for any test automation engineer to have. But of course, it's not the only skill set one needs to have. So if you look at a typical job description here, so gone are the days when the engineers were hired as a manual tester. Every company today wants to hire engineers who knows how to do automation. And since Selenium is the most popular web application automation tool, companies look specifically for Selenium automation engineers. And this is the typical job description of any automation engineer. To develop test cases to detect bugs and errors. Automation framework designing. It's not just about automating your test cases. One should have the ability to design the complete framework related to the project. To improve and automate test practices. To participate in communicating best practices. Defining test strategy, test manuals for tracking and fixing your software issues. Let's look at the compensation part of it. So compensation varies from company to company and it also depends on your experience level. So according to the stats, if you look at the US market, it can vary anywhere from $21,000 to $150,000. Average could be, of course, somewhere around $90,000. And if you look at the Indian market range, it ranges anywhere from 2 to 10 lakhs per annum for a startup, with an average of 5 lakhs. So the more and more you're going to get experience, the better is going to be your compensation package. And the market has always been very lucrative for automation engineers. So since Selenium is so powerful web automation tools, there are some of the top-end companies who use Selenium in their various projects. They want to provide their customers the best quality software and help them reduce the time to market, and hence they go in for Selenium. So a lot of these companies have Selenium deployments. In this video, we will look at most commonly asked questions in the interview and some guidelines on how to answer them. Nowadays, automation tool and especially the Selenium skills is a very key requirement for an QA engineer or even an automation engineer jobs. So if you're on the outlook of automation engineer or a QA engineer positions, I'm sure this question bank will definitely help you prepare for your interview. So this video consists of 3 parts, basically 3 different levels of set of questions. One is the beginner level, second is the intermediate level, and then the advanced level questions. And each level has a set of 10 most probable questions which you might be asked in the interview. So let's begin with the beginner level questions. Question 1. What are Selenium suite components? So Selenium is a set of tools and libraries to facilitate automation on web applications. You already know this. It is not a single tool. So what are those components which are comprised in the Selenium? So Selenium comes with 4 major components. The first one is the IDE. IDE happens to be the most simplest tool in the whole suite of Selenium. It is nothing but an integrated development environment which has a record and playback functionality. This was earlier available as only Firefox plugin. However, you need to know that the new version of Selenium IDE is available as a Chrome extension as well as a Firefox plugin. So that means you can either use any of the browsers, that is Firefox or the Chrome, for recording your test scripts. Also, you should also know that the new IDE comes with many new features, and now this new IDE has become more powerful than what was available earlier. So some of these new features are like reusability of your test cases. It comes with a better debugger now, and most importantly, it supports parallel test execution. And how does it do that? It has a utility called Selenium Side Runner. That's about Selenium IDE. The next component is the Selenium Remote Control. So Selenium Remote Control, or popularly called as Selenium RC, is used to write web application tests in different programming languages. It supports multiple programming languages like Java, C#, Perl, Python, Ruby, and PHP. It is nothing but it's a server which interacts with your browser using a simple HTTP GET and POST request for communication. Selenium RC is also called as Selenium 1.0 version or Selenium Core. Third component, Selenium WebDriver. It is a programming interface to run your test cases. And WebDriver was introduced by Simon Stewart in 2006. And this was introduced to overcome some of the limitations of Selenium RC. So RC's architecture was very complex because it required an addition